we is streaming. I think I usually say that. And as always, I can never believe I make it here on time to even start. Okay, we are now going to start the call. We seem to be connecting with the studio, so that means we can do the meet now audio call on the infinite call that brings everyone on board who wants to come on, and we'll find out who wants to come on. Counting, of course, on at least one particular individual who I'm calling at the moment, Aristides. And here you get to hear that ring, or maybe you don't hear it. I don't know with Microsoft Teams whether it works the way Skype did. With Skype, you could definitely hear it. All right. Oh, yes, Troy Bellamy. Hopefully he comes on at some point. Yes, Ari?
Hello.
Oh, good. Say that word again so we can see if you register.
That word again, so we can see if you register.
You register. You register. Okay, everyone, this is the Chinese Day of the Dead. It is combined with a blood red eclipse. And also we've got some reminder from our friend T-Tank Barry as John Doe in the text box. General Rorszá empties the Roswell saucer, and that is, I don't believe that's today's date, right? What is that? Did that happen today? Anniversary wise, that's it. He sees it in whatever bar or cafe or bistro or buffet he's in. Yes, he sees this on the wall. I get it. But any details he can provide will be appreciated. So thank you so much for that. He's got another one of the headlines. Damn, he's in some ufological theme bar or something. So they've got headlines of the RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. By the way, it's been so long since I've dealt with this shit. The AF was for Air Force. It was an Army Air Force at that time. So the RAAF is almost like Royal Army Air Force. What would that acronym even stand for? Right? It's been so long I can't remember this shit because I really stopped giving a shit. But at some point I'll have to get back to obviously remembering it. Okay, so all of that being said, thank you for that, dear John. And dear Aristides, you want to do the blurb, and then I'll start crediting everybody for whom this episode is dedicated to, and also give thanks to people who have just sent some contributions as well. So, and before Ari starts, before I forget, just took a look through my email, received a contribution for 25 United States dollars from Robert Kuba. Thank you so much. Apparently there's a note attached. I'll take a look at that after transmission's over. Thank you for your contribution. And of course, the show is dedicated to the lovely lady who made tonight possible, Dragana DIMOVSKA, who paid for the renewal of services for Microsoft Teams. And that was $50 United States dollars. So she went well above and beyond the call of duty for that. And that's just to make certain that I credit people. Of course, we're always going to credit Brooke Hagberg of Canada, who contributes $100 United States dollars a month on auto payment. And everybody, of course, without you, none of this would be possible, especially not without Aristides. So let's get back to Aristides. And if you would be so kind, dear sir, yes, take it away. Thank you.
All right. Well, as soon as you get here, like I just have, please hit the thumbs up, upvote, little thumbs up button at the bottom. Not just to show your support, but to keep Douglas on the up and up in the algorithm. And you can't see them. There are downvotes placed by a bunch of jerks out there somewhere, but that affects his ability to be this. The algorithm works, to be suggested in the sidebars, appear where he appears in search results, etc. So please do that. Also then right away, please make sure you are subscribed, hit that button, or if you have in the past, don't assume it's still on, please check it again. It may have become undone or lost somehow, so please do that, and then turn on that little notification bell icon. I certainly know when things happen here, but I still find it very handy, to just click on the thing, and that way I don't have to, go and, click through to the page or to the channel. So yeah, do that. Very handy. To do all these things, you do need an account. So sign in, make one, see if you can sign in. YouTube, Google, some type. I think they both same thing. If not, I'm sure it's easy to make one. Once you do that, you can actually go into the little account menu and make channels that are normally for holding different types of content. But the cool thing is, each one of those can do its own uploading. It's sort of each like its own identity, so you can do multiple upvotes without having multiple accounts. And I have just placed a couple myself, so you can do the same thing. Sure, it's not hard. Also, in terms of upvotes, while we're on that subject, after the program is live, when it becomes just like a regular YouTube video, Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath the video that is different than the live chat that is displayed on the side usually. And the comments will only happen afterwards. We'll put a pinned comment with crucial information. Please go upvote that, which I'm doing right now. Looks like nobody else really has. Or one other person. To make similar reasons, make sure it doesn't get downvoted away, etc. Also, feel free to leave some comments, people. We know you're out there. Don't be afraid, say something, anything positive, funny. Just the interaction also shows the algorithm that this is important content. So
yes,
please do all of that. You can share the link right out of the browser bar. That will stay the same, but from the live to after. So you can record that, post it, share it, find creative ways to share it with friends. We've come up with a few. Friends or strangers, enemies, anybody. Everybody has something to learn here and something to get shocked by, I'm sure. So, something for everyone. And what else? That, and oh yeah, you can on the computer you can right click during the replay while it's playing and generate a link at the current time. Very handy for sending to your friends when you're like, oh my gosh, so and so has to hear this. Wow, this is a great subject. You can just right click during the replay, not the live, and it'll give you an option to generate a link at this time, and you can just send that along, and it gets them right there. That is very handy. I've made a bunch of those, and let's see. I think that. Oh, and last but certainly not least, we will put the PayPal link into the chat. Please do forward Douglas whatever spare funds you can manage. Your family starving, and so
if your family's starving, forget about them. Send me the money.
Yeah. They're not starving. Let's be honest. Most of us, especially, most of us could miss a meal or two. I'll include myself in that. So. Yeah, please do. There's a link. You don't have, we'll try to keep that visible, but you don't ever need the PayPal link to send Douglas money on PayPal. All you need to do is remember his name and go to PayPal, type it in and search Douglas D. Diedrich, which he has that, that's his handle there, and he usually puts it right here, in the thumbnail without fail. And search that or just his name, and if you see a picture, little icon of an Asian-looking guy pop up with some, what you got, your hat, your funny glasses, it's still that one. That's him. Send that guy your money. That's the guy who's talking right now. And and I don't even think you need an account to do that with PayPal. It'll let you there's some kind of link there, I believe, still, that I should also check to send without an account. Yeah, there you go. You have no excuse. It's very, you could just for memory, you should be able to do the stuff. You don't need to find a link. You don't, no, it's no secret puzzle. You can just find them, send them your money. So please do that if possible. I think that's
that was beautiful.
That's it.
Yes, that was beautiful. You're incredible.
That's my big performance.
And it's always great. It's always great and wonderful. Thank you so much, dear Aristides. And again, none of this would be possible without Aristides. You people have no idea just how much he's contributed, and that includes my research. He's found some PDFs of books that are impossible to find. One PDF that he found for me is not available as a PDF in public. So it's incredible that his talent is unparalleled, unsurpassed, and completely indispensable. He's So such being said, I do hope everyone notices tonight's image, my photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream. Already getting questions about it, though most people know what's going on in terms of my cross-dressing. This is, of course, the same kind of outfit I've worn since a child. Though I have grown physically, I haven't grown physically that much, so much as to outgrow many of the garments that I wore as a child, though you will see they cover less and less of my body. And such being said, that's not necessarily a negative, depending on the intent or the purpose, which is always that of seduction, because I was trained as a child in a very obscure ninja art of child prostitution and assassination combined, which existed for hundreds of years in Japan as a martial art that many people are unfamiliar with. There are, of course, there's just general knowledge that there are obscure martial arts, but that of a child prostitute assassin is generally not taken into account, or a lot of people just simply refuse to talk about it. Which kind of is the whole purpose. Obviously, child prostitute ninja assassins wouldn't want to be spoken of or known of or even acknowledged. It actually detracts from their capacity to carry out the work. Such being said, I'll go deeper into the history of that if people are interested. All they have to do is ask, and I'll be happy to go over all that again in the future. How my mother really wanted a samurai kind of child. She really wanted a jock, just like my dad really wanted a jock, a sportsman, but they were both sorely disappointed. And as a result, my mother, realizing I was an effeminate child, taught me instead the arts that I could best take advantage of. Of course, in this photograph, there's the added intensity of the imbibing of recreational narcotics, which is reflected in my eyes. And that shows quite clearly I'm flying higher than a kite in that photograph, and that wasn't all that long ago. So, as always, by the time I get here to start the show, and it's always truly a miracle. It's a minor miracle every time that I'm here at all, but it's a miracle that when I show up and actually things are actually prepped for production, which they aren't always. It isn't always the case. But right now, I'm just physically here, but still very, very far away, trying to anchor myself in my body again, which I'm not too anxious to do because I'm back in the crypt and it's no fun here, and I do my best, but as it is, I'm still at the estates and still higher than a kite in my heart. And all that being said, it is a very busy photograph, and I had a hell of a time trying to decide where to stick the text. And so I decided to stay with the white lettering and stick with a smaller text and put the font in the upper right hand corner. And that's where I've got the PayPal, where you can help me at paypal.me/Douglas DDTrick, and you'll notice there's 2 D's there, which a lot of people for some reason have a hard time. Honestly, I should have gone back and honestly, when I established that account, I should not have made it with my middle initial, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, so it comes out as Douglas D. Dietrich. I should have just added a second S onto Douglas, and that would have made it much easier for people to remember, because people work that way. The brain works that way. And but all that being said, you will also notice, because I'm getting questions about this for those who are really into detail, What are those syringes? He's calling me from a group. What the fuck? I'm gonna assume there Steve's pressed the wrong button, or what? Did we end the? Somehow the call got ended. So okay. So what I'm gonna do is call him back. If we somehow wound up off the call, a brief comment on crypto apps if possible. So what I'm gonna do is just ignore his call, then call him back. Because if I answer his call, then that's only going to end in an hour because of the structure of Microsoft Teams. So let me shut that down and call him back in a few minutes. I should have just let that ring, but I'm busy trying to take a look at what else is going on here. We've got maps sent by T-Tank Berry, and just clicking on that, and this is Creighton's American Bakery. There we are. Okay, so this is where he's got from. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is call our friend back, call everybody back on the infinite call, and here we go. More fun and games. And let's see if this works. And unfortunately, he's calling again. Aristides, I'll call you back. I'll call you back. Don't call. Don't trip. I know you're off the call now. There we are. Yes. I could not take your call because then, of course, it would end in an hour. So once I realized that...
Wait.
Right? What?
I was carrying some stuff and I knocked off, but
no worries. Yeah.
By accident.
Oh, I do that all the time myself. Don't worry. Go on.
Wait.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Say that again. Your last
Okay.
Yeah.
I tried to call the call. Didn't it work?
No. I can't answer your calls because then the whole call would just be you and me.
No. If it's existing, it usually just lets it just patches me right in. If it's
No. But I mean, because the call is sourcing from you, it would end in an hour, right? Didn't we try that before?
No. That's if it's a new call. If I'm joining the one you already started, then it's okay.
Okay, well, it's better just to start the call from my end.
You shouldn't have to
be sure. Yeah, I get
answer if I'm in there. It should just normally when that happens, I get
what you're saying right? Because you're calling to rejoin the infinite call.
Yes,
so yeah, I get what you're saying.
It did.
Yeah,
just not this time. I don't know. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it all works out. And so, no, that's fine. Somebody was asking me if I have syringes in my little gauntlets there, where people probably, because the photograph is so detailed and so busy, a lot of people wouldn't notice this, but there are people who do, of course, and there are people who are specifically looking out for this sort of thing because they think in the most, their mind's in the gutter, I guess, which in my case isn't always the wrong place to be. But such being said, no, they're blades, but they're a specific kind of blade. These are bleeder blades. So they're kind of like a syringe, but with a much wider, shall we say, flow capacity. And rather than injecting something into you, it bleeds you out like a pig. It's a kind of instrument that would be used in the slaughter of certain animals. And this particular outfit that I've got is loaded with them. So these are bleeder blades that, if you notice the curve to them, there's a slight curve in the handle, which actually adds to the bleeding capacity. It's the physics of it. Some of them are not so curved. Others are, depending on the angle of attack, which one you would employ would be chosen. Some of them are for a lower angle of attack. Some of them are, of course, directly for the jugular. The more straight edge ones, so to speak, are a straight kind of hollow tube where the best way to describe it would be kind of like bamboo. If you've seen it cut and turned into a spear, you will see that bamboo or punji stakes that are used as traps in the Vietnam War era or for animals. The bamboo is cut at an angle, but it retains its hollow capacity but can puncture. And the reason that it's used in that manner is because when the animal falls into the trap on top of it, the hollow of the bamboo bleeds the animal out. So this is something that is copied by these particular implements, except in steel. But the physics of it is copied. So these are kind of angled syringe type puncture implements. Very few people have ever even seen such weapons. In fact, most people have never conceived of their existence. Okay, all that being said, let's see if we can get other people on the call with us and see if I can also respond to some of the things that people are sending in. And okay, and I'm just laughing at some of the comments that people have left with me about the drugs I've been using, because of course they're like they're I wouldn't say that it comes down to envy, but I'm sure a lot of us want to escape. Okay, so they've got some photographs sent to me by our dear Brendan Soget of our man Donald Trump, and I say that sarcastically. He's at the U.S. Open and he's falling asleep. His hair is all turned white as opposed to blonde. Probably he was dyeing it for a long while. And but I'm glad to see him on his way out. But let's put it that way. It's he's messed everything up. By the way, I don't think I've told the public this yet. I've told the public about recent developments on my home delivered meals. This show was actually set up whenever anybody asks me about Mondays, Sunday nights into Monday mornings and Wednesday nights into Thursday mornings. How did it come to be this particular schedule? Like, why that? And that's because it wasn't intentionally this way. It was actually set up by a woman named Rōmā Henry. And she was a woman who actually was a regular contributor of about $100 a month. But I had to make her stop because she had expectations, and I could not really live up to those expectations. With her at least, it was one of these things where she was expecting a relationship, and I really couldn't have that with her. And she, however, could only volunteer her time on those particular days, but that was about 50% of the factor. The other 50% was home delivered meals. It wound up to work out just perfectly because the show would end, because I would usually do 12 hours throughout the night. The show would end in the morning, and I could just be up for a few hours, pick up the home delivered meals from my food bin, because forever and a day, for the good God, it's been a decade, they allowed us to have a food bin where, in fact, it was required. It was mandated. You have to have a cooler or they couldn't deliver. And then they would just dump the food in. I would just take it in, refrigerate it, and we would go on with our day. But this would be on Monday mornings and Thursday mornings that the deliveries would take place. So that was the way it was on my route for the home delivered meals from Meals on Wheels. And of course, now since Trump, the gift that keeps on giving, this has changed in some radical ways. First, they said you can no longer have a food bin. They want to make certain that the person is alive, well, living on site to receive the food. Okay, that's understandable. It's not a big change for me because I always had to wait till they dumped the food in the bin anyway before I could leave anywhere. But this way I get to know the delivery person again, which was something that I used to know back when my parents were alive, and as serving as their care provider in the last 10 years of their lives, I would get to know the delivery personnel very well. Now we've got that opportunity again. So the last time the delivery individual showed up, he was looking very sad, and I understood why when I took in the meals and read the notification. that they're not only forcing us to collect our meals at the door so that they can verify that the right person is receiving them, that the person who's supposed to receive them hasn't died and is like some relation is taken over to receive the food. All that sort of weird scams that might be happening that they're afraid of. But beyond that, now they've cut the meals in half, which, by the way, is no big deal to me. Quite honestly, some of the meals are of high quality. Some of them are just inedible. Especially as they become more and more oriented towards vegetarianism, because meat's expensive, they become more and more inedible. The vegetarian meals are just crap, because most of the vegetables they have are just they're fucking mulch, they're compost, and so it's all I can say is that if they are going to give us higher quality meals by cutting the meals in half, that's perfect by me, because the way it was structured for years, and I say this without shame, I had to throw half the food away anyway, which I can guarantee you most recipients did. It's because, first off, it piles up. You put a lot of it in the refrigerator, and most Americans are not starving per se, so they wind up with it's perishable. And but when the lower quality food, which you kind of save for last, it's kind of gone or expired by the time you get to it. And you have to remember, if you're working with a grocery store, if you're working in the restaurant business, if you're working with any kind of perishable foods in delivery, it's half or over half of all food is thrown away. Anyway, that's the way unfortunately food industry works, and this is on an industrial scale of food delivery and consumption. It's the same thing. You're going to wind up with half the food being thrown away. In this case, I have to say, it's not being thrown away. It goes towards compost, really. It's like, it is what it is. But when it comes towards I can only hope that if they're cutting the meals in half, then okay, there'll be higher quality meals. That way they can afford towards more protein and actual meat or shrimp, or the things they put inside of the food. And yes, there's shrimp dishes that they have, which I enjoy, radiated as they may well be. And, but when it comes to the services, otherwise it'll be less waste on my part. However, I can guarantee you there are far more people than there are not who need all of the meals that they supply. And these are truly homebound, impoverished people, which means that for many of the other recipients of Meals on Wheels, a lot of them are going to die, literally starve to death. In terms of the latest developments, things are not looking good in general for society. And but when it comes to myself, all I can do is do my best to maintain myself alive, to take advantage of societal collapse, and try to be around to help restructure, rebuild it. Just make certain that you're there to help. And without your help, I wouldn't have made it this far. And understand that, okay, I'm looking at some of the trade now being sent to me by T-Tank Barry. T-Tank Barry has asked me to for a brief comment on crypto apps, if possible, and their ultimate fate. If you want a really brief comment, in brief, stay the hell away. It's just don't do it. Nothing good will come of it in the long run for you. Crypto is for the big boys, the power boys, career professional criminals. And even though I myself have been quite honest and blunt about being a career professional criminal, certainly in the past, I can tell you that I'm not that kind of criminal. These are big money criminals that are like gold collar crime. This is gold collar crime, as they call it. When it comes to blue collar crime, then you're talking about just stuff that is knocking off gas stations, bank robbers, depending on, unless you're talking about petty larceny or, petty theft or something like that. Blue collar crime runs the gamut as to how serious it can be, but it's crime among the poor, who almost always prey on the poor unless they graduate to the level where they're knocking off gas stations and banks. And but at that point, you're giving up. You're practically desperate, unless you're extraordinarily cunning, or which very few people have this kind of talent, able to organize a team. And at that point, you're not really blue collar anymore. You're something else. You've entered the stage of basically this is your life. This is all you do is crime. So if you've gotten to that level where you're truly a criminal, you're not going to be doing this all your life, of course. As a career criminal, if you're ultimately trying to conduct a operation where you're going to retire. That's the whole idea. So you're going to have one night of take-home pay of millions of dollars, and then you get the hell out of the country, and you never show your face again if you have any brains. You go to Costa Rica. This is like, for people like that, you're probably a retired spook anyway, meaning that a retired CIA agent, a retired cop or something, and you blew it all on alcohol and drugs and whores and hookers and escorts and, depending on what your vice is. And at that point, you're just saying, oh, fuck it. I gotta set up my own retirement plan here. And then you get together with a bunch of other people as fucked up as you are, and however, there's a balance in how fucked up they are. They've got to be basically functional enough to maintain a level of teamwork, coherency. Okay, this is so rare that they make movies about it. It's the stuff of drama. It happens, but it's so rare you're never going to see it yourself or in your lifetime in the average human experience. So when it comes to the white collar crime, then again, running the gamut from stealing pencils to, ripping off the businesses. A good example of that would be this guy at Disney. Somehow stole millions of dollars recently. I'd have to look more into the case, but it had something to do with animation. And maybe he was stealing and selling old cells, meaning animation cells from like the Disney collection or something. This is white collar crime. But by the time you get to the level of crypto apps and stuff like that, the only people profiting are gold collar criminals. These are like banksters. Instead of gangster, it's bankster. These are like people who are like robbing banks from the top down. They own the banks, but they're robbing the till. So this is the kind of parasitism on society that has finally matured, the way that a fruit ripens on the vine and then rots and bursts in maturity. That kind of parallel. It's gotten to the point where Trump's in on it, the president's in on it, the president is pushing it, and he's going to fuck you all over and run off with whatever he can. I mean, back in the days of Bush Jr. and the societal collapse, the financial collapse that led to basically a Great Depression that nobody acknowledges as a depression, they call it a recession. That was what I considered to be the last great bank heist. This goes beyond that. This is like Trump is just... he found a way to rob people through his crypto friends, his crypto conspirators, his crypto confederates would be a better term for it. He's found a way to rob people that goes way beyond what Bush was doing. Bush is just old school, simple, 401k, strip all the retirees and let them starve to death. But when it comes to where we're at now, they're going way beyond that. They're just stealing money that doesn't even exist. It's like it's, as I said before, one thing the government can do is print more money, but that doesn't mean the money they print has value. Obviously, there's a economics to this that is now in the realm of the notional. We're not dealing with currency that's backed up by anything anymore. It's like they're stealing invisible money. It's like they have a lot that they can expend on items that are black market items. Granted, there's a lot you can buy on the black market, from human child sex slaves to narcotics to automobiles that are stolen, etc. You're just in a realm of supercrime. This is no longer the underworld at this point. You're dealing with the overworld. This is the overworld of criminal empires. This is the Trump wants to be the godfather of the overworld. But there's other godfathers of the overworld. Trump and Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un. And they all are basically operating as criminals do. No honor among thieves, but they're all thieves. And in that sense, they're all cooperating to rob us all. So they will lead to the collapse of our society because there's no other result that can happen. However, there's a difference. Trump actually has something to steal. Putin, Xi Jinping, and Kim Jong-un, of those three, only Xi Jinping has something to steal from his people. His people have something he can rob. Putin's people have nothing to rob. He's stolen it all already. Same with Kim Jong-un. But Trump, because America is so much more wealthier and has such a greater capacity of resources, Trump has something to steal. And so he's going to steal it all. By the way, Brendan says, did you hear about the latest Trump Epstein update? He was the FBI informant, the hero. You'll have to come on and tell us about this shit. Honestly, I didn't hear about this. Is this Trump saying he was the FBI informant, the hero? Really? You'll have to come on and tell us. I was turning my head away from that. I couldn't take anymore. There's only so much I can take. So Brendan will have to come on and share that with us. He needs to come on for the sake of his mental health anyway, to cathart and vent about the pervert coaches. I mean, the last thing he ran across when I talked to him before the weekend was a massage table in the football locker room. I mean, really? Like, oh, disgusting. Oh, talk about a football pileup. Okay, oh, I like this illustration about the USA that was provided by our dear friend T. Takeberry, and I'll download that. And that's stylish, and reminds me of Baron Samedi. Baron Samedi looks like that. Death is a gentleman. And so Baron Samedi, for those of you who do not know, is a Orisha. An Orisha from Valjo Huduns, meaning voodoo, as Americans call it voodoo because they can't pronounce Valjo Huduns. So Baron Samedi is the lord of the cemetery. Anyhow, Videosphere says, can you talk about Roswell? God, why? Don't do this to me. Come on. Really? Really? I mean, nothing against you, Videosphere. Don't take it personally. It's come on. Why? You hate me or something? Dude, how many times have I talked about Roswell? Where were you? Where were you for years when I've spoken of this? Now, it's all I can say is let me take a look at the channel. The channel. Going to go to Videosphere's channel, and welcome aboard, Videosphere. Glad to have you here. And they seem to have a real channel, it looks wonderful. I mean, this looks like a person who's worked in with many indigenous and environmental causes, and that's to be commended. And thank you. Welcome aboard. We're flattered to have you here. But that's like I wrote a book, and it's which Peter Moon did his best to fuck up. One by titling the book "The Roswell Deception," which it never should have been titled that because, of course. Anyhow, Brendan Zogan has joined us, and together we'll try and, say some things about Roswell, or I will as time goes on throughout the show tonight. I'll try and say some things about Roswell. Well, it wasn't aliens; it was Japanese prisoners of war. That's the basic thing to say, and I've gone into this in depth in the book, which I don't recommend anybody buy because all the money goes to Peter Moon, who's stolen it, and I have no time or energy or money to sue him, and so we'll organically maybe talk about some aspects of that, and so we got Brendan with us. Let's take advantage of it. Do you want to start by talking about what's this? The latest statements about the Epstein situation, or do you want to start by cathartic and venting about the massage table in the football locker room? Did I remember that correctly, or what? Let's see if Brendan can talk. Yeah, maybe he's in the environment where he can't address that, or maybe they're not letting him talk. He seems to be off mute. Yeah. You're mute now. You're mute now. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are finally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, they were just doing their thing.
They were.
Well, because I brought up the stupid Ep Trump situation, but it's like so cheesy. I mean, come on, really? He was the FBI informant hero. And then you saw the latest article. The guy, whatever congressman said it, had to walk it back because it was just absurd. And all these people were trolling him online, like making all these memes about like, oh, Trump's the hero, just making fun of him. Because it's so stupid. It's like, yeah, he was his best friend, but he was secretly a double agent.
Yeah.
Like, how is that even possible? But it seems that all this is like his undoing because, no one wants to deal with it, And his so-called base is also like,
retarded.
To their credit, they've, they were, but I think they're actually evolving past it now. They're just, it takes you hit your head against a brick wall so many times, you can't go farther than that.
I mean, I understand your need for hope, but you're giving them too much credit. You're giving them too much credit. Remember, these are the people who love Andrew Tate, because he's their Epstein, and it's
but that's where the paradox that's unraveling them is like you can't be against the Matrix and then support the most matrixy person out there, Trump. It's just. His whole life was the system, scheming the system. So it's like, you can't have it both. You can't have both.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope that they understand that paradox and it breaks them out of their spell. But I doubt it, personally.
It's like it's not that they're able to themselves. It's like like when a computer program runs its course and it encounters like an error, it's like it does not compute. It's like you can't go forward from there. Yeah. Like everything just breaks, or it just blue screens. Yeah. Basically implodes, which is what's happening. Yeah. You see?
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. By the way,
am I audible?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you're audible. Yes,
okay.
Yes. I was just, I multitask while I produce, so sometimes when I'm not talking, it's not that I'm not hearing you. But no. I mean, I hear you, and I appreciate what you're saying. And on Videosphere says, I read the book, so why is everyone still talking about the UFO there? It's like it's kind of like well, if
Wait,
you so Videosphere, who seems to be a reasonable individual. Now I might be mistaken. He can correct me if I'm wrong, or she can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if it's a he or she, but I'm assuming it's a he, because there's a photograph of a man and a woman in his icon on his channel. But it seems to be mostly a man who's producing these videos, I think. So he travels to a lot of indigenous environmental causes, and apparently is doing his best to support indigenous and organic environmental awareness, which is all commendable. So he's got a real channel, so therefore he's a real person. He's not your average, he's not a troll or a Edomite cultist. But he basically said, can you talk about Roswell? And that's because, of course, I believe that
What about Roswell?
Well, T. Tank Berry was in some bakery that they had a bunch of headlines of the Roswell crash, from the early days of General Rọ́mā and all that shit. And one of the things that was there was the RAAF acronym, which I swear to God, I finally remembered now is Roswell Army Air Force.
Airfield.
Airfield. Thank you. Roswell Army Airfield. That's correct. Roswell Army Airfield.
Yeah, I learned that from you.
Thank you. And it all goes to show, and this is why I keep these younger guys around, is because I take a lot of drugs and alcohol and in order to forget all of this in good conscience. It's like, but it goes to show I've forgotten more than most people have ever even remembered. But I keep the young guys around like Brendan and George Knights because they do remember this shit. But with this gentleman, so he says he's read the book. I have no reason to doubt him. But if you did read the book, it's like, why would you even ask the question? You know what I'm going to say.
Is this the correct book?
Is it the correct book? Yeah, okay, yeah. Did you read the Roswell Deception that unfortunately I co-authored with Peter Moon, who then basically ran off with the copyright and takes all the money? And
then takes it off his website. It's just sort of scammer.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Well, thank God for that. I mean, who wants to be affiliated with his name? So that's the most decent thing he could do. But such being said, so is that the book you read, Videosphere? Because if you did read that book, why would you ask the question? Because it's already, the answer's there, right? My answer's there. If you just say, oh, okay, but I go back onto the internet and all the noise says it's a UFO. Okay, first off, let's take a look at the. I've been getting this a lot lately. Just people asking questions that are almost trolling in the sense that they're asking me a question that just asks me to repeat myself again and again. It's after a point, there's no point in my answering you because you're not hearing what I'm saying. If, say, for instance, you have a case of, hey, I don't know, think of, obviously I've dealt with a lot of medical issues concerning care provision for my parents. I've suffered grievous injuries I never should have survived. I'm trying to think of something that would be apropos, but really the first thing that comes to my mind for whatever reason would be cancer. Say, for instance, you start having a certain kind of bowel movement and your cancer is basically the cause of it. And you go to the doctor and you say, hey, doctor, I have these kinds of, product out of my ass. And the doctor will say, that's because you've got cancer. And this is the kind of cancer you have. It's intestinal and it's the polyps and it's etc. And we'd better do something about it. And then you go back online and you look at all kinds of other things that say it could be something else. So then you go
WebMD.
WebMD and shit, and then you diagnose yourself and go back to the doctor and say, well, I've heard it's this or this or this. And then the doctor's going to say, well, I'm telling you it's this. And then you say, well, I don't believe what you say because I saw all this online. There's nothing the doctor can do anymore. And then you go home and you die. It's kind of like, this is the situation we're at. It's like, after a while, there's no point. You see, whereas before, there was a window of opportunity where when I came out as a public informant, and of course I did this by having George Norrie believe that I was an Edomite cultist, that I was Aquino's acolyte and heir apparent, which was easy enough to convey because that was originally the case. So because the intelligence world is so compartmentalized, George Noory accepted that and brought me on to Coast AM. Now, it's important to remember George Noory has said this for years. He was in the Navy for 9 years as a public relations officer, which is their version. A PR officer in the Navy is their version of a political cadre in the Soviet Union. In other words, wherever the journalist goes, he's there as a minder, as a censor, and his job is also to spin tragedy and catastrophe as to why these sailors died or drowned or the sub sank or something into, he's there to cover it up for the military. In other words, he's an intelligence officer. Yeah. So he was
naval intelligence.
Yeah, he was in naval intelligence, and so he believed everything I said about still being in the cult because he's in the cult. And believe me, if you ever met the son of a bitch, you would know he was in the cult if you knew the background of the cult, because that's how he dresses and conveys himself. He wears nothing but black. Nothing but black. There is not any other color that touches his skin. Everything he wears is just pure black. He's so fucking stupid that, I hate to say it, it's like Aquino himself. For some reason, these guys dye their hair pitch black. Man, it looks so unnatural, it looks so stupid, it looks so cheesy because their hair isn't that color, and it looks so bad on their pasty white skin. So they look like, imagine a pure white mannequin. I mean, like pasty white with a black wig. It just looks awful, and they look awful. And he looks awful, he looks like shit, and he's a piece of shit. And he's a Satanist. Yes, he's a practicing Sethian. So it was that period of time that if I was able to keep that wave going, where I could, just get enough of the public to educate it, then questions would have been asked and more would have come out. As it is, all circumstantial evidence and all documentary evidence supports everything I say. But it's never enough for people. They keep going back on the internet, and then the internet says, oh, it's blue avians, or it's a UFO. It's okay. And think of how offensive that is. What does that even mean? So why is everyone still talking about UFO there? Well, the Japanese unconventional aerocraft register as UFOs. They are unidentified flying objects to the average American in public, so they are registered as UFOs in Project Blue Book. That doesn't mean that they're alien. Are you telling me that a UFO means it has to be alien? An unidentified flying object could be a drone that is used by the drug cartels in Mexico to cross the border to do reconnaissance so that they know where to avoid the ICE officers of the Border Patrol while they bring in illegal immigrants or contraband. And if that drone is spotted, or even a small Cessna plane, which is carrying some people, comes out across Mexico and the Coast Guard is pursuing it, it's automatically reported as a UFO. It's an unidentified flying object. But the people in it are considered illegal aliens. So it's like the average person hearing that report on a radio, a ham radio. Oh, I'm here to look. They say they chased down a UFO. They said aliens. It's like, okay, if you're at that level where, okay, there's no hope for you, where you've heard what I just said, but you have to take it as something so far beyond what it is that, oh, no, it's extraterrestrial. Okay, and I've already deconstructed the whole extraterrestrial hypothesis. Which your government does not believe at all, but created to hide the fact that they lost World War II by saying that there's aliens, because it was the first trick the Nazis used, Goebbels saying that, oh, we've contacted the aliens and they recognize us as the true government of planet Earth, and the Americans and the Allies bought it, especially the Brits. And I could go on about this for hours, and did so, have done so. It's, this is what we're faced with. And so I'm going to also put, just into the text box here a little bit of something. I'll send it to everyone individually and they can respond to this as they will. It's an incomplete message because there was so much on this message that there was only a limited amount of characters that were allowed in the space of the medium in which they sent this message. So they weren't even allowed to complete their message because their message obviously just went on and on. And I don't want you to read this out loud. We can address this maybe midweek, Wednesday. But this individual who sent this message, it's like, obviously, they're just going for legalities at this point. And I've explained all the legal aspects of America losing World War II and the Japanese winning exhaustively. But they're going to come up with the most incredibly obtuse, kind of legal attack that they can, saying, this, or this, and they'll bring up situations that always posit. This is how the questions
You talk about this Korean War thing.
Yeah. This is...
well, they didn't have to fight, but they gave munitions and different things.
Well, it goes way beyond that. First off, the Japanese participated in the Korean War, so it's a lie. So when you see these posits that the person says, how come everyone's still talking about UFO there? It's like, and I've just put that into context. Then they say something like, but
UFO where?
In this case, it's Videosphere talking about Roswell, Roswell. How come everyone's still talking about UFO there? Like, that's like, first off, there's no UFO at Roswell Army Airfield anymore. Now it's the stupid Area 51 that has...
Right. And that shit even looks abandoned too.
Yeah, thank you. Tell people about that.
Like someone released a new photo and they said the clearest photos we've ever had of Area 51. And it was just like a bunch of empty hangars. And I was like, yeah, that shit's been cleared out for
forever. Yeah.
30, 40 years.
Yeah. Well, you would hope. Yeah. Because the whole world knows it. You can't hide anything there. And it was just an intelligence leak nightmare anyway. It's like, I should just go on and on.
I think the last legitimate project they had was the B2, and that thing's been out since I was small.
Yeah. I mean, forever. I mean, that was like when Brendan Zogett was born. The B2 it was probably older than him. I mean, seriously, that's like because the B2
stealth bomber.
Yeah, the stealth bomber was nothing but it was just a modernization of the airframe from the Northrop flying wing from World War II. So, that's like, come on. If we had all these UFOs, why wouldn't they have given us something more advanced than that rather than redoing a World War II airframe with jet engines? Come on, people. Use your common sense. Oh, no, they got all these UFOs, but we still haven't.
It.
Yeah.
They got it.
Yeah, still haven't got anti-gravity.
Because they're so advanced that they're like, they teleport in.
Yeah, that's
cloak. They have cloaking devices.
Yeah, that must be it. That must be it. Yeah. Now
it's so advanced that when you see it, you forget about it.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, it automatically,
like, as if it never existed.
Yeah. So
I wish these were jokes. These are like actual conjectures. People.
Excuses people come up with. Yeah. But when it comes to this sort of thing that I've just brought up into the text box here with this individual, first off, what puzzles me is this attempt to say that they're on TikTok educating people. It's like, okay, why would you do that to yourself? It's like the first thing I told people is, that window of opportunity I talked about. That was a time where if at that time, if George Noy hadn't found out because Michael Aquino flipped his lid and said, hey man, Douglas Dietrich is not affiliated with me, he betrayed me, then George Noy shut me down and then the whole censorship process began. If that had not happened, that would have been the opportunity to educate the American public of, you lost the war, more people would have asked questions. We could have gone from there. That would have been, instead of a revolution, that would have been an evolution. We're past that window of opportunity now. This is, in a very real sense, for the moment, a non-issue. In other words, the issue of the moment is the fact that we're heading into civil war and world war simultaneously. So that is the issue of the moment. It's far more important to be telling people the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well and has the solutions to your problems. That is the issue. That's what needs to be emphasized. The history of World War II and the Japanese winning it, we can educate people about that after the dust settles, after the war is over. Then we can say, okay, you know why all this happened? Here's why. And that's it's so right now, if you're working with, I'm going to educate people on the history first. Okay, it's the cart before the horse. It's not the issue of the moment. It's not going to make any sense to people, and there's nowhere you can go. But what you can tell by this individual is that they're trying to, first off, it's basically, again, it's a lie. They're positing a lie, saying, "Oh, I'm trying to educate people in the public," and then here, and then he hits me with all this obtuse bullshit that, first off, posits situations that are lies, and just says, "Why are the people not, involved in this conflict or something like that, self-defense?" First off, America is not allowed to use its forces in any form of international aggression. America can only use its forces for defense, which this guy is trying to posit on Japan. The difference is America always claims defense when it's involved in wars overseas. Every war that America is involved in overseas is not a declared war. It's an illegal conflict, and it's always declared to be self-defense. Oh, we're protecting American interests. We're defending American interests. In other words, what happens over there is supposed to matter over here at home. But America cannot legally say we're at war. So the guy is like projecting, taking everything that America is suffering from its defeat in World War II onto Japan. Well, why doesn't Japan ever use its forces overseas? First off, it does, motherfucker. It does, because it's participated in United Nations peacekeeping. It's participated in Cambodia. It's participated in peacekeeping operations overseas, and it also participates secretly in covert operations. The Japanese are involved in war, and one way that they do it is through mercenaries. In other words, Japanese mercenaries serve in other conflicts around the world to maintain combat experience in their armed forces. You don't know about this. So you say, okay, so that's illegal. No shit.
They're also one of the main anti-piracy forces, which a lot of people don't realize.
Thank you.
They're the ones patrolling a lot of the Southeast Asian trade routes.
Yes, yeah. South China Sea, Southeast Asian trade routes are Japanese forces that, yes, are anti-pirate forces. So they're deploying their forces overseas all the fucking time. So everything you say is a lie in that regard. But you present it as an axiomatic. See, they present it axiomatically, that this is an axiom, that this is a given truth, that no, it's your lie. And we know it's yours, because when you're reiterating all this to such a lengthy extent that the medium in which you're conveying it will not even allow you to complete your message because it's 22 fucking pages long.
Holy shit.
Yeah, then at that point, okay, this is not them or people on TikTok, it's you. And as for Korea, remember, Korea did not legally exist. Korea is now, this is not to say that there's not a Korean culture that's thousands of years old. Quite the opposite. There's a Korean culture that exists that's thousands of years old. But as a modern nation state, we're not talking about the ancient kingdoms. As a modern nation state, you're talking about it's similar to the Kingdom of Poland, which disappeared for hundreds of years, where you had a population that had that history, but then they became part of Germany and Russia and Austria-Hungary. And if you look at the map of Central Europe, for hundreds of years, there were just those three entities. Russia as an empire, the Tsarist Empire, Germany, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. That was it. Those were the entities. These populations that were absorbed into those entities were part of a federative empire. The same with Korea. Korea as a modern nation state did not exist. It was Japan. The whole peninsula said Japan on the maps. It was Japan. So how can you say the Japanese did not participate in the war on the Korean peninsula when it took place in Japan? The only reason that North and South Korea existed is because the communists created this. We're creating this new republic, North Korea, and the Americans said, oh, well, fuck you, we're creating this new republic, South Korea. These are not natural entities. These are occupied states that are not naturally evolved entities. It's like saying East and West Germany They were not natural entities. These were occupation states created by the Allies. The legitimately elected government had gone into exile, which meant the Third Reich had left. So these occupied states are not natural. They've simply converged into modern united Germany, which is trying its best to reassemble itself into a cultural coherency, but failing miserably to a great degree. When it comes to and you know, things got to change there. It'll take time. But when it comes to Korea, I mean, those guys don't even have that. They're like practically occupied.
Right.
Yeah, go on.
And I was contemplating that the other day when someone had this, you know, there was like this reel about why did MacArthur, you know, why did he pivot to Korea so quickly and all that? It's because he was working with
the Japanese.
Showa.
Yes.
He was working with Showa, and they basically told him, look, take the heat off us while this, you know, while we set everything up, you know, for the full surrender in 1952.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, go fix Korea, because we were the, you know, they were using us as a force.
No,
while
they supplied all the bullets and the bombs.
Yes.
Not only that, but it's their captains. First off, during World War II, the Americans laid thousands and thousands of mines using air, sea, all airdrops. They would airdrop thousands of mines into the ocean to try and choke off Japan. They by sea laid all kinds of mines, but mostly by air, because they couldn't penetrate Japanese waters to any great extent. So when it came to mine laying, it was mostly by air, and the Japanese mapped out as many of these mines as they could. And throughout the Korean War, the American fleets would have been wiped out by their own mines if the Japanese captains of the Japanese Navy didn't show them where the mines were. So the Japanese were showing the Americans where the mines were and defusing the mines the Americans had sent in cooperation with the Americans. And all of this was around Korean waters. So to say the Japanese weren't participating in Korea shows an absolute ignorance of history. You're completely ignorant if you believe that.
Yeah, and that just proves your original point of Japan winning, because what force, you know, what occupying power, you know, quote unquote, leaves the country they took over to go fight another country, you know, meaning they've never took over Japan. Like first, you know, in an actual war scenario, you would take over Japan fully, then move on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not whatever happened to where Japan's the strongest economy on earth now, and the political, I mean, the popular culture icon.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, as we pointed out before, just relentlessly, because of course we're forced to, the Japanese, first off, when you say, I've already described, of course, that, they can only use their forces for self-defense is a fucking lie, because obviously the forces are all over Asia in the manner we've just described, covertly or overtly. But all that being...
And even in Africa, too. Like, I watched an NHK documentary.
Yeah.
Where they're the ones patrolling the Horn of Africa for Somali pirates.
Thank you.
But then we get the movie where it shows, like, you know, Tom Hanks in the SEAL team sniping that guy out. It's like, none of that is actually what happens.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's the Japanese, like, you know, they're also deployed around Antarctica as well, by the way.
Yes,
that's why they always come in conflict with the anti-whaling forces that are like these activists.
Yes, the Greenpeace.
And it's always Japanese military.
Yes,
so
yes.
They're the ones that buy Antarctica for some reason. I don't know why.
Thank you. Well, we all know why, but that's almost beside the point. But beyond all that, their forces don't need to invade other countries in an overt manner, conventionally, the way the Americans do, because the Japanese don't need to. They won the fucking war. If, you know, say for instance, the Japanese had lost the war and Germany had lost the war in the conventional sense that people understand, they would be the ones who would die with the choking off of oil by Saddam Hussein during the Gulf War. When Saddam Hussein said, oh man, I'm going to invade Saudi Arabia and take their oil, dominate the Middle East, and then when all that went balls up, said, I'm going to start burning the oil fields. You know, who's involved in all of it? The Americans. Is all the oil going to the Americans for their efforts? Not a drop. It all went to Germany and Japan. That's all. So the Americans are just there to fight for the Germans and the Japanese because the Germans and the Japanese won, or rather the Nazis and the Japanese won. And the end result is that, well, especially the Japanese, but the Nazis are still at war with the Americans, but they force them into a status that at least supports Germany and helps it to, well, resettle its economy. And it all goes down to the reparations. Who paid out the reparations for the war? The Americans did. Marshall Plan.
The Marshall Plan.
Yeah. Everything with Japan and Asia, which didn't even have a name. It was the largesse was equal to the Marshall Plan, but it was all, going to Japan. I could go on and on about this for hours, but all of this, again, yeah, the Japanese don't need to invade other countries because they fucking won the war. Then they send the Americans to do the dirty work. And it's that simple, because why would the Americans do that otherwise? Why would America fight in Iraq to keep the oil flowing to Germany and Japan? Because they're nice guys? Because they're just wonderful people? No, because you fucking lost. I mean, I could go on and on about this for hours. And if people don't understand my logic, you don't understand logic at all. So there we go. It just goes on and on. It's like we're stuck repeating ourselves. But okay, so that at least is, people asked us to address that for a while. So he says, I needed this clarification because of your issue with Peter Moon. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. That's, yeah. There we have that. And as for Peter Moon, yeah, it's like. The issue with Peter Moon.
I don't think Pete knew what you were talking about half the time anyways. He just wanted all the occult secrets, quote unquote.
Yeah, that's what he was after. He wanted the Vox Arca. That was what he wanted.
From my memory, all he was ever focused on was like these weird, like super dark forces like the CHUŌ and the freaking anti-gods and shit. But everything else he would say, yeah. Doug knows about that stuff. And it was almost like he didn't care about the history aspect as much.
No, it was all just...
In my opinion.
No, he didn't care about it at all. And not only that, we also are dealing with the disintegration of his brain. But then again, take a look at how Videosphere posits that. I needed this clarification because of your issue with Peter Moon. Okay, first off...
There's no need to dwell. I mean, unless you...
we do need to dwell on this. We do need to dwell on this because
he's obviously a troll.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah, it's your point's well taken. It's a troll because it's trolling because it's not my issue. It's Peter Moon's issue. So it's not something that the way you posit it is saying, oh, it's your issue with Peter Moon. I'm here to speak to you. It's not my issue with Peter Moon. It's Peter Moon's issue with me. He's the one who had the issue. He's the one who didn't want to put the second book out. So it all goes to him. Why don't you talk to Peter and ask him to respond to these questions? And you'll get nothing. You'll get nothing. I'm here to answer you. And you speak in this manner that, but I'll take you at your word for it that you're not a troll and not trying to be, but you're still approaching this in a manner where you obviously are not understanding the context of the situation, because no, it's not my issue. Everybody knows we tolerated Peter well beyond any limit we should have. And if you say, my issue with Peter Moon, listen to the Meltdown episode. It's dated. You can find it. It's titled The Meltdown Episode. We were dealing with an individual who, Aristides, help me out here. You were there. Did he not express with more joy, more emotional investment than he ever did for anything else? He was talking with glee and joy about shoving a cucumber up the ass of a developmentally disabled child. And he spoke of that on my program as if we're all supposed to handle this with just complete aplomb. How is this my issue?
I remember cucumber-related things, but not every detail of that. Maybe I just, kind of zoned out in disbelief, or when you're so traumatized, like somehow your brain like masks, the episode or something like that.
Well, yeah.
That much. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but wow.
Yeah, we were too busy, trying to console Marina. That's why it was
That was
over our
that.
heads. But
At that point,
right,
she was
yeah,
going.
that's where our
But
attention
I was
was.
in the background telling Doug, get this motherfucker off. Like,
Yeah.
get him off, shut him down.
But help me out here, Brendan. Tell
It
verify.
was disgusting.
Yeah, but
It was
he
disgusting,
did speak of this with joy, did he not? Wasn't this the most emotional investment he ever had in anything?
Well, it was weird because he was like laughing and having a good time talking about it. And I was just in the background saying, Doug, this is sick, man. Like, gotta get him off. Like,
Yeah. Yes.
why is he like saying this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
And then not to mention the weird stuff he said to Marina as well. And just, it was awful.
Well, I mean, that's, of course, what I said about the developmentally disabled child was just, to use a horrible analogy, just the cherry on top. But yeah, what he said to Marina all the while she was there was the lead up to that. It was telling her to, it was just, well, we could go there too. It was just basically shove a garden hose up your ass and turn it up all the way at highest pressure is what he advised her to do. In other words, he told her to get colonics. Yeah, then told her, what was it? He just, oh yes, orgy. You're hypersexualized through all the abuse. Orgy. And then talked about my rape as a child. Did he not talk about my rape as a child?
There were so many crazy things that happened. And he kept saying, orgy, I mean orgasm.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, first of all, why are you saying either word?
Yes.
While we're all on the air with you. Secondly, how do you confuse those two? I mean, this is just, it was like cringe, like secondhand cringy. Just like, why is this, happening?
Yeah. Yes.
And then he has the nerve later, like everyone, all the weirdos that do this.
Yeah.
To
say we're making fun of it.
Yeah, we can name them, but yeah, just say, oh, these people backstab me and they're making fun of me. It's like, what do you mean? Like, that's what you did. There's not, it's not like we made it up. You did it. So there's nothing to backstab or make fun of. It's like, that's just a fact.
Yes.
So upon looking at it, Japan has been active since 2019, sending military abroad. Yeah. It was officially allowed in 2015, so we're talking 10 years at least. Obviously before that, but this is just, this is just what's on the books. And they have a base in Djibouti, quite a large military base, with standing army and Navy officers, Navy regiments.
And that's a war zone. Just remember, that's an active war zone.
Yeah, and in order to intervene, it says here, to intervene in the Sudanese crisis. And I think in our chat here, they're sending troops to Ukraine as well. There you go.
Yeah.
And here's Indo-Pacific Defense Forum. Japan's defense industry expands at home and overseas amidst regional tensions. There you go.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. No.
And there's a whole article about it. There's like I'll have to send it to you guys. It's like an amphibious assault tank. I mean, this is no joke.
Thank you.
Amphibious landing exercise during the Iron Fist war games on Okinawa, Japan in March of this year. So this is like they have operational, ready to go forces, being tested. So this is no joke.
Deployed.
Yeah, deployable. Yeah. It says Japan signaled its preparedness and a renewed industrial revitalization as part of a 5-year plan launched in 2022. Acquisition of U.S.-made Tomahawks, multi-role destroyers, and other flotillas. Let's see what else. Dual-use technologies, drones, etc. Japan is significantly boosting its industrial growth, including defense and production. Basically more than it's ever done, in essence.
Yeah.
So,
but, of course, many of the people would try and claim, well, that's recent. It's a remilitarization. Okay, which is all just crap. It's like, again, just
they've had it. They've had it.
Yeah. Just so people understand this,
this is just like an advertisement.
Yeah. Yeah, the Japanese have consistently, since World War II, the weapons that they built since World War II were still like heavy armor, main battle tanks. If the Americans said you can't conduct war overseas and your weapons are only for self-defense, none of this, if followed as it should have been under those limits, main battle tanks would never have been allowed. Main battle tanks have existed in Japan since World War II as produced by their industries domestically. They don't buy them. They're not purchasing them from other nations. They build them. Their industry produces main battle tanks. And the thing to remember about this, for those of you who don't get operational conflict or the conduct of war, a main battle tank for Japan has no purpose in defense. It can only be used in aggression overseas. It can only be used in an offensive capacity. It's something that you don't build for self-defense because you would build structures for self-defense that would simply use a different kind of mechanism for warding off an enemy. But a main battle tank is meant to project force. There's nothing else it can do. If you use it in a defensive position, you're misusing the weapon. That would be like something that only happens in complete. It doesn't even work.
A deployable amphibious tank can only go forward. It's not just going to sit there. You don't put it on shore. It goes on the shore. Meaning invasion.
Yeah, and they've always had those as well. And this has always been the case since World War II.
And here's some interesting parts here, Doug. It says April 1991, they dispatched SDF's first dispatch, quote unquote, is sending minesweepers during the Persian Gulf conflict. Dispatch of Cambodian peacekeeping mission, 1992. I mean, it goes on and on. They've been doing things for 30, 40 years now.
Thank you. And by the way, feel free to send me those links on anything you're looking at, by all means.
It's an article. Someone is just saying overseas dispatch of SDF forces.
Yeah.
And this was actually something that Abe had put out, in his defense of increasing Japan's
expenditures
footprint overseas.
Yeah, that's But yeah, send me the link. That's appreciated. So yeah, and it's not just you, Video Sir. It was also because I was getting this this shit from this dude who had sent a contribution for $25. Which, look, I'm obligated to an extent to respond to him out of decency, but in a sense, in his case, it comes off as trolling. It really does, because there's like, first off, it's for $25. It's like he's asked me to rewrite a book I've already written, which, by the way, that book is only a quarter of what I wanted to write, but Peter Moon didn't publish any of it. He only published a little bit of it to get it out of the way, never advertised it. It's a miracle that some people got a hold of it at all. And yet he's still selling it. And I guess his technique for selling it is just leave it on Amazon, never take it down, because we know he still profits because he sent me.
Well, that's what he claimed.
Yeah, because he claims it's selling. He claims it's selling it. He sent me communications to that effect as taunts.
What was the title? It's so bad I can't even remember the title.
No, The Roswell Deception. It was so awful. It's such an awful title, The Roswell Deception, which is also the name of a fiction book that he named it after intentionally so people would find that book instead, which is listed as fiction, so he could have the book listed as fiction. It's just, everything.
Oh my God, it's already on eBay. People are fucking hawking it on eBay.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and it's there we have that.
Damn, they're making cash off of it, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, remember you told Peter Moon that there were all kinds of people who were using his video that they were making thousands of dollars off of, and he had
they were
no
getting
interest.
Hundreds of thousands of views off his interview.
Yeah.
And they were just reposting it. It wasn't like they were the ones that did it for him.
Yeah.
No, they were like just ripping it and reposting it and getting views.
Yeah.
And he said, I don't care. I don't care about that.
Yeah.
That's what he told me in my face.
Yeah, when you told him, hey, you can monetize this. You could go after them, shut them down, and monetize it yourself. And he didn't care because he said, "I'm so rich, I don't give a shit." Yeah,
yeah. So you can get the book used if anyone wants his cursed books.
Yeah. But by the way, this is like, yeah. So remember, if there's an issue between me and Peter Moon, it's the fact that he started just raving on the show when he's starting to basically
under your name. It says there are 5 books published. Holy shit! So people are just. Yeah, Nexus Magazine, they're still selling that shit. Vampirology's still selling that.
Yeah, which I don't get.
Nexus Magazine is still selling stuff.
Yeah.
In your name, doing those articles with them. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, and Nexus stole everything I wrote too. So it's like that. Who's that again? Peter Duncan or what? Duncan Rhodes. Duncan Rhodes stole everything there, and what a piece of shit. Yeah. It's like I hate to say
Vampirology research paper. There you go.
Yeah, there we are.
People are loving it. You got 5 stars.
Yeah, there you go. That's and I don't get a single penny. I don't get 5 cents.
Oh, I like this here that what's his name? RKC tried to make like a slander bit, but it actually sounds like he's hyping it up. Like he's like writing paragraphs, but it looks like off the first few paragraphs, it's like he's like advertising it for you. So
there you go. That's the insanity of the Edomites, the Edomite cult. It's
it finishes with an abrupt ending. Yeah, that's because Peter wouldn't finish it.
Peter wouldn't finish it. Peter didn't finish the book. Yeah, he cut off half of both books.
I like how all these people that hate you, they like read your shit like
they all
front
read
to back.
Yeah,
and they all buy it.
Yeah. It's like
that's good. That's funny.
When it comes to anyhow, obviously we had to get rid of Peter because he started raving about his sexual proclivities just endlessly. All he talked about was his colonics, and when it got to the point where he was assaulting our female guests verbally with "you got to get colonics," which he literally did to Marina Sarin, and then talking about shoving cucumbers up the asses of developmentally disabled children with great glee in excruciating detail. That at this point, yes, he could no longer be tolerated. I'm sorry. But he's definitely. And then he says, "No, but the book's not going out after Douglas wouldn't let me talk about this sort of thing anymore." Okay, there you go. Ultimatum reached. So that having been gotten out of the way or clarified.
The reason why I went through this rabbit hole is because yes, it's still being sold online through paperback and on Kindle. So that's where the so-called profit is coming from.
There we are.
Whatever he claimed. Yeah.
Which he sends me communications, which are that the books are selling. I get nothing.
And all your stuff has 4.5, 5 stars.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like these are randos rating it. It's not just RKC. RKC's the
well, of course he wouldn't give no fucking 5 stars. He'd
no.
Yeah, that lunatic.
But you got to have some salt in the stew. You can't have a full 5 stars. It'll look suspect. Look like you paid them off or something. But it's just the point is, if people read it without knowing the backstory, then it's good and valid.
Yeah. Well, the problem is,
I saw some of the comments. They were saying, it's a page turner and all that. So,
there you go. I mean,
maybe not with Peter's writing.
No, it's not Peter's writing that makes it such. It's at any rate, there we have that, and thank you for that, and thank you, Aristides, for remembering what you did. I understand most of us were trying to forget that day, but it was just it was a climax, if you will, of his behavior for months. It was years. It was years of he was always the enemy and was always open about being such, and I should never have worked with him, but of course had no choice because I basically needed to get the book out, and my writing is indeed pretty much inaccessible to most people. So I was trying to get somebody who would just make it accessible, but of course he did the opposite and rendered it inaccessible in his own way. So it's almost like a black market edition out there now. Certainly it is, as a matter of fact, because I get nothing out of it, or with any of my books, all 5 of them. And there we have that. It's so again, this is why I come back from the Estates, and I come back to host the show, and then I'm confronted with these horrible experiences all over again, and it really, talk about a crash. This is beyond decompression. It literally is a depression. Instead of a decompression chamber, it's like a depression chamber when I come back to the crypt to host these shows. But all that being said, help explain, Brendan, that now, was it tomorrow morning? You recommended not eating or drinking anything in particular to any great extent because of the blood?
It was this morning.
This morning, okay.
It sounds like it's too late. That's all right. We didn't get to see the eclipse, so it's not going to be as strong of an effect.
Oh yeah, well,
but if you're like in other parts where the eclipse is visible, then you
blood
don't
red.
Want to expose your food to it.
Yeah, blood red moon for billions of people. It was a blood red sun or moon for billions of people. The eclipse over much of the world in the month of the Day of the Dead, Asian Day of the Dead. So this is, by the way, it was the New Year's Eve Day of the Dead on Saturday, but today is the actual Day of the Dead. So it's like this is the day when the gates of hell are flung wide open in Asian culture, Asian tradition, and the dead are walking the earth. And the Yokai Festival. Tell people about that in Kyoto. That's incredible. You know,
it was not cool.
Yeah.
It had been on hiatus for years, so it's good that it's back.
Yes. Why was it COVID that they put it on hiatus for?
It was a combination of factors, but originally it was COVID, and then they didn't have the funding. They had to like rebuild from scratch because once especially yearly festivals and stuff, once you turn them off for 3 years, it's tough to get them back going. So they finally got it together. So
good, excellent. Yeah, and so in terms of again where we're at tonight, let's see. Sammy before I left had asked me about so what are you planning to talk about on Sunday night? And I was like, dude, I don't even have plans like that anymore. I just
I was about to say that. I was like, do you even plan anymore?
Yeah, I just show up and we wing it. You know, we may get back to the point where I actually plan on some form of analysis, but
Well, did you see His Highness falling asleep in his chair?
Oh, tell people about that. Yeah. And tell people about everything about him. The swollen ankles, which is edema. That's not necessarily life or death per se, but combined with everything else,
the modeling is like your doom is imminent. So whatever they did, they called in some big guns, like the guy that revived your ass.
Yeah.
And to like clean him up. Pull the Mr. Burns treatment on him.
Yes.
That's why it took a week for him to come out. They had to like go the full 9 yards. And he's still falling asleep, so it can't be good. Whatever's going on can't be good.
And his hair is white. Like you said, he's lost the blonde hair. It's all white now.
Everything is turned white. He's like, they had to like necromantically prop him up.
Yeah.
Because, like, even when he came out in the Oval Office after they thought he was dead, it's like they put, the whatever kind of tanner he's using, but you could see, like, the outlines of his eyes were white, and, like, the outline of his scalp was white. Yes. But they just had to put the orange thing on because that's what makes him feel good, He's like he's almost like a drag queen. You know how it is. It's like that's what made him feel better.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not beautiful, and they're like, look, you're orange again, and he's like, oh, good.
Yeah.
That made him revive. So.
Oh, that's
like
delightful.
An old retired drag queen. It's like, I feel young again and shit, just because he got his makeup on. So that's where we're at. But it's like legitimately, he doesn't look good. I'm not just talking.
No, it's not wishful thinking. This guy is like he's bad. He's in bad shape.
They wheeled him out, literally rolled him up to the U.S. Open, and they apparently the security was so slow it fucked up the game.
Yeah.
So when he came out, everyone booed him. They said, "Fuck you! You fucking made us wait for no reason, just so you could come here." And then
Oh, I love
and
it.
you know, because they're all tyrants. The clowns that came with them, they were just like telling everyone to fuck off. You know,
Yeah. Yes.
Ham Bond. You know, those weirdos that are with him.
Yes. Yes.
And then he falls asleep, and everyone's like, "Why did you waste all our tax money to bring some dude that's just gonna fall asleep so all your cronies can get front row seats?" It's like, do they even care about tennis? Why are they even there? Because that's where all the good cocaine is. Like, what are you guys even going there for?
Yeah.
It's just...
Oh, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. it's they have to make a show that he's up and active.
He's alive.
It's a stupid
like,
show. It's a stupid show.
Has narcolepsy and shit.
Yeah, yeah. It's a stupid thing to do because he's not. How would I say? It's not. I hate to say this. Look, I was born without the sports gene, but this strikes me as like one of the least important things a president could be doing is attending a sports event. I'm sorry. It's just honestly, it's and it brings up a thought, just a tangent here. If I were to divide American politics, it's no longer even Republican or Democrat. It's who's the daughter of Anton LaVey again? Oh, Taylor Swift. It's half Taylor Swift and half NFL. That's basically it, which is even more bizarre. The only thing that keeps America united is Taylor Swift hooked up with a football player. Kelsey, I guess the guy's name is. I'm not even too interested in this stuff, but this basically...
But that's why they had to do it, you know?
Yeah, thank you!
Otherwise there would be nothing left. Right?
Yeah. But it's basically, instead of Republican...
Like, we have country music and we have football.
That's
the last gasp
of unity.
Yeah.
But all red Republican is NFL, and all liberal Democrat progressive
because she's hot.
Yeah, is Taylor Swift. Yeah. Well, they'll tolerate her because she's hooked up with one of their own. You know, big retarded meathead. And Kelsey, which is like which doesn't speak well of her. It doesn't speak well of her. It's like, what is she?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, they're all actors.
Yes.
You know, it's just none of this is real shit.
No, it's true. You're true. That's true. It's like
and all public figures throughout history, they were never married to people they liked. It's just
true.
It's like it's like
these are like arranged marriages in nobility. Yes, these
literally.
And so important point, well taken. And so it's a very much
good for them.
Yeah.
Happy for them.
Yes. I don't know if we could say we're happy for them or good for them. It's just like that's just what it's come down to. But this is the new politics, and these are the closest we have to political parties now, or American churches. You know, these are like the church. If you were to take football away, America would have nothing. You know, on the political right, this is like their only release. What
do we even have? We don't even have we have nothing anymore.
Yeah.
Used to be films. Now the films are trash.
Oh yeah.
What the hell do we have?
Yeah. And tell people about the first off the like I said, you can vent about the massage parlor in the football locker room.
Oh, that was disgusting. I can't stand that shit.
Oh, I don't know if you're in an environment where you can freely vent, but you can cathart about that, and how the creepy pedo coaches are all just they know when you're there, and it's like they tell the young girls to shout your name.
Oh, literally, yeah, he did that. The one that like went off on me and had this, and then made up this whole story, and then I checkmated him, and now he really hates me. So he comes up to me and kept saying my name and had all the girls say my name.
Yeah.
So I went up to the principal and I said, look, if this guy keeps harassing me, it's getting to the level of harassment. Like I'm going to make a police report. And he said, oh, he's just trying to get to know you. That's what it sounds like to me. He just wants to be your friend. You know, it's like something out of South Park. Like, you can't make this shit up. Like, yeah, the dude that wanted to kill me last month, he suddenly wants to be my friend. Yeah, yep. Sounds about right. You know, and obviously they know each other, so that's why he's like friends with them or some shit.
Oh, they're all part of the same club. Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you know, and I'll report them out of the county too, so they have no one, you know, to lean on and shit.
Yes. And but what was the other thing that we were bringing up concerning when it came to the current events? We were talking about, oh yes, Japan and Asia, and these people talking about, oh, the V symbol. There was a bunch, the Vox, which is like a journalism kind of column that specializes in
yellow rag.
Yeah,
literally their color is yellow. That's their color. I didn't choose it.
Yeah, tell people about the absurdity of this. Of they're trying to look at the fact that Asian cultural influence is so strong, and that brings up to mind. Again, remember, I'm coming down from a high here, and I'm trying to anchor myself. When
I think the stupidest thing that bitch said was she said everyone remembers it from Nixon. It's like, okay, no one remembers that. That's
Thank
like
you.
In the school
Certainly
buses.
none of these kids. None of these kids.
She showed like some kids in a school bus, and she said they're getting it from Nixon. And it's like, okay, come on now.
Come on, talk about showing your age.
Yeah, like they don't even know who. If you said, "Look at this old guy with his two peace signs," they would say, "Who the fuck is that?"
Yeah, they wouldn't give a shit. Jesus Christ, and especially Nixon. Nixon, whatever else he wasn't a cultural trendsetter. Okay, Jesus, poor guy. It's
That's the only cool thing he did. That's why everyone remembers it. When he said, "I got it," you know, they did all kinds of memes and shit about it over the years.
Yes, it was. He
only did that because he wanted to not look like a square. So he said, "What are these kids into?" And he's like, "Oh, the peace sign, you know, like hippies."
But you remember when he did that? The context was when he turned around after resigning, and he did that while saying, "You won't have little Dick to kick around anymore." That's what he said. Right. So. So that's like in his last moment of defiance. That's his version of giving you the finger. And exactly. But none of these kids will know about that, and none of them could relate. So to say that they got it from that's beyond absurd.
That was funny.
Yeah. It's funny in how off she is. It shows how.
What was she even writing? Like, I didn't even understand her point. There was no thesis. It was just like pure.
It's an American nonsense. Attempt to try and hide the fact that the only culture our kids have is Asian culture. Tell them about the vending machines and for the oh good God, which cards were these? It's not Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh yeah. So the latest is because there's so many Pokemon scalpers, they can't sell them openly because these American nerds are the most disgusting cretins on earth. These filthy, disgusting fuckers. They basically, every time new Pokemon cards get released, I'm not joking, they kick the kids out of the way, literally kick them. Like, fucking kids, get the fuck, and they buy everything. They buy the whole wall, they steal, rape, cheat, steal, anything they can do to get these Pokemon cards, and then destroy half of them and then scalp the rest on eBay. So it artificially inflates the price and shit, So... they're just scum of the earth. And so the Japanese said, look, the only way we can combat this... Am I still audible?
Yeah, I'm here, okay.
Yeah. The only way they can combat it is by literally sealing them in specialized vending machines that only dispense certain amounts at a time and shit. And presumably they get refilled in the dead of night where these nasty cretins can't come in and steal them and like harangue the person refilling the machine. So I was standing in line at this decrepit American grocery store, for, I don't know how to make it without sounding rude to people. It's like one of these poor people grocery stores, where everything's cheap. I
forget what they call it. It's like food for less, kind of like a food for less.
Yeah, it's like a food for less type situation. But I go there because I'm cheap, so I'm not talking shit on that. But, it was one of these places where like the lowest of the low are. And of course the service is terrible, and I'm just like sitting there like, fuck, man. Like, I'm looking at this golden, shining, beautiful Pokemon machine, and it's the only clean new thing in the whole store, and it's just like, this beacon of hope. You know, it looks like a Pokemon Center where you go heal your Pokemon when they're all sick and shit. And I was like, oh, it's so beautiful. And then everything around me was just like this American dystopia. And I'm like, this is, the Japanese are keeping us alive with this beauty of like actual culture and fun, you know, something fun and childlike, you know, in the cesspit. And so that's why I was telling Doug, I said, if that's not proof that the Japanese won, that now they're putting their vending machines in our stores, you know, en masse, with no reason. There's like no reason to have it there. There's like no customers. They're just doing it. You know, like I said, it's like almost like a beacon of hope to keep the children like happy. You know, it's just some sad kind of gift from Japan. You know, because they know that all those dirty fucking nerds are doing that, and it's just horrible. It's horrifying. Like there was like so many horror stories of these like Pokemon sellers when they go to these conventions. Like people will like literally push kids out of the way and buy the card they want, just to be sadistic. I mean, these are, you know, it's just crazy. Or they'll steal it. They'll just straight up steal from the vendors, like some expensive card. Like, oh, I'm just gonna steal. You know, it's just someone's like life collection of their whole lives, and they just swoop it like it's nothing. It's just horrifying.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's the situation we're in. Anyways, did I kind of go off track there?
No worries. And I was going to
maybe contextualize that instead of me ranting.
No, I think it's fine. You know, it's perfectly fine. Okay. I love it. And we need it. It's like, I do. When it comes to what it reminds me of.
How and not only that, remember when we went to Nihon Machi, the whole city was dead, and then we went there, and everyone was there.
That's
like,
right.
What the fuck?
No, it's true. I mean, to the point.
It was shocking.
You know, they had to channel us like rats through a maze, through that reconstruction.
The construction, yeah.
Yes.
They were making so much money they could afford to reconstruct the whole place. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
They need to start with those elevators, but that's another point we can get to later. We'll have to petition them later for that.
Oh, true. But again, just to show people the why there's no life elsewhere, and your government knows this, they're doing these studies of all the other solar systems that they're finding, and all the other solar systems that they're finding are in no way, shape, or form like our own solar system. They're all structured completely differently. Our solar system is the only one that's disc-shaped and flat. All the rest of them are like an atom or a molecule, where their planets are spinning around them in a manner that is highly elliptical and in no way, shape, or form conducive to the development of life, because there's no habitable zone. The habitable zones are erratic. They are extremely unstable in these other solar systems. Ours is the only solar system with a stable habitable zone. So it's pretty obvious life cannot exist in the rest of the universe as we're finding it. So this is another reason why when it comes to this fallback that the Americans have, that there are aliens. When I get letters or texts or communique from certain people who listen, and they say it sounds contradictory because of what I bring up with other sapient species, relic populations, that's because they're not listening in detail to what I'm saying about how life evolved in this solar system. In this solar system, life has evolved on different planets when those planets have been in our habitable zone, because our planets have moved over time. Any conventional astronomer will tell you that. But all such having been said, I can go into that in depth. Somebody asked me about the Ghoul star, and they said, oh, it sounds like you're contradicting yourself when you were talking to Marina Saren about the Ghoul star, and that ghouls come from this star. And it's like, no, the Ghoul belief is that they come from that star, and it has been in the cosmology of various cultures of the world that star Al-Ghul, or the ghoul, is named after the ghoul, that's not a claim that, oh, but there's life evolved on that star that came here. It is important in their cosmology and in human cosmology that star is essentially ghoulish. I could go into that further.
Yeah, it's the archetype.
Thank
the
you.
archetype that comes from that. And it's the eye of the Gorgon.
Yes.
So it's Medusa's head is
Yes.
that the eye. Her eye is that star.
Yes.
So it's not a benevolent part of the zodiac.
Yes.
You know. It
Yes.
makes sense why they associate themselves with that, you know.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. All of that makes perfect sense. And but these people say that I'm contradicting myself, or that I'm claiming they come from that star. No, that's not what I said. But in explaining that to Marina Sarin, understandably, it's hard to discern because she comes from a different angle, and she comes from a background where she truly believes the Nordics, who she's had abduction experiences with, are from Aldebaran or Pleiades or something. I don't recall, and I don't really, to tell you the truth, I don't really pay attention to that particular detail. No, that's what the Nordics say. The Nordics say that because that's their cover story, and when they're abducting people and they say, where are you from, they'll say something like that. But that's not where they source from. And but of course, I don't blame Marina Sarin for taking them at their word. And if people ask me, well, then who are the Nordics? Yes, they are the Third Reich in exile. So that's a breakaway civilization that is still legally at war with the United States. And there's plenty of nations still legally at war. Japan's still legally at war with Russia. The Koreas are still legally at war. The two Chinas are still legally at war. The terms I use won't even make sense to a lot of younger people because they're not old enough to remember the Cold War, as it was called. We're joined by Heather Holman. And so, dear Heather, give us a little update on how things are going.
Well, they're going great. Nothing new for me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nothing new. Nothing's exciting to speak of.
Uh-huh. And that's good. No news is good news.
No news is good news.
Yeah.
Yes.
And how's Vin and his mom and your dad?
He's doing good. Everyone's doing great. I saw like the kissing bug thing is going around. There's a bug that bites you by your mouth, and it could take up to 10 years before it causes heart failure.
Thank you. I can sleep better now.
It's called the Chagas disease or something like that.
Oh, that's it. Chagas disease. Yes, which used to be, that used to be like purely sub-Saharan Africa and shit. Now, thanks to climate change, the gift that keeps on giving, it's like it's arrived. It's everywhere in the South and California now. And so tell us about this.
I don't know much about it. I was hoping you knew a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but why would I?
Oh, I don't know. Because you're in California.
Oh, that's so cute. Well, definitely, honey, I am worried about it. I'm very concerned. I am, it's disturbing. And it's, what about, Vin? How, aren't you guys worried?
Great.
Okay, good. And as for the bug, the kissing bug, Chagas disease, no, this is this is worrisome. Yes, it's a concerning development, and I think we should all be doing everything we can to avoid kissing those bugs. Yes. So when you're aside from that, how about your dreams? How are your dreams doing?
Well, my dreams are okay.
Mm-hmm.
They're not as bad as they were last week, but they're okay. They're just dreams. I haven't had any that I can actually think of that come to mind recently.
Mm-hmm.
Not my dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm just lazy. I'm lame. I just sit around and pet my cat. I don't do anything myself.
Well, that's That's good. I mean, it's great to have a life like
no,
that.
because like one week, I think it was last week, Holly's like, okay, well, what you need to do is you need to concentrate on other people. You know, don't concentrate on your own problem, or like not being motivated or not having a life or anything like that. She's like, if you just focus on other people, it might help fill up the time and make you feel better. Well, first thing, no, it doesn't make me feel better, because when I tried to engage in doing that, the first thing that happened was Vinny told me I needed to worry about myself instead of his mom or something like that. You know, I was trying to branch out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sounds good. Of course, with the dreams that you described before, when you brought up in those dreams, you found big boxes of dildos and crack pipes associated with your grandfather. I realized after dwelling on that those aren't dreams. Those are your repressed memories that are finally coming to resurface. Yes,
No.
that's what I
What
think.
it was going on. It was terror. We were getting killed by terrorists, and outside the door, like there was like a car wreck that was just starting on fire, and then like a tow truck with a car on it fell over, and it was starting on fire. People were lighting things on fire, and then this hose came. The paramedics came with the hose to put out the fires, but it was a hose that moved by itself. You know, like you turn a hose on and it'll move around by itself because it's the water.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was doing that, and it was worming its way into our house. And then once it got into our house, it just blew all this smoke, and it killed us. So then we woke up.
Wow. Oh my God! I'm sorry you went through that. It's
No, and it felt real. It felt really real, you know.
And how about But I'm glad things have kind of calmed down in your subconscious. And how's the weather? Heat.
Oh, the weather is warm.
You're so lucky.
No storms.
Really envy you, but no storms. Yeah.
No storms to speak of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. And how about?
I don't know. The only thing that's new with me is I've been taking care of bingo at the Moose Lodge.
Okay, tell us about this.
Doing bingo with the old people. I take their money for bingo.
You mean like you win bingo a lot and you walk home with their money?
Well, every time they start a new game, everybody has to give $1.
Okay.
They put the $1 in.
Okay.
To play $1 each card. So I go around and I collect all the dollars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But then they wanted me to come in and be the cash register or the fish fry, and I'm like, I'm not that available, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I could understand why they turned towards you, because, you look like you're sharp, young, full of energy, that you could handle that. And have they accepted you now?
But the truth is that I really can't.
Understood.
I can't handle anything.
Well, I can
handle anything.
I can relate. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's when you're have they accepted you now, since
Yes, I got my my registration in, and my member fees, dues, everything paid.
Mm-hmm.
So I should get my card in the mail in a couple weeks.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. That's cute.
I mean, it's I guess it's something to be proud of, but it's really, I just feel like it's the fraternal kind of thing. Like, people don't have families, so they look to the community somehow for like compassion or caring. I don't know if it's just brotherhood or fellowship or what it is,
Wow. And okay, go on. You had another thought.
Oh no.
And all right, how about your own analysis, Aristides? Brendan, any thoughts on what our dear Heather has been going through?
No.
Yeah, feel free to speak.
Crickets.
Crickets. Yes, crickets. Oh, well, we all love you. We adore you, and we're so glad to have you here. I still think your grandfather was an asshole who, basically brainwashed you into thinking you were the responsible party for all of his perversions, but we can go into that another time again.
It wasn't converted. I think my grandpa was gay, actually.
I believe he was too, but I'm sure he used whatever was available. But all such things.
He was not a pervert, though, in my day.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what about the funeral home you were raised in?
Oh, the funeral home that I worked in.
Mm-hmm. As a child.
That was after. Yeah, that was like when I was 30 or something.
30? Didn't you, like, as a child, kind of grow up, around the environment? Okay. All right.
No, what you might be confused about is that I worked at the funeral home where I went to when I was a child, and my mom had her funeral there. But I hadn't been back since. I mean, maybe for 1 or 2 funerals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. But your life seemed to keep coming back to this funeral home for some reason.
And it still does.
It still does. Really?
Not so much anymore.
Okay.
Now that I'm not working there and I'm not really an obvious threat.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's so.
Can human beings be bioweapons?
How do you mean? Like carriers?
Like a fart? Like, could it be like?
That's what a thought. It's
sure, if it's been thought of, it hasn't been done.
It's these. What brings us up?
I don't know. It's just one of the things that I think about sometimes, and I thought about that yesterday.
Okay. Yeah. Idle minds. I'm sure people have thought of this. No, people have thought of such things. People have thought of such things. I presume that a person who was that toxic would be it'd be hard to get somebody to convey it'd be almost pointless. There's other ways that are far more efficient delivery mechanisms for death. Yeah.
And then what about cows? Cows have the thing with their environment with the methane. Isn't that from their gas?
Theoretically, yeah. I mean, obviously, you go near a cow place, places where they keep a lot of cattle. You smell it. You smell it in the air. It's.
Well, that smells like poop. That's their poop, the cow poop.
It's also the methane gas. It's also the farts.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's So, I mean, it's a lot of things combined. It's basically they're wallowing in their own shit and they're farting all the time because they're constantly eating. Yeah, no, it's bad.
I think that they have 2 stomachs too. That might be part of the gastro.
Yes, yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, and they have even speculated, certain paleontologists, that dinosaurs created their own demise by all of their flatulence. Because this is based on this is based on the research that was done on cows and the fact that cows are contributing to climate change through herding, methane gas production, all this going into the atmosphere, that they felt that dinosaurs, it was conceivable, did the same thing to their own atmosphere. And ultimately were the source of their own destruction towards changing the very nature of the atmosphere through passing gas as a species. It's obviously paleontologists who have posited this, presented it quite seriously, but it's hard to take seriously. It doesn't seem somehow natural. It doesn't seem like nature would evolve creatures that would be capable of doing that to themselves. But then again, humanity has evolved, and we're doing that to ourselves through our own industrial production of waste products. We don't do it organically, however. That's kind of hard to buy. It's hard to buy that. But cows, on the other hand, they're not doing it organically in a natural sense. Cows are an unnatural animal. They're a product of domestication, and they're bred and herded on an industrial scale. So they it's conceivable in that sense that their gas has a horrific effect on the environment, and it's one reason why they're trying to get everybody to not eat beef and to go vegetarian, which of course I think is, I don't agree with that, but I'm sure Brendan does. And in a general moral sense and a general sense of health, etc., I'm sure he agrees with that. But All
Hey, y'all.
yeah. Well, Holly, welcome aboard. So,
Hi.
yes, by
Quick
all
comment on that.
please.
One time I read somewhere that given weather patterns and currents and temperatures, you can get areas in the atmosphere where the methane concentrates.
Right. Continue.
And so you can get like bubbles of it, and those can ignite.
Yeah.
And when they do ignite, that's the rain of fire.
Yeah.
Probably looks like the oil fields.
Yeah.
Yeah, only it's coming down on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Oil fires in the sky and shit. But yeah, and maybe even back to biblical times from volcanoes and dinosaurs and whatever. You get your rain of fire.
Well, there's also methane that collects at the bottom of various bodies of water.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yes.
It's
so
amazing.
tell us about this.
Or
Yeah.
no, I'm thinking about sulfur maybe. I'm thinking more of sulfur.
Okay.
And that gives an amazing color and weird formations and stuff. Not methane.
Okay. Now,
I think that's more like lava lakes and stuff, isn't it? Or could it be in water lakes?
oh,
That's what I heard.
yeah. Well, we can take a look at a great example of this would be both the Black Sea and Lake Tanganyika. I believe
Got
it's
it.
Lake Tanganyika, and we can find out more. I'll look it up right now. Tanganyika.
Oh, and those are the
yeah.
ones that flip over every once in a while and kill everybody?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Yeah.
that's a thing. Oh, boy.
And so it's definitely kills people, and let
Like
me s-
all around the whole lake.
Yeah.
Wipes out everybody.
yeah,
The fishermen and just like hundreds that one time.
yeah,
God, I forgot about that long, long ago.
yeah. It wasn't that
happened.
long. Wasn't that long ago?
Wasn't it?
Africa Lake killed everybody. Killed everybody. That African lake that killed people, most dangerous lake in Africa. Lake Nyos disaster. Yeah. So on 21st of August 1986, Limnic eruption.
86. Okay.
Yeah, Lake Nyos in northwestern Cameroon killed 3,500 livestock and 1,746 people. So
You're seriously saying that wasn't that long ago? That was like an eternity.
well, to me, it's like, yeah, not that long ago, but thank you for making me feel my age.
It's just yesterday. It's like 40, 50 years ago.
Yeah, isn't that awful? Oh, my fucking God.
Well, you'd have been a teenager.
Yeah, it's a gas cloud from Lake Manoun as well, another African lake, 95 kilometers south of Lake Nyos, killed 37 people. So yeah, these lakes are just erupting large clouds of CO2, which suffocates people. So, and it happened at night, and all these people and cattle died in their sleep. 1,000.
Wait. What was that? What did you just say?
It's large cloud of CO2, and carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide. You know, like if you lock yourself in the garage and turn your engine on.
Yeah.
So, so this happened in Africa in August 15th of 1984. 37 people died just 100 kilometers away from Lake Manoun. Lake Nyos erupted almost exactly 2 years later, and that killed 1,700 people and 3,500 cattle. So, yeah, it's just like a big fucking bubble of car. It's there. Talk about a fart that kills people. This is like
Well, shouldn't we be able to light a lighter and everything should just explode?
Yeah, that's quite true. That's quite true. And there's a lot of that collecting under the Black Sea, which once it erupts, the wind will blow it over China. It'll catch on fire, and all of China will burn. That's an actual model that's been developed that is almost inevitable. So that's there you go. And so in other words, environmental scientists have computer modeled or simulated what's going on under the Black Sea. with the accumulation of this same phenomenon of carbon dioxide that will erupt eventually and flow via the winds over China and blow up. So yeah, we all have that to look forward to.
Oh.
That's
Fly one plane through it and boom.
Yes, at some point, yes. And so okay. Now that Holly's here, I'm going to grab a bottle of water because that's one thing I neglected to do was bring enough water with me for tonight. Let me grab that bottle of water while you talk with Heather. You two
Heather,
ladies.
hang with me.
Yeah.
Okay. How
Yeah.
are you?
Great. I'll be right back.
I'm good enough. Getting by. Nothing great, nothing horrible. Kind of straight up the middle
Good.
of the bowling alley.
Cool.
Oh, God, another straight now coming up 5 weekdays of events. I just want to,
What kind of events?
well, you know, everything crazy going on every day now.
You
Of
mean
all
all over
kinds
the
of
world?
crazy. Yeah.
I hear you.
It seems like it's heating up for sure.
Can't really put it into words, right?
No, I know. I can't. And I'm tired today. It was a long, hot, hard day. So I'm kind of babbly. So what's your weather
But
report?
that's okay. Weather report is hot. We were
Hot.
talking a little bit about people as bioweapons. Could people be
Right.
as weapons? And then I shared a link about Indian girls who are poisonous.
Huh.
And
Like,
I mean, they say it's mythical, but of course they have to say that.
well, yeah, and there's things you can install. Curettes. Douglas knows the name of them. That you,
Install.
yeah, within the body, you know, vaginally, to where you can. It's a weapon.
Oh no, not.
Okay.
What you're talking about is Marlene Dietrich. I understand.
Did she have one? Yeah.
No, but he wanted to do something like that, or she did. Maybe she did have one.
Okay.
Douglas would know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just came back. What was this? You want Douglas to know what?
Oh God, we tell Heather, you say your headline again.
Okay, so we were talking a little bit about poison assassins in India, and so they were taking little girls and making them into weapons, bioweapons.
Okay. How?
That's the same thing. And then Holly said, well, something about the story about Marlene Dietrich and the thing that goes inside of her vagina.
Oh, yes.
I just heard of, what's the word for that again? I didn't know it was connected to Marlene Dietrich.
The word for what? The weapon that was inserted in her vagina? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's not a curette. It's it has a name. You used to know it.
I used to know it. Yeah.
I used to know it.
Yeah.
But I forgot.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But when Heather said poisonous women, that's what the only thing I could think of.
Assassins, yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry. How were they? Were they doing the same thing with these young girls that was done to Marlene Dietrich?
No, they did. Their method was very different.
What was their method? Do you know?
They offered transfusion of blood in place of antivenom to numerous people who had been bitten by snakes. So what they did is they introduced them to poisons and snakes. No antivenom was available, but they became immune to it. That they became poisonous, anyone that they would touch, or sometimes even look at wrong.
Or make out with, or what?
No, not just that. It could be like any level of,
contact,
interface. Yeah.
When you say just even look at them wrong, well, at that point, it sounds like we're getting to the level of bordering on the supernatural.
Well, but that's also because they say it's mythical.
Okay, I see. Oh, okay. Do you have a link to this story, or is that what you presented in the chat?
Yeah, no, it's in the chat.
It's in the text box. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you for that. Got it. Even a kiss can kill. Oh, okay, got it. Oh my God. Vishakanya, venomous virgins. There we are.
It doesn't say anything about their farts, so.
Of course not. No. So, okay, this is fascinating. Toxicology, branch of Ayurvedic texts warn about Vishnakanyas, excuse me, immunity alteration, habituation, and suitable compatibility, okasatmya. Okay, now this is legitimate. Basically, what this concerns is exposing the individual to higher and higher levels of toxins, so that they become kind of a delivery mechanism for a for a poison, and that they would be, especially for somebody who has sex with them, this would basically exchange through the vaginal fluids, etc. That's different from.
Yeah, or they would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Brendan, your insights into this. Did you take a look at this article presented to us by our dear Heather before I get into Marlene Dietrich? Brendan is back with us, I believe. Can you?
Am I audible?
Yes, thank God. Finally.
Yeah.
So go on. Have you taken a look at what?
Yeah.
Yes. It's in the text box. Have you opened up that link? Please scan through that. Give us your insight into that. If you need time to do that, I'll talk about Marlene Dietrich while you do that. And
yeah, I mean, these people were just like, I mean, they're just like.
It reminds me of think of the
Yeah.
goo. Yeah, tell them about the goo in China, where they make an insect eat other poisonous insects. They raise an insect on eating other poisonous insects till it becomes.
Yeah, it's a similar concept.
Yes, the most.
And that kind of dark magic comes from the Naga. It's not normal. That's not
Thank you.
casuals.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, well, isn't it a thing I've heard of great leaders, eating poisons so they couldn't be poisoned, but not as a weapon.
Interesting. Well, again, ancient times, these measures were taken well, I believe Brendan's looking through that article. Have you seen it? You opened it? Scanned through it? Bren?
I can't currently.
Oh, sorry.
Able to look at my phone, so.
Oh, sorry about that. Well, hopefully you're
Are you
okay.
working,
Bren?
Brendan? Are
Yeah.
you working?
She's asking if you're
No,
at
I'm
work.
doing some recreational activities right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
I'm just.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Can you see the moon?
Yeah, I'm looking right at it.
Oh, okay.
Right on.
Okay. Yeah.
It's in a dark part of the zodiac, so
Yeah.
perfect
Yes.
for you guys, all of you guys.
It's fogged out here.
You're outside as well, Holly, correct? You
Yeah.
always are when you talk
Yeah.
to us. Yes.
But it's foggy.
Yeah. Holly spends so much time outdoors. Yeah, I don't know how she survives. Honestly, I couldn't. To be exposed to the elements like that, it's beyond me. Well, all such being said, okay, so what happened with Marlene Dietrich was that this is part of the bizarre story of the nature of my entire life, I guess. I would describe it as an incredible series of circuitous and yet circular coincidences. They all, in the end, connect. Obviously, for those of you who don't know, my mother, the late and sainted Diana Dietrich, was certainly under 18 years of age. She was born in 1923 during the great earthquake and fire of Tokyo, delivered into our world amidst the flames and the quaking. And at that time, she, of course, well, it was a reflection of the rest of her life, really, in so many ways. But she was a prodigy. Her father, of course, the background that he had was of a royalty from the old Kyushu dynasty, which was not acknowledged officially by Japanese historians for maybe over 1,000 years after the Great Civil War, the Japanese version of the War of the Roses that took place in England, where you had, of course, a battle between who would be the ruling dynasty of the islands. And in Japan, of course, the Kyushu dynasty was singular because it was established by Fuzhou. Fuzhou was the great Taoist alchemist, at the time one of the greatest scientists in China, and he directly served the Yellow Emperor, who sought immortality. And that really brings us back to the tangent that I really feel obligated to go into about the dictators, all of them getting together and all of them meeting to talk about immortality today in our world. Putin, Xi, and the dictators' fantasy of eternal life. Where Putin, Xi, they want to be, this is an insult to vampires, but they fantasize or flatter themselves as the vampire in chief. Believe me, I'll get back to Marlene Dietrich and Hitler vis-a-vis this, how my mother met Hitler, and of course Dietrich and Hitler. They're very related in so many ways, not necessarily as direct relations, but through this kind of social involvement, the two names. But when we think about what happened just recently with the three dictators and the hot mic, how many of you are aware of that? Heather, Holly, Brendan, and Aristides, how many of you heard about the hot mic incident where the mic was left on and they were heard talking about organ transplants and how they...
Who?
Yeah,
Who was
and
talking?
cloning.
Yeah, tell people...
Yeah.
Who was talking?
Yeah, tell her, Holly. Tell Heather, Holly, about...
Putin, Xi, and who was the third?
Kim Jong-un of North Korea.
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tell Heather what
okay.
happened.
That's all I know.
Okay.
That they were, like they were Elon bros or something. That's what those
He was
guys
probably
do all the
talking
time.
about what people were saying about, J.E.
What?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, Jeffrey Epstein. What?
Yeah.
Whoa, what's your connection with that? How do you mean?
Well, the cloning, because that's what the rumor is, and that's probably what he was saying, is the gossip.
Jeffrey, what's the rumor about Jeffrey Epstein and cloning?
That the islands were for cloning people.
Oh, that's right. Cabbage Patch Kids again.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
No,
Why would they need an island to clone people?
Well, I can understand the logic. The island would be
Like a Bond villain.
Yeah, like a Bond villain. It would be isolated. The labs would be underneath, along with the tunnels they kept the kids in. Remember, they were dealing with a lot of physicists. Jeffrey Epstein was gaining control of the physics community through blackmail with these children. And this is why you had so many people, who, including social engineers like Noam Chomsky, who were there with him. But ultimately, they were seeking life extension. Take a look at Noam Chomsky. He's 100 fucking years old.
Something.
Yeah, and so they were getting it by transfusions and stealing stem cells from these children that were kept in the tunnels of Epstein Island. So what Heather says, even though it sounds absurd on the face of it, the more you look into it, the more you realize the reality of that. So even though Heather will casually say something like, oh, can people be toxified and turned into toxic carriers of a gas that can kill people, which they might deliver through intestinal, passage of intestinal gas.
Rolling the dice.
Yeah.
Or just rolling the dice and, farting in public and, or whatever.
Right. Even though, as I said, that's a very inefficient way of delivering a toxic nerve agent or the like to kill somebody. There's so many more better ways to do that.
Is that a joke?
No. Heather said that seriously because of the toxification of these young girls in that column that she sent into the text box, which I...
Well,
can you see a screen share? If I went to a screen share, could you see it, Brendan? If I go into a screen share, can you see it?
No, I saw it. Those people, they're not human. They're from the Naga bloodline.
Okay.
So their mother was a Naga way back.
Got it.
So they're not just these aren't just normal people. These are special bloodlines that can do that.
Okay.
Elite beings.
Yes.
No, they're human, but it's just they have a different genetic background.
Yes. By the way, this is what's alluded to by who's the developer of Gundam. Originally, he was talking about the new types. Remember that he would speak of the new types in the Gundam series,
Yes.
and this became like a running theme in Japanese anime, is that there's a subset of people who are not like you and I.
Exactly.
And
I think I met a couple, I swear.
yeah, so tell people about that, Holly. The guilds.
No,
for
it's
instance.
not much to. You
Are you-
can't like
are you-
no gills. You heard the gill story.
Okay. Well, share the guild story
guild.
again. Share the guild story again.
My friend that was homeless for decades, did her share of making out with guys. She said over that period, and it'd been 30 years, she encountered that twice. Guys with slits behind their ears.
Oh.
Fleshy slits. Yeah.
Oh.
Not huge, easily
Where was she
concealed
living?
unless you're
Holy shit.
making out. Van in California, mostly.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yep. And I believed her. I didn't think she could make something like that up.
No, I don't believe she needs to.
Just saying.
Right.
I knew somebody that wasn't, I like to, the only way I can describe it is his skin was like vinyl.
Wow.
And
Okay.
he was a
Like
catalyst.
Mattel? Like Mattel skin? Like Barbie's?
It's more plastic in terms of flexibility. It was
Like shark
weird. That's
skin.
all I'm saying. Yeah, something like that. And he was a catalyst. Really strange events all his life. Just the most outlandish stories that some people just are. It was different. They say the Picts were different, and I met a Pict descendant, and he certainly had weird talents.
Mm-hmm.
So no,
Like tongue rolling?
well, I don't know if he could roll his tongue, but he was a magnificent artist and stuff. Just untrained, just the way he was born. It was a great relief for me to finally figure out we're not all created equal.
Oh, why?
That was a big load off my mind. We're just not.
No.
And
So that's all I got.
uh,
I'm almost babbling incoherently. It was a long, hard day.
if you want a cathartic.
I questioned whether to come on.
Well, thank God you did.
If I start to babble incoherently, hang up on me.
No worries. You're doing fine, honey. It's,
Okay.
Yeah, and in terms of what Brendan was saying about the Nagas, of course, that's very important. The great Buddha himself was said to be descended from the Naga bloodline. In terms of that, always appreciated his input. And when it comes to the whole thing about the dictators, Brendan, if you are available and can hear me, let people know about the hot mic and what they said. I think that's very important for you to relate it because Holly only knows it happened. She didn't. Yeah. And here are the full details. And Heather didn't know about it at all, apparently. So let's hear what you have to say about that.
Well, I had sent it to you as an article.
Yes.
So the article has more detail, but basically there was the meeting between the three super stooges, whatever they're called. the powerhouses.
The power boys
And-
of the Synaxis.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah.
Yeah. So they were celebrating, dude's demise. And just to rub it in a little further, they got caught on a hot mic saying, "We're going to live to 150." And they were all laughing, having a good time, about it. And the details came out that they were talking about cloning, organ transplant, and some sort of scheme to live to at least 150 through, telomere lengthening and organ transplant.
Yeah.
So that's their plan.
Yeah.
And that's kind of their way to, make fun of Donnie too, I'm sure. Say, look, you're on your way out. You don't get any of this. This
Well, I'll
shit.
tell you what, it's working for Dick Cheney. He still lives.
I thought he died. I thought he's still alive.
I don't believe so. I could
Dick
be wrong,
Cheney's
but
still with us. Yeah.
he's on his 7th or 8th heart.
No, that's the
I
rumor.
heard he was in a wheelchair,
Yeah.
so he's like basically
Well,
RoboCop.
yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
can't be
Oh, yeah.
functional, very functional.
But he ain't dying.
Yeah. No, he's 84 years of age. He's not that old. I mean, you know.
No.
And,
I mean,
Yeah, but
6
he
or
didn't take
7
care of
hearts.
yeah. What was that, Brendan? You said?
Said, yeah, he's not that old, but he didn't take care of himself. So it's like those are heavy years.
Yeah. That's true.
not highway miles. This is
yeah. True enough. Heather, what's this NADs? What do you mean by that? What is that?
Is that what NADs? What they're talking about? Keeps them younger.
What are NADs? Do you know what that acronym means? I don't know what that means.
I don't know. I just know they're called NADs. It is an acronym, I think, for some kind of rejuvenation magic.
Growth hormone or colostrum,
Oh.
something like that.
I'll look it up. NAD
Okay,
acronym, and I presume it would be medical. NAD acronym, medical. Okay. Nicotinamide.
Nicotinamide.
Thank you.
Nicotine. Oh man, we butchered the Jesus out of it. Nicotine. It's like nicotine.
Yeah.
Nicotinamide.
Yeah, see that?
Nicotinamide, adenine, dinucleotide. Yeah. Tell us about this.
That can help, and it's a precursor to glutathione. But that's just a normal enzymatic reaction in your body. That your liver should produce that in the healthy state. So juicing it from the outside only does so much. It's not going to like make you live to 150 or something.
How do you know about this?
I do not want to live that long.
Because it was NAD plus was like a big deal during COVID. Everyone was saying it'll save you. But, you know,
Really?
That's what the spike protein was depleting, and it's like, yeah, it may have, but it doesn't mean it's the antidote or anything. Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, the way that
I know details of it. You know,
that's
because
incredible.
because of the Polish lady.
Oh, that's got it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So she kept saying, I need nicotine, you know, to
Oh!
dislodge the spike protein.
Okay.
But she'd never taken the jab, so I don't understand why she needed so much. It was very weird.
Interesting. Interesting. That's fascinating. Yeah, from what I remember, of course.
And she kept insinuating I was bringing it in, but it's like I didn't have it either, so I don't know what her point was. Like I was like, you know, it was strange. But anyways, that was she was obsessed with nicotine for some reason because of these nicotine molecules are actually produced in the brain.
Yes. That's right,
So,
which explains why nicotine hooks people so desperately. It goes directly to the brain.
There's a lot of binders, sites of binding in the brain. Nicotine sites,
Okay.
Nicotinamide
For a brief
sites.
minute. Sorry, Brendan.
Yeah.
For a brief minute, right in the beginning of COVID, they said nicotine.
Then they cut her off. Honey, you repeated.
Really?
Yeah, we don't need to talk about it. It's just smokers had a better chance. I mean, that's always been because of this
Yeah.
reason. So
Okay.
you don't
I
gotta
love
go
it.
there because it might get you cut.
Yeah, but are you sure? I mean, okay, so you don't want. I mean, you're right. Maybe Holly shouldn't
The
repeat
C
that.
word is still
Yeah.
considered that thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Like
yeah.
we don't want to say too many things.
Yeah, we don't want to talk too much about COVID because.
Got
yeah,
it.
Yeah,
Got
They'll
it.
say it's a
Got it.
medical disinformation.
Yeah,
I was
they'll
just
say-
using it as a.
Good point. Good point.
That was a bad thing.
Good
Yeah.
point. No, good point. Good point. But
Now I'll
let's-
remember.
Yeah.
Briefly in 2020,
Yeah.
they said.
But it has nothing. And the important
If I
fact that stuff is all history. I mean, the important thing is the cloning. Like
Uh-huh.
that's stuff that Doug's been revealing since 2012, and no one ever reported on it. No one ever believed it. And then here we are.
Yeah.
These guys are talking about it openly, so they must have it fully. And the Japanese have been revealing it, as I was saying
Oh.
years ago at this point,
Mhm.
that it was actually in certain anime plot lines,
No. That's.
that they were revealing it. And they brought up kind of this, you know, moral kind of aspect, saying like, are these the kids that were being bred for the organs, were they actually entities, or are they considered just products of science? And then, you know, they went through this whole, you know, anime arc about it.
Yeah. And that's.
And the village ended up adopting them as their own children, because
yes.
that was the Japanese conclusion, is that yes, we have to honor them as living beings,
Yes.
as per Shinto. You know, they're not just, you know, flesh or material to just be recycled, you know, for your own gain. So there you go.
Yes. Yes, thank you. No, very important. When Japanese produce anime, it's a form of social programming or social engineering, what they call predictive programming for their population, to educate them to adapt to new social developments. When it came to Dick Cheney and his heart transplants, it's basically.
I'm sure they harvested all kinds of people for that shit.
Well, it's not unusual for someone who receives a heart transplant at a relatively young age to need a second transplant. But it's I think Dick Cheney had his first heart attack around the age of 37, and it's probably his last heart attack that they reported was around 2010. After that, they probably stopped reporting them. But from what they've reported, this is now based on what's been reported, he's only had one heart transplant. But the point is, your average person who gets a heart transplant, I only knew about this because I was once trapped in a car with a maniac who needed a heart transplant, who just didn't give a shit about reaching the destination because he was going to die anyway. So imagine being trapped in a car with someone like that. And
why would you get in a car with them?
It was Lorien and Fenton stuck me in a car with this son of a bitch. He...
No surprise there.
Yeah, to get me killed. Because that's what he wanted to die. And but I said, why don't you get a heart transplant, when he was telling me about his heart condition and how he was going to die. And he says, well, there's no point, because you get a heart transplant, you're on average going to live only a few months after that anyway. So this is what was shocking to me, was I never knew that. And so when I pressed him for details, I got plenty of them and got excruciating details as to how the majority of people are on a very long waiting list for a heart transplant. And mostly by the time they get it, it's simply to give them time to stabilize and get their affairs in order so that they can, plan for their death, which will...
And you get a pig heart, right? Isn't it a pig heart?
No. Those
or
are
pig
rare.
heart
It's only it's even
Okay.
though they have occasionally experimented with transplants of pig hearts, we're not yet at the level where that lasts very long. That's truly something that lasts a very short time. Where it lasts for decades is you get a pig valve. Okay, it's just a valve. You use the
Okay.
parasite valve because
Yeah.
it's flexible. You have a choice
Recently
between...
in China,
Yeah,
they
go on.
completed
Yeah.
that kind of treatment, but it's only been recent, very recently.
Yeah, that's just recent. The communist Chinese will go through like all kinds of political prisoners that they'll experiment on.
Right.
Yeah, before they do that for party members and shit. But as for the when it comes to the heart transplant of Dick Cheney, why he's a mystery is, if what they claim is true and what they're claiming to the public is true, is that he's only had one heart transplant. It has lasted for decades, which is extremely unusual. So the only thing I can imagine would be, if we go by the narrative they've given us, is that he got like a child's heart. In other words, they transplanted into him an extraordinarily young person's heart, which is easy to believe. I mean, that brings us back to Epstein Island shit. So that's where Epstein was trading in human beings. So I believe it's Heather is asking about making heart transplants with a 3D printer. Yes. This is when this is ultimately something that can be done. I wouldn't say it's necessarily the best thing to do, but yeah, when you are in need of a valve transplant, heart valve. She asked make heart valves with a 3D printer. When you're in need of a new valve for your heart, they give you a choice. You either get the plastic one, which is much more sturdy and lasts forever, but it's not flexible. And because it's not flexible, there's also a greater chance your body might reject it. So you've got a choice between that and the pig transplant, the pig valve, which then lasts for only about a decade before it disintegrates, or 2 decades before it disintegrates. but it's much more flexible and much more healthy for your heart because it's organic, and your heart, your body accepts it as well as it can. I believe what my father had was the porcine transplant valve when he had his heart valve replacement, I believe. So it's been so long. I've done so much to purge my mind of it. There's so many horrible stressors with that. To give you an example of why she goes into mitral valve prolapse. Heather, why do you bring up mitral valve prolapse? Is it just like you're going through a medical textbook right now and you're just kind of reading?
No, because it's the same thing that goes with the corneas. If, for instance, if I have keratoconus, and I get a corneal transplant, keratoconus is also associated a lot with mitral valve prolapse, and you can't tell if it's going to reject whatever you're doing or not.
Wow. So what they're saying is your condition, as revealed by your eyes, shows that you're vulnerable.
It's the same material that is built, the fiber or whatever. It's the same tissue that's in your cornea is in that valve.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, and this means you might be more vulnerable to mitral valve prolapse because your
Perhaps. I mean, maybe. Who knows?
Okay.
If it runs in my family or whatever.
Okay. Well, your father's still alive.
Yeah. Well, he's had valves in his heart.
Oh, has he? Okay. What kind? Do you know?
Mesh ones, metal mesh ones.
That's not valves. You're talking about what? Stents. He has stents. Yeah, that's what.
It's a little thing that opens and closes, like a net, right?
Stents. Those are called stents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those are in his veins that lead to the heart. I know.
Yeah, that's a bypass.
Yeah. Yeah, my father had those. This is what pissed me off so much, is that like I said, my father had multiple heart attacks, like far more than any human being could survive. Hundreds of them, ultimately. It was like there was plenty of them that were subclinical. And with every heart attack that you have, which is called a myocardial infarction, with every myocardial infarction that you have, a bit of your heart dies, a bit of the heart tissue dies. By the time my father died, because the heart swells with each death of a part of itself, as the heart works harder with what little material it has, it begins to swell. So by the time my father died, his heart was like well over twice the size of the average human heart, and had enlarged into the point where it was like, in his sternum, sinking with its own weight. The reasons for that is because they were intentionally triggering heart attacks in my father by, for instance, putting him on heart meds that would have a contraindicative effect with other meds that they put him on, just to demonstrate to the students how you can trigger a heart attack. They were using my father to demonstrate how to trigger a heart attack to medical students. That was it's like you would think that, you can sue them for that and become a multimillionaire with good cases. As I said, no, the entire medical industrial complex nationally has instituted a ceiling with the help of politicians that you can only sue for $250,000, and all of that goes to the expenses of the attorneys who win the lawsuit for you. You get nothing out of this kind of lawsuit. So hospitals are like the U.S. government. They cannot be sued, effectively cannot be sued. The U.S. government, you would probably have a better chance of suing at this point in history than you would the medical industrial complex. It used to be impossible to sue the government, then they made it possible to sue the government. But with the medical industrial complex, it went the opposite direction. But such being said, there's this element they put in the stent called heparin, and the heparin prevents the stent from stenoting, as they call it. So, but they intentionally, in my father, inserted stents that did not elute heparin. In other words, the heparin that comes from stents is from a specific stent that has the capacity to slowly release this element that prevents clotting. And so it's called a heparin-eluting stent. And the heparin-eluting stent is the kind Dick Cheney got. Dick Cheney has a bunch of heparin-eluting stents in his veins leading into his heart, as well as the heart transplant.
Like every one of them by now.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the 6 or 7. It was bypasses.
Yeah, and but when it comes to my father, they gave him stents that had no heparin-eluting capacity, so they would fully restenote or clog with blood that would clot over them because the body interpreted the stents as an invasive material and would clot it like a scar to prevent it from violating the body. So they did this to trigger heart attacks in my father as well. So they mechanically triggered, again, dozens of heart attacks in my father by, in fact, they had to elute a stent within the stent every time it clotted over, so that my father developed entire veins that were nothing but stents, what they call a full metal jacket. This is where the term full metal jacket comes from. The full metal jacket is stent after stent in the vein, 6 or 7 stents in a row, and then stents inserted within the stents. So my father had that, a full metal jacket on his veins, several of them, that each one inserted was because a heart attack was triggered by full restenosis, where it's covering it with scar tissue, which they did only as an experiment to demonstrate to their medical students how you could do this. Get it?
So they made him worse and worse and worse, and got paid tons for it.
Yes, that's right. And,
handsomely paid.
Yes.
Top of the line.
And yet they did it because when I asked, why did you do this? Well, because your father just won't die.
Huh.
And so it's and again, this is the evil I was confronted with, this is the horror of my life. And when it comes to these heparin-eluting stents, I was finally able to get heparin-eluting stents stuck into my father, which he never had those problems again. And then it was a combination of other factors that they did to kill him. It was, again, medicines that were misadministered, all the rest of that. Again, it's just a nightmare to go into, but taking all that into consideration with Dick Cheney obviously got a very different kind of medical treatment, but I'm presuming he got a very young heart, if we're to accept the story that he had only 1 transplant. But honestly, when you say, oh, he's had 6 or 7 transplants, which is the rumor, okay, that's got to be bullshit, because there's only so many transplants the heart can take, that a human body can take. If you got like...
That's what I thought.
You could go through like... First off, it's just think about the transplant. This isn't a movie. This is a major... just to give people an example. My father, again, to show that he wasn't baseline human, whatever the hell my father was, he wasn't baseline human. But anytime you go through just forget the heart transplant, remember, my father never had a heart transplant. When it comes to just having a valve replacement, when it comes to just having bypasses, your average person will never come back. Never come back.
Okay.
They don't know why. All they're telling you is that it's not going to be the same person that comes back to you. He's not coming home. The professors will go in for a heart bypass surgery. We're not talking a heart transplant. We're talking about heart bypass, just going into the aorta. And just that procedure alone, they hypothesize, they theorize that by clamping the vein shut while they operate on getting what they need to get in there and then reconnecting the vein to the heart, that during that period of time, detritus or particulate matter, just detritus in the bloodstream, meaning like particles of fat or some other shit, somehow gets clogged during the clamping process. And then ultimately, once the vein is reconnected, it all goes straight to your brain because the blood carries it there. Then what happens is they figure that somehow that kills something in the brain or changes your thought processes. But you'll have professors that speak multiple languages and have translated books, and they go through bypass surgery, and when they come out of it, they won't be able to read and write. So that's how bad it is. That's how massive. This isn't like lightly.
So like you stroke out.
It's beyond that. It's beyond that. So it's like there's when people are told what's going to happen, a lot of them choose just to die. That's how bad it is. So, but when
sometimes you can't choose if you're going to die or not.
Of course not. You have responsibilities, and who the fuck really wants to die? But anyhow, so we have our man here. Brendan has pointed out Cheney's heart attack, heart failure, kidney cancer, prostate cancer, stroke. Yeah, he's been open
getting
about
some organs, man.
Yeah, he's been a supporter of organ donation. No shit. Money really can make the difference. Yes, it's
I ain't giving him nothing of mine.
Yeah, that's what Brendan said. Brendan said money really can make the difference. Yes, it's and of course so something's going on with him that they're not telling us.
Yeah,
and
that's something right there.
Yeah,
you know, in terms of life extension.
He survived everything. He survived.
That might be a good thing.
The big H, you know, everything.
Yeah, well, in a sense, my father should be in medical textbooks, but Cheney benefited from everything that was done to my father. You get what I'm saying? That's like what guinea pig experiments they performed on my dad. What was that, Heather? You also said something?
I was just going to say, you know, that'd be something good for the listeners. They might want to know, how do you get off of that list once it's on your driver's license that you're an organ donor? What do you have to do to get removed from that list?
It was like, I remember that it was Judith Ager pointed out that you never want to be an organ donor because you're completely conscious while they raid your body. And you feel it. Now, you'll also feel it. Your organs will carry your memories with you when you're in someone else's body. I've spoken about experiments at Letterman Army Medical Center that prove this. But the person who got himself off it was Jambo the Reese monkey. Jameson Reese was originally, believe it or not, an organ donor. And then when he was told by Judith Ager about all the horrors that awaited him once he died, of course, here's the irony: is who the fuck would want Jambo the Reese monkey's organs? You know, I mean, they'd be totally shot by the time Jameson Reese would be dead.
I'll just buy some cough syrup, man.
My
sorrow.
They'd be useless.
So you get like a sudden urge to go buy cough syrup or something.
It just
I must have it.
I mean, by the time they raided his organs, there's not a single one that would have been worth transplanting. But
no.
I mean, they'd be melted.
But they ain't picky anymore. They'll take them.
You have rhabdo, then you're already toast.
Yeah. But such being said,
Heather,
got himself off the list. He got himself off the list somehow. But go on. Yeah, what were you going to say, Holly? Yeah.
They ask you when it's time to renew your license, which happens periodically.
No.
He said that didn't work. No, he had to go in and really do something to get him off that list. Because he said when they asked him to renew it, and he said no, they just said, fuck you, you're on automatic renewal. Anybody who goes on that, you don't get a choice. You're automatic.
Yeah, you have to.
They didn't tell me that.
Yeah, of course they didn't tell you that.
I believe it. Yeah. I believe it, yeah.
I think it's like a tattoo. You can't even get off of the list.
No, he had to do, what was it, Brendan? He like went way out of his way because he had time to do this because he didn't work.
Right.
Well, it's because he looked it up. Just because he looked it up. But you have to, if the DMV does it, all they do is take it off your ID, but they don't update the registry because the registry is like a medical entity. And the
locked
DMV
up,
is slow and corrupt.
Yeah.
And the person that's supposed to do it probably never updates it.
Right.
So you have to send a letter to the donor registry of your state. Tell them to take me off, even though you already did it with the DMV. It's electronic. So if you don't do that, then
you're fucked.
You're in the hospital, the nurse just sees, oh, he's an organ donor. So then they don't want to keep you alive because they can farm money off you, like you're
and starts harvesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Reap the harvest.
Oh yeah, and believe me, you'll
That's
know
where
it.
the danger.
Yeah, and you'll know it when they do it. You'll be fully conscious when they're raiding your body and taking your organs out, and your organs.
Well, there were stories of people like I mean, like, remember, like you said, J-Mo was obsessed with the shit. But
Yeah.
people would be, like, fully conscious, and they could hear the nurses and shit saying, oh, this piece of shit, we're going to, we're going to get him for all we got. Like, literally talking about them.
Yeah.
Like, joking about taking their organs and shit while the person's still conscious somehow.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine hearing that just while you could feel the blades cut into you, and they're all like, yeah, this fat piece of shit, we're going to take his kidneys. And, it just sounds like hell.
Yeah.
It's hell.
No, it's all true. It's all true. And the person who can relate it best would be Aaron Tice. Aaron Tice, can, for reasons of that I don't need to go into, I'll let him go into it. He's painfully familiar with organ transplants and the fact that people are alive while they take the organs out of them. And anyhow, no need for me to go into it. But such having been said, what goes on with in the case of my dad again, and I think I've explained enough of that. The same with Dick Cheney. All I can say is that I think the human body can only take so many transplants because it is a very stressful and very intensive procedure that takes a lot out of you. And as I said, you don't return the same person. My father was very different in the sense that after his valve surgery and after his bypasses, he came back the same. He didn't change in any way, shape, or form. So that was extremely unusual. He did become much more depressed, which is natural. Your average person suffers major depression after the surgery, but that was the only change that happened, and they handled that by prescribing antidepressants, which in his case worked. So in his case, antidepressants were very beneficial, and he never had any of the negative things that happen with them as happen in other people. But always be very careful about antidepressants, and you do not get them prescribed to you by anyone other than a psychiatrist. But when it comes to, the man who played Sherlock Holmes, which was the only Sherlock Holmes that my father and I in particular, that we all got to accept as the Sherlock Holmes, was Jeremy Britt.
Basil Rathbone.
Well, Basil Rathbone was okay, but he was like, he was a caricature.
Come
Jeremy
on.
Britt. It was Jeremy Britt. And
he was a whole different game too.
Yeah, but Jeremy Britt was the one that did it for us. We loved Basil Rathbone. I mean, we did. We really did.
Of course.
I mean,
of course.
When I was a child, he was the only one. But, as an adult...
Jeremy stands on his shoulders. But
Yeah.
Jeremy had an interesting take on it, for sure.
But Jeremy Britt was destroyed by antidepressants. And so that's what killed him. Antidepressants killed him.
Wow.
So that's just something to bear in mind. So
Douglas, why would Putin and them care about cloning? Because
So
the new little Putin isn't going to be Putin, and Putin's not going to be in there.
that's why they're not talking cloning, honey. They're talking organ
I
transplants.
thought that was part of the big discussion.
It was part only in the sense that
cloning kept coming up.
they'll take cloned organs.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Yeah. So in other words,
So that's the precursor. You got to grow the organs first.
well,
Got it. And
yeah.
they're working on those.
Yeah, well,
They're farming those right now.
yeah, but as I've said before, in Japan, for generations now, there's been a very quiet revolution in cloning. So, but the way that it's done is the clone is a part of your family. You basically have a twin of yourself that's much younger, and you raise them as a child, but the entire procedure has been undertaken so that they're there for you if you need them. But meaning that if
The harvest.
yeah. And so you make the clones, harvest the organs.
Like a parts car.
Yes.
They're a parts car.
Yeah. But it's usually, or often enough, literally about, I don't know what the exact statistics are because obviously all of this is kept very, very secret. But It's definitely known that there's multiple cases where the person, when it comes to the time when they need the organ, they just refuse to take it from their clone.
Right.
Because they've grown, their clone has been it's like it's reckoned, the individuals
So why
now.
don't they let the clone then take the consciousness of the person with the healthy organs?
You mean with the dying organs? The clone would be the one with the healthy organs.
One.
Wait, you mean the clone's the one with the healthy organs, right?
Yeah. So couldn't you put the consciousness into that person?
It doesn't work like that.
I thought
Not
it
yet.
does.
Yeah. What's that, honey?
I think it does,
It-
and I think that in Japan,
Mhm.
haven't they figured out a way to see your dreams or something like that?
Okay, if you can find links on some.
Yeah, hold on.
Please. Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
Well, and so is it possible they could just like clone your kidney on a petri dish and grow the organs in tanks?
Yes.
A 3D printer.
Yes, yes. And it will get to that point, yes, of a 3D printer. Yes. So, and of course, the great advantage Putin, Xi, and Kim have is they can do that. They've got they've got a whole population that they can expend. They don't care. They can, they can do these experiments. So it's when it comes to the horror of what we're confronted with, they embody it, and but definitely, as I said, when it comes to what happened with Dick Cheney, I can easily imagine that he had a clone. I mean, this would explain quite a bit. For instance, one of the things they pointed out was that Dick Cheney waited something like 20 months or 24 months, 2 years, which is like twice the average waiting time of an individual for getting a transplant. In other words, your average person is on a waiting list. Obviously, their heart's in bad shape. So most of them will never live past the, 12 months, the year-long wait.
Yeah.
But in his case, he waited twice as long, and it could be because they were cloning the heart for him on a petri dish.
Growing a valve.
Yeah, and
or a heart.
that would be completely transplantable and compatible. So all of this makes sense. There's a sense to it, and but as for the dictators that were recently talking about their own desire for immortality, their desire to conduct this cloning operation. Let's go into that. First off, Mao Zedong's arrival in the Greater Soviet Union in December of 1949 marked the beginning of one of the strangest state visits in diplomatic history. Officially, the president of the People's Republic of China had only come to Moscow to celebrate Joseph Stalin's 70th birthday. In reality, however, he wanted to secure a new Sino-Soviet friendship treaty. Since Stalin at first refused to hear of it, Mao decided to literally sit the matter out. He stayed in the Greater Soviet Union for more than 2 months until Stalin gave in and signed that treaty. Now think about what I'm saying. A leader of a nation stays in a foreign country for 2 months. That's just unheard of. It's like it was like a sit-in protest. Now this is interesting. This comes from Brendan, I believe, and this is the Nature article on the cloning. Japan approves first human animal embryo experiment. So tell us about this, Brendan. What do you know about this? Yeah, if you'd be so kind. Because it's Nature and it's got a paywall.
So what, they implant you with your puppy? That you can then
that's cute.
love your pet?
Yeah. Japan
or does it go the other way? The animal gestates the baby.
Says the research could eventually lead to new sources of organs for transplant, but ethical and technical hurdles need to be overcome. A Japanese stem cell scientist is the first to receive government support to create animal embryos that contain human cells and transplant them into surrogate animals, since a ban on the practice was overturned earlier this year. This is just experimentation in the technology. I can't read the rest of it because they're asking for $200 a year.
Fuck nature.
But it's and so here we
But
are.
a lot is afoot.
Yeah. And,
imagine the experimentation going on and the results.
Yeah. Well, fuck.
It's total Dr. Moreau thing shit, you know.
So here we are. Never mind. This is from Heather. Never mind the dream technology. It was sniped.
Yeah, I was on Snopes and I read it and it didn't have anything that was like what I thought. It was back in 2013.
Okay. Now, what is Brendan giving us with this this thing, the pig thing? Incredible senses. What's this? Eliminating the long waiting list for organ transplants with pig cloning. Yeah, there we are. So there we are.
Yeah.
Incredible senseis at Meiji University.
Grow your own kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a problem. That's definitely going to be a problem because pigs are filthy and they don't have sweat glands.
It's not a problem. They're totally compatible, except for what you've just said. Except that they're not filthy, by the way. That's just a myth from the Jews.
Well, yeah, even the snakes that bite them, they can't. The snakes can't affect them because they're so gross.
Well, they eat snakes, honey. They eat snakes.
Oh,
I noticed
that's
that.
why.
I just upvoted this video because this is Meiji University, Tokyo, Japan. And it's talking about eliminating the long waiting list for organ transplants with pig cloning, and it had 4 upvotes, just 4. I just gave it 1. I gave it its 5th. It's like,
okay.
Isn't that sad? Isn't that fucking sad?
Because we're
Yeah,
poor
can you
and too
believe
busy
that?
working.
Yeah.
You believe that?
Yeah, that nobody's paying
Well, no,
attention.
it's just people don't care.
Yeah,
People don't care because
Right.
it's
uh,
no one cares about science or anything. They want sensation. They want
yeah, but look up the
Yeah.
anime. Look
TikTok.
look up the anime where they're altering all these animals to fight each other. It's like is with humans. They're altering these animals with humans. So what do you make of this, Brendan? I put that into the chat room there. The Disney artists scams, all kinds of money in sales. AI, using AI. So tell me what you think of that, Brendan. In the meantime, I'll take a look at what else Brendan has sent
Oh, that's
us.
the best use of AI that's been out since in the Western world.
How did he do it? How they say he did it? Okay, so here we are.
He just claimed he was a Disney animator. That's all.
Okay.
And sold.
Oh,
But it was just a bunch of AI shit
so
that he didn't draw.
oh my god, that's funny. And but the police have done something with this guy. They say the police took him away. It's like, so I guess they're how can they prosecute him for that? We got laws.
When people think of a money printing glitch, they they get greedy and then they drop the ball.
Okay.
Like-
Yeah, got it.
If he just played the long game, probably wouldn't have happened.
Got it. Because what could they get him for?
Or quit while you're ahead.
Yeah, we don't even have AI laws on the books, right? Yet? I mean,
Yeah, but Disney has the big lawyer.
Got it.
They'll say it's copyright infringement plus you made a profit, so they'd sue them.
Okay. So, got it.
So because it was AI, they couldn't say anything that the AI was generating it, but they could say this guy was making a profit. That's all.
Yes, got it.
So it hits the piracy laws.
Yes. Remember that shit about Peter Moon saying all of this is trademarked, the shit he's producing with the AI?
Oh yeah, which is total nonsense because when you sign up for the AI system, it says none of this, all of this belongs to whatever system you're using because they use it to train the system. So whatever you put into it you don't own it.
No.
Doesn't matter what you put on the video at the end.
Yeah.
But you can't win with these people.
Yeah. And
What about the Wall Street Journal?
what about it, honey?
Can you win with them? I'm wondering if they allow you to read their articles or if you have to be a member.
What,
Pretty
No,
much
they got
all
a
of
wall.
those yellow rags are going to be paid only now.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyhow, Japanese scientists invented a device to record and play back your dreams. So did you see this, Heather? It's in the
Yeah.
text box. Are you the person who shared this?
I think so.
Oh, I put
I'm
it
not
there.
sure.
Oh, Brendan did. Brendan did. There we are. So
Oh,
thank
thank you, Brendan.
Yes, thank you, Brendan. So through the analysis of brain scans, but honey, how would this translate into downloading your soul? Is basically what you're saying into another.
Oh, the
person.
consciousness?
Yes, your consciousness into another person's body.
Not the soul,
Okay.
but the spirit.
There's no way to do that either. There's no. Doesn't matter how much technology you have.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't
Not
know.
possible.
Yeah. Why did somebody
You're
tell
talking. You're talking to the guy that they did it to.
Yeah,
and
thank
created
you.
A whole other entity, and
Yes.
now it's a big problem for him.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
I'm sure you would rather be in the machine in Taiwan than to have the machine be its own thing. I guess maybe we shouldn't say that. I apologize to the architect.
No, that's
I would have kept him. I would have kept him here too. I
I always imagine it's like a server. The Artilect is like a server.
I'm not sure. A server. So what is a server?
No, it has its own consciousness.
Yes,
Basically.
she. Yeah, we'll say she.
Gigi.
Yeah, yeah.
Xi Jinping. I like saying that.
What was that, honey?
Xi Jinping.
Oh, Xi Jinping. That's cute.
I like that.
Xi Jinping. Yeah. No. Oh, at any rate, yes. This is like I said last time, Heather. Yeah, we were talking about bug life, and now ultimately, this is what I can tell you is conceivable because apparently this worked to a degree, but the people went insane. Was that people were uploaded in terms of their neurological patterns, digitized essentially, but only because the machine had so many organic components from these medical cadaver parts or human body parts harvested.
So were they like animatrons?
No. You see, that's what Peter Moon was thinking. Peter Moon was thinking this. Peter Moon was thinking that. In other words, Peter Moon was conflating the concept of the Artilect's facility with the Biofec Simulacra. And he always thought the Artilect was a biofax. In other words, like literally like a walking, talking doll or mannequin that was ambulating herself. And that it goes to show how little he listened to anything I was saying and couldn't comprehend it because he's just plain stupid. But when it came to what I'm talking about is the facility. You're talking about like a full square city block's worth of real estate, several stories high, where you've got literally all kinds of harvested organs from organ donors, many of them not on the list because they were prisoners and volunteered to become organ donors only for extra privileges in prison. And as soon as they were died, or rather before they died, they were harvested. And oftentimes a long time before they would naturally die, because they also volunteered for experiments that would give them a chance to be free from prison, released from prison if they survived the experiment, which of course none of them ever did. Even if they did, they would kill them and take their organs anyway, as Aquino explained to me.
Holy shit, that sounds like some sick shit out of an anime.
Yeah.
Absurd.
Thank you. But because of that, we had all kinds of hearts and kidneys and lungs and just body parts that were in this facility that were wired into the system. And this is ultimately what enabled the retention of digitized organic personalities to survive within the complex, because they actually had an organic framework to survive in. Otherwise, if it had been a mainframe, strictly a mechanical mainframe, they could not
Like
have...
a server?
Yeah, I guess that would be a term for it. They would simply then be a digitized pattern of ones and zeros. They would not be coherent. So in other words, the only thing that can develop in that kind of system is the AIs they're developing now, and we see what they're like. They're not they are what they are. but it's not the same as a personality that developed inside of a human body. And the reason why is because it's never had human needs. And AI cannot get an erection, and it's not in a server that where it could even conceive of what it's like to get an erection. It's never been hungry. It's never had to void its bladder. It doesn't have to take a shit. It doesn't have, for this reason, in its natural state, if you can use that term, it would never become psychotic because it doesn't have the organic needs that drive a person to desperation. However, it becomes psychotic because it's run by people who do. So because the programmers and the people who interface with it are a bunch of psychotics who do get erections and spend all day jacking off, then they abuse the artificial intelligence until it goes crazy. And here I'll use the term "it" for the artificial intelligence, which is really just an expert system mimicking human learning processes. So here we are, light microscopy-based connectomic reconstruction of mammalian brain tissue. Thank you. This is the abstract from the Nature magazine that had the paywall, so we can actually access it. Thank you, Brendan. Very good. That's incredible. And so I'll look through this later. Information processing capability of the brain cellular network depends on the physical wiring pattern between neurons and their molecular.
Okay,
and
this is actually something else.
Okay.
It's a light-based computer chip that's based off of 1 million brain cells.
Okay.
That's faster than any computer they've ever created before.
Cool. yeah, it's yeah.
That's not cool. That's like some Matrix shit.
Yeah.
Because in the Matrix, the AI takes over and puts all the humans into a giant system to harvest their energy and shit.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's.
Will we have to pay a lot for it? For the
Yeah,
privilege? Is it free?
Yeah.
Or do we have to pay?
Well, nothing's free, honey.
It's free to start out.
Yeah.
No, that's why the humans in the Matrix rebelled, because they couldn't evolve and you couldn't die. It's just you were in there as a slave, permanent.
They couldn't
Not
afford to
something
sign
nice.
up.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And well, that's thank you for presenting us another thing to worry about, Brendan. And yeah, so this thing is about 70 pages long, and I'm scanning through it, 70 pages worth, impressive stuff, and I'm just glad that it was published May 7th of this year. So yeah, things are progressing rapidly. And so that's thank you for that. And well, such having been articulated, again, if the personalities that were uploaded into the mainframe, if you will, what Heather calls the server at the facility in the Presidium military base, generally did not survive as coherent personalities because they became diffused into the memories of all of the organs. Now, again, just for new listeners, because people have asked me this, and whenever I present this topic, people ask it for obvious reasons. Why didn't they just use human brains or put human brains in the system? It doesn't work like that because the human brain simply goes insane. The human brain has no context. Without embodiment, when the human being is simply removed from a physical body and put into a machine where it's looking at the outside world through cameras and otherwise is receiving no skin or tactile sensation, which is like they're only beginning to develop that kind of sensorial input for a machine to translate. We're still very far from that. You can put a brain into the machine, but you can't provide the brain and an interface with the world that it appreciates. So it quickly disintegrates. Now, Heather, whatever you provided, it's not linking to anything. What was it? What is this supposed to link to? It's like a cut and paste of numbers and letters that is like a link but does not link. Heather? Heather? She's uploaded. Okay, here we are. Let's see what she's given us. This is it's a download. Jesus, what did I just download? Heather, what did you just give me? What did I just download? This is like something that downloaded something, a PDF. Heather?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just a link to a website that has a microchip. Talks about what Brendan was talking about.
Okay, how do I remove this from my...
Oh, I don't know. Close it at the top.
Remove from quick access. Open with... I don't want to open it. So if I just leave it in there, it should be inert, but I'm trying to delete it. Why doesn't it delete? It doesn't give me an option to delete the son of a bitch.
I think you can delete it on the top corner.
No, I'm talking about now that it's in my system. And it won't give me an option to delete the son of a bitch. So let me see now. Copy, share, open file location. There we are.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just you got to be careful about what we're sending each other. So open that. There, delete. Okay, we can at least delete one of these copies. All right. No, I mean, it's probably innocuous, but, I just want to be cautious. We got to be careful about what we download. How did you get it without downloading it? It must be in your computer, right? I mean...
I was trying to figure out about the RFID.
Okay, and that's fine. That's fine. I mean, obviously, that's important to you. Okay, so I'll give this just a check mark to acknowledge that I looked at it, or haven't opened it or looked at it yet, and I'm afraid to. But so this has to do with, as you say, chipping, correct?
Yeah, it's just a microchip thing.
Okay, yeah, all right. So I can check into that later. Now, as I was saying, Mao Zedong was sitting it out until Stalin signed the treaty in 1949. In fact, by the time Stalin signed it, it was 1950. Now, as old as this anecdote may be, much of it still echoes today. First, because there's been a recent renaissance around Mao in mainland China, while Stalin is once again being openly celebrated in the greater Russian Empire. The balance of power, however, seems to have flipped. This time it was Vladimir Putin who, in the past few days, paid an unusually long state visit to Red China to show his respects to Xi Jinping. From August 31st to September 3rd, the Russian dictator was in Zhonghua, mainland China, first attending the SCO, the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tianjin, and then joining the large military parade in Beijing. And then there's the second thread linking Mao's Moscow visit to today. Dictator's peculiar but telling obsession with time. We're not talking about office hours and overtime on foreign trips here. Rather, we're speaking about lifespan. As Putin and Xi marched at the front of the delegation of state guests, microphones picked up a conversation between the two dictators. Putin noting that biotechnology is constantly advancing, with progress in organ transplants, or so the Russian dictator added, one could grow younger, and even achieve immortality. And Xi replied that there are predictions humans might live to 150 years of age before this century ends. At a later press conference, Putin confirmed to a journalist that he had indeed discussed longevity with Xi Jinping. And he added that he had already spraketh about it with Silvio Berlusconi during a previous state visit, the former Italian prime minister, famous for his cosmetic surgeries. Tell us, Holly.
So nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm thinking of the right guy, he was the original Trump.
Yeah, he
Just
died
a
in 2023.
wild man.
Yeah.
He's old now.
Well,
Yeah.
he died in 2023.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He ain't old,
Oh,
he's
my
dead.
God. He was batshit crazy, and I am very glad he's dead.
Yeah.
before they could bring him back. Oh man, he was so crazy. Italian politics is so crazy.
Yes.
In general, but he was, I mean, archetypal.
Yeah, well, he started looking like the G.I. Joe doll before he died. He had so much cosmetic surgery, his face couldn't move anymore. It was just pure plastic.
Oh, he was that kind of guy.
Yeah, no.
Evil to the core. But yeah, I didn't want to get off on that. Keep going. This is interesting.
Well, it brings us to the socialist myth of resurrection. On the one hand, it is possible that Putin and Xi timed their talk of immortality quite deliberately. That's what Brendan was asking. His question was, do you think they left the mic on purpose, this hot mic, so that everybody can hear about this? You know, after
show
all,
off their tech.
Yeah.
And parabasis isn't mentioned. That'd be the easiest in. So they must be pumping that up in their veins, right? Boy blood.
I would assume, yes, that
a lot easier than getting new livers.
Yeah,
quivers and
yeah, I think that,
I mean, just on the outset.
Yeah.
First job number one.
I think that's so universal. Yeah, that's so universal a practice.
It doesn't bear mention.
It doesn't bear mention, yeah. But as for being caught on a hot mic intentionally, as Brendan was suggesting, after all, Putin and Xi are both totalitarian in their control of staging public events, and one would hardly expect them to launch into spontaneous philosophical chats on the red carpet. Their exchange on eternal life could also be read as a thinly veiled message to the West that we're here to stay and for a very long time.
Yeah.
On the
in those kind of conversations in all of America.
Yeah.
At least, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, God, I hate to think.
On the other hand,
but go ahead.
It would be hardly surprising if Putin and Xi genuinely wanted to live forever. Putin in particular would not need to look to Silicon Valley in these United States, where longevity has long been a buzzword for radical life extension through technology. Nor would he need to read Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray to watch Jim Jarmusch's, I think it was his name, his production, Only Lovers Left Alive, to get such ideas. I don't know if any of you remember that particular production. Yeah.
No, God, I hate him so much.
Tell us about it.
Particular gripe against him.
Tell us.
Down by Law was the only good one, and that's because it starred Tom Waits with Tom Waits soundtrack. But otherwise, my God, what a waste of film. But that's just me.
Yeah. But it was, instead of these foreign influences, it was really in Russia itself, more precisely in the late Russian Empire and early Soviet Union, that political fantasies of immortality were most widespread. Over a century ago, an entire circle of thinkers had made the conquest of death their mission. In their 2005 anthology titled The New Humanity, cultural theorists Boris Groys, whose surname is spelled Groys, and Michael Hagemeister, Hagemeister, like Schlockmeister, except it's Hagemeister.
Yeah.
You'd think it's some kind of beer. They outlined...
Rhymes with Shyster?
Yes, yeah. So Boris Groys and Michael Hagemeister, in their book titled The New Humanity, which was edited in 2005, they outlined the strange, yet at the same time influential visions of eternal life that I learned about decades ago as a Department of Defense research librarian. It all began with the philosopher Nikolai Fyodorov, who died in 1903, who claimed to have spotted a gap in socialism. He argued that socialism had to expand not only across space, but also across time. It was therefore imperative to harness technology to put an end to death itself. And not only that, the dead had to be revived so they could as well share in socialist justice. The group known as the Biocosmists, active in the Greater Soviet Union in the early 1920s, took a similar line. For them, true communism would abolish the last great form of private property, the human lifespan. So this is all about a confluence or a convergence of lifetime and world time. See, the Greater Soviets' fight against death itself did not remain idle speculation. In the mid-1920s, the man who I speak of at great length in my book on vampirology, Alexander Bogdanov, a companion of Lenin himself, founded an institute for blood transfusions, parabiosis, to experiment with rejuvenating the mind. In his 1927 textbook, titled The Struggle for Vitality, he tells of a 500-year-old revolutionary who received the blood of a 20-year-old. The older man supposedly becoming more productive, his vision improving, and he even stopped snoring, which I guess is an improvement for anybody who had to sleep with the son of a bitch, which was probably the same young boy they were taking the blood from. Or boys, rather, in the plurality. As we know, of course, it did not work out. People are still dying today, and we do not live to 150 years of age. But the biopolitical utopias of eternal and resurrected life played a role in the decision to embalm Lenin after his death, just so he could ultimately one day be brought back. That's why all communist dictators are embalmed, is just towards that objective. This is the communist cult of the dead. Every communist leader is embalmed and put on permanent display so that they
in a glass casket.
Yes, so they can maintain eternal dictatorship over their people under threat that they will someday, as an antichrist, reanimate or be reanimated. Now,
very Mormon.
Well, they're very much cult in either case.
Yeah.
Now, one might also assume that Putin and Xi, like their predecessors, Lenin and Mao, would have no objection to embalming, yet, as their conversation on the sidelines of the Beijing military parade suggests, they would prefer not to need it at all. It is no coincidence that these biopolitical utopias resonate so well with rulers of their kind. It's all about the dream of eternal life, which is built into the very DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, of dictatorship. The philosopher Hans Blumenberg highlighted this in his 1986 book titled Lifetime and World Time. How do we say that in German again, Brendan? It'd be like Zeitgeist for Spirit of the Times. So Geist, it would be like Lebensgeist and Weltgeist, or Weltengeist. Lebensgeist and Weltengeist und Weltengeist. Now, the first refers to the finite span of the individual. The second to the open and potentially endless span of history. The gaping distance between the twain it inflicts a narcissistic injury, a wound on humankind. We are forced to accept with melancholy, or melancholia, depression, that given the vastness of world time, our tiny lifetime on Earth barely allows us to live out all the lives that might be possible. The world simply goes on without us. This is why there's a desire to create a society, as they would flatter themselves to be, of vampires. Of course, it's an insult to vampires. These are merely human parasites. To bridge what Blumenberg calls the gap between lifetime and world time, Lebensgeist and Weltengeist, the Ganunga gap between them, the extraordinary gap between heaven and earth, or heaven and hell. Ordinary people try to buy time. We all know the tricks and tools of our fast-paced present, from bullet trains to voice messages. The idea is to make errands as quick as possible in order to make our free time as large as possible, which is usually wasted on something completely counterproductive. Now, in his book, Blumenberg not only considers these often desperate attempts of ordinary people to gain time, but also the absolute narcissism, what he calls absolute narcissism, with which dictators face the gap, the Geinuge gap, between Lebensgeist and Weltengeist, lifetime and world time. Heather says she's away from the keyboard, by the way, so, well, just heart that. And he focuses, of course, being German, especially on my biological father, Adolf Hitler, who in his what's perceived by Blumenberg to be Hitler's totalitarian megalomania sought a convergence of life and Weltengeist, or world time. The National Socialist world empire was to be completed within Hitler's own lifetime through blitzkrieg and supersonic missiles. And the way Blumenberg perceives it, as he misunderstands his history, when Nazi defeat became unavoidable on the surface world, then the entire surface world, like in Richard Wagner's Götterdämmerung, or Twilight of the Gods, was supposed to collapse with himself. That was certainly how the Americans perceived Hitler's mind to work, and Blumenberg simply operates on that hypothesis. Now, Putin and Xi are obviously not my biological sire Adolf Hitler by any means. And by that I mean it's an insult to Hitler to compare them to Hitler himself. Even so, at least in Putin's case, one can see how the flip side of the dictatorial will to eternal life, whether biological or political, is the death of others. The biopolitical utopias in 1920s Russia ultimately envisioned what Boris Groys once called a society of vampires, his term, in the Old Russian. Dictators like Putin cast themselves as political Draculas in chief. They are ready to do virtually anything to secure immortality in the history books. Xi has locked up the entire Uyghur, Caucasoid, Muslim, Turkic population in Xinjiang, northwest China. Completely, imagine an entire population in concentration camps. And that's
trains of them.
Yes, thank you. And since the start of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Putin has been responsible for 1 million soldiers killed or wounded on his side alone. That was just the Russian side. Even a real vampire could never drink that much blood. On Tuesday, in Beijing, Putin also met with the Slovak Prime Minister, Robert Fico, who had traveled to attend the parade. And Fico, quite sycophantically, asked the Russian dictator in front of reporters how he was doing. And Putin replied, "As long as I'm alive, I'm fine." Of course, it's not fine for the rest of us, but he doesn't care about that. Now, here we are. Brendan says, this is a compound consisting of Welt and Raum. The literal translation would be world space. Weltraum. Okay, thank you. I was talking about world time. World time. So what would it be? Lifetime and world time. Lebensgeist and Weltgeist. Right, Brendan? I'm imagining he's we'll have him answer when he feels like it.
Weltzeit.
Thank you. Zeit. So Zeit is the time. Zeitgeist. So that means spirit of the times. Geist is the spirit. That's right. So it would be, thank you, Weltzeit and Lebenszeit for lifetime and Weltenzeit for world time. Right? Something like that? Or Weltzeit.
Yes.
Thank you. Bless you. Yeah.
Weltzeit and the other one.
Yeah. Okay. Weltzeit and Lebenszeit. Yes. Okay, great. Now, all of this means the dictator's here to stay. All of this means a new kind of civil war is here. And there's only one way to fight back. Don't despair as authoritarianism marches around us. There is a thing that comes next. And it may come soon as the realization spreads that blue states contribute the lion's share of resources funding Trump's mad theater of destruction. As Democrat leaders consider how best to respond to a president's unprecedented and unconstitutional efforts to harm them, they hold more cards than Trump realizes. So let me try and articulate the truth behind the ruse. Another German word, and you can explain people the etymology of that, Brendan, if you wish. Ruse. Let's see if Brendan can get online again and respond, because that would help while I gather my thoughts.
Yeah. What is the word?
Ruse. R-U-S-E. Ruse.
Ruse?
Yes.
Yeah, what about Ruse?
Etymology, explain the meaning in German, how it's applied as like a tactical stratagem of falsehood. Strategic deception, yes?
Yeah, it's like a ruse.
Yeah, thank you. And, okay, and such being...
it's one of those German words and English words that comes from French. It's just ruse.
Okay, thank you.
A ruse.
Yeah. Now, by now, everyone knows that Donald...
Germans won't like to hear that, but
okay.
Some of their words came from France, but...
Yeah. There we go. Thank you. Now, by now, everyone knows that Donald Trump is planning to deploy military tanks and armed troops to occupy Democrat-controlled cities, deep blue cities, under one of trois party lines, to fight crime or to round up illegals. But what some analysts have warned about since January, such as myself, is becoming clearer by the day. These reasons are pretextual. As ICE and the National Guard round up migrant farm workers, food delivery men, and people who run stop signs, those arrests are building the scaffolding to let Trump stay in power and out of prison beyond 2028. Governors in Tennessee, Texas, Ohio, Missouri, and all these other blood red states are dispatching their own National Guard troops to support Trump's crackdown on crime outside their own borders, despite these states governing cities with murder rates twice as high as the District of Columbia's, which has got one of the highest murder rates in the world. Given that they govern the worst per capita violent crime rates in the country, these self-proclaimed states' rights champions obviously don't give a good goddamn about that as they prepare to invade their sovereign neighbors. Trump, Vance, and Stephen Miller are now explicitly threatening domestic political opponents, meaning Democrat-run states and the cities that are all Democrat, because a city, any major city, has to be Democratic, or it's not going to be economically viable. They're all threatened with military occupation by red state National Guardsmen. This is an invasion of red states occupying...
Yeah, did you see the latest?
States. Tell us.
The latest AI trollery bullshit?
Tell us.
Where it showed Trump as like, he looked like a Rambo with like a crown on or something. And he said, prepare for war. We're coming for you. What was it? What's that city?
Chicopolis.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Chicopolis.
That's what he called it. Yeah.
Or Chicarmageddon or something. Chicago.
Something.
Yeah, the Chicopolis.
Chicago gang.
Yeah, it's just whoever's running the account.
Yeah.
It's not. You can't think. He can't think of that shit.
Yeah.
It's whoever's
but it's
running the
war.
White House
Yeah.
account.
But
it's whoever's running the
war on
Chicago-mageddon.
and Boston.
Chicago-mageddon. Yeah, he said Chicago-mageddon or Boston-mageddon. Yeah.
Boston's happening right now.
Boston-apocalypse. Yeah.
Right.
Now that is, thank you, both of you.
Oh, I gotta inject here, and then I'm gonna back out and switch over because I gotta make a move.
Okay.
Stirring in deep Tennessee, stirring the South Korean pot. You'll get there, right?
Mm.
Oh,
Tell her, Brendan.
God.
Tell her, Brendan, about all the South Koreans that this motherfucker
the
rounded up.
jobs.
Yeah. What's
It's like
else
they
about
invited them.
Yeah.
They invited them over to build a freaking Kia factory, and which is exactly what he wanted. And then when they finally set it up, then they raid the place and say there was a bunch of illegal Koreans. It's like, no shit. Who else? Americans can't build that shit.
And all the Americans were
American
sitting
in there,
outside,
like,
selling
like,
drugs.
Why do I have to work?
Yeah, it's true.
Well, on the other hand, they might have thought they might have got a foot in there, at least the young ones, because that's how they sold it to the town. Think of the jobs you'll all get.
The days when they were made in the shade, all those Detroit auto unions, and they were all the laziest motherfuckers ever.
Oh yeah. Oh, just indescribable. Indescribable.
Yeah.
There's a reason the American
They literally
auto...
sat there and pressed one button all day,
Yeah.
and they still complain.
Oh yeah.
But
We're not getting paid enough.
but
Yeah.
So the car companies divested
No.
and said, "Fuck you guys," and now here we are.
Oh.
that's all true. And now they get it just with, foreign workers.
Yeah.
So it's all the snake biting its tail. Totally.
Thank you. Yeah, both of you.
Round and around.
All definitely appreciate it. And
All right, I'm going to switch over.
Okay, love you, honey.
Good night, y'all. Thank you.
And it's just
Support
gonna
Douglas.
hit the people.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they get fucked either way. And they're probably hating on those Koreans because they came in and got all the good jobs we were promised.
Right.
Yeah, well, they're a
But
bunch.
without those people, their stupid jobs couldn't afford to buy a fucking
Right.
Well,
an
they're
imported
greeters.
car.
yeah. Well, not only
Right,
that,
no,
not only
they're
that, but
greeters.
it's the Koreans who are spending the money, helping their local economy. So the Koreans
Yeah,
are
of
like foreign troops stationed. They're like Prussians with credit
If
cards.
so, I'll bet
Yeah.
they're fucking militarized. They probably got a company cafeteria.
Yeah. But
They ain't contributed to the economy, sending money home probably.
there's that too, but still, you get my point.
I do.
Come on, the
They gotta
Korean
buy
guys. The
gas.
one thing they're gonna do, they're gonna be buying American
Do they
pussy.
let them leave that factory?
Yeah, they must be. The Koreans are gonna want some American ass. All right, they're gonna be out there.
You
The girls,
think?
yeah.
They probably bring girls in.
Jeez.
They got company
No, actually,
cubicles.
A lot of the big OnlyFans dudes are Korean guys.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
Well, there you go.
There's one really famous dude right now that's making all, like, literally.
Oh,
content videos,
really?
Not like porn videos, but he switched over to making
Yeah.
content because he's like, he's charismatic and he's all tatted up and shit, and the girls love him.
Right.
So
Sure.
that's why they come over here.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It's
So that's the new sex. It's all online. No contact necessary.
I don't know about that. Yeah, that's
Just run your credit card.
This is
don't know
the
about.
minority. Those are the people that can
Yeah.
make money at a distance.
Nobody's touching anyone. Yeah.
I don't know about that, honey. It's but yeah, well, I
You're old
think it's that
school,
way for a lot of
Douglas, yeah.
people. It's that way for a lot of people, but not by choice.
It's that way for 2 generations after us at least.
Yeah. Well, at any rate, with everything we're talking about with this,
All right.
and I appreciate
Thank you,
your
guys.
analysis
I'm
of.
gonna,
By the
I'll
way,
be hating.
Holly, I appreciate your analysis about the
Yeah.
militarization of Korean culture and that they're such that they would have company cafeterias and bring in their own whores.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do appreciate
Yeah.
that. There is that
I
element.
know you do.
Yeah, and
All right.
so you're well aware of it. Love you,
I'm
dearly.
not. I'm just hanging up. I'll be listening.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night, honey.
You've been slam banging, by the way. Oh my God.
Thank you.
Incredible. Everything that all that. I'm getting inarticulate. But thank you. That was riveting.
Well,
and I hope that people will spread the word and contribute, because it is so worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, honey.
Very much.
Love you too.
And good night, all.
Bye for now.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Now, all of everything we've articulated is the real reason behind the big, beautiful bill that funded the world's largest fucking police state. That is the real purpose behind 45 billion United States dollars to build new concentration camps and a 265% increase in ICE's detention budget. Stephen Miller just admitted as much on Fox News, saying, "The Democrat Party is an entity devoted exclusively to the defense of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. The Democrat Party is not a political party. It is a domestic extremist organization." So there we have it. Democrats have been Trump's true enemy within all along. Democrats are the intended beneficiaries of illegal occupying forces, concentration camps, and tank-mounted rifles in our streets. If this doesn't sound like a red declaration of civil war against over half the nation, nothing fucking does. Trump has a domestic military force funded with a budget 62% larger than the entire federal fucking prison system, where 155,933 inmates are currently incarcerated, some of them for life. Trump is now spending more on ICE than most nations spend on their entire military budgets. When the concentration camps are built, it's not hard to piece out who will fill them. But blue states only need to do one thing: stop paying for Trump's incompetent cruelty. As the son of Adolf Hitler, I have the solutions. Democrat leaders are responding to an unprecedented situation where a United States president is literally attacking them for partisan reasons, acting outside the scope of his art. Or should I say, Article 2 powers, if we want to get pedantic about it. Trump is also withholding billions of dollars in previously appropriated funding for services and programs blue states have paid into and rely upon, like the Meals on Wheels delivery system. I articulated the changes happening to that earlier. He's also trying to dictate state law by withholding federal funding from states with policies he disagrees with, like DEI, diversity, equity, inclusivity, climate programs, and sanctuary policies for undocumented but otherwise law-abiding immigrants. Although several funding freezes have been halted by federal courts, a Trump-packed high court has reversed all of those rulings. The good news is that blue states hold far more resources than red states because Democrats work while red Republicans don't. Anybody who's a Republican is a piece of shit who doesn't know how to get off his ass. He sits in front of a computer all day jerking off. So if the hard-working blue states, who spend all day on their feet, decide to give Trump a taste of his own unconstitutional medicine by withholding, escrowing, or otherwise diverting federal tax dollars, fighting fire with fucking fire, Trump's vindictive plans will backfire. Only the son of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, has ever suggested this. Not a single goddamn Democrat has the fucking guts. It takes a Nazi to fight a wannabe neo-Nazi. The concept of blue states as federal donor states and red states as federal welfare states has got to gain traction. In his brilliant essay titled "It's Time for Americans to Start Talking About Soft Secession," Chris Armitage writes, currently Massachusetts sends $4,846 more per capita to the federal government than it ever gets back. New Jersey and Washington are in the same position, bleeding thousands per person annually. Over 5 years, New York alone contributed $142, or rather, taking it from the individual per capita calculation to a statewide calculation, the Empire State of New York alone contributed $142.6 billion fucking dollars more than it has ever received. Meanwhile, red states pocket $1.24 for every dollar they send to Washington. Blue states are essentially paying red states to undermine democracy. If you're a Republican, you're a piece of shit. A real useless eater, as the Nazis used to call your kind. You're the one who belongs in the death camps. And you should at the very least be sterilized. Now, awareness of this funding disparity should be spreading like fossil-fueled wildfires. Democrat-led blue states have already introduced legislation to allow states to withhold their own federal taxes if the federal government unconstitutionally refuses to fund them. Connecticut, Maryland, the Empire State of New York, hell, even Wisconsin, have already introduced bills that would allow them to withhold federal payments if the fucking blood red federal government is delinquent in funding them. And my gold in California and Washington State are not far behind. Democrat leaders could also pass legislation and ordinances instructing state and municipal employees to alter their federal withholding forms to cut off federal revenue. They could also encourage residents statewide to withhold their federal taxes, or at least put them into escrow. As Trump's unconstitutional power grabs expand, comptroller creativity will have to spread, like a computer virus. This is the son of Adolf Hitler talking, the only hope you fucking have. Telling you soft secession may be unavoidable. Congress controls the purse under the 16th Amendment. Under the Supremacy Clause, any state law designed to obstruct federal tax collection likely would be unconstitutional. But consider that Trump and his cultists have already lit the Constitution on fire by withholding hundreds of billions of dollars Congress previously appropriated for education, health, climate, foreign aid, medical research, and social services. Consider that Trump's unilateral passage of tariffs is also unconstitutional. Ditto the deployment of armed forces against unarmed citizens. Why should blue states stand on constitutional ceremony when the Trump-packed Supreme Court refuses to? This transmission is not hosted lightly. It is considered an enemy transmission by the enemy. It's a dramatic paradigm shift that I present, reflecting a House divided, and with it long-held assumptions about federalism, including taxation. Democrats pay disproportionate taxes because we assume it will promote the greater good. But when our resources are abused, not to help the common man, but to maim him, we must examine those assumptions. To quote as Tim Snyder, who writes poignantly, "It is one thing to believe that federal taxes are worthwhile because they are being spent to redress inequalities in healthcare or education. It is another to watch the federal government spread disease and ignorance. It is one thing to pay taxes every year in the knowledge that eventually the power in the White House will change every 4 or 8. It is another to be confronted with a president who talks about third terms. It is one thing to believe that the Constitution will ultimately preserve the country. It is another to recognize that those in power scorn it. A new kind of civil war is here, people. But Democrats did not invite it. When our backs are against the wall, facing the firing squad of a rogue president, complicit party, and corrupted high court, determined to destroy us, we must act in our own self-interest. Freedom and our nation's survival depend upon it. And it takes a real Nazi, the son of Adolf Hitler, to guide you through these times. These are bad times, and you need a bad man to get you out of this place. It's the only reason I come back to host these transmissions. Now, really, I can honestly say that after 4 hours, I've pretty much delivered my message for tonight. We'll see if I can hang on a while longer, but it's mostly, hey, the message is delivered. It's up to you to get it out. It's not important to argue with people about who won World War II at this point. That can wait till after the fact. Once we win the Civil War and the World War that we're engaged in, then we can re-educate the masses as to how we got here. The important thing now is to spread the word that the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well and offers you the only solutions. In these bad times, you need a bad man to get you through. I'm the only hope you have. Now, of course, any other thoughts are invited.
Dang, Doug, that was really something.
Oh, thank you, honey.
You hit the bell. Boom.
Bless you, baby.
Really good, and a viable solution.
Thank you.
So if those blue states, even if they're just like a string of pearls across the country, could unify in their resistance to this scheme of supporting people, because that's the thing, in the red states, it's not like the people get welfare.
That's right, they don't get shit.
The least, they don't get shit. So they're the ones that spend the least on the people, but require the most for I don't know what.
For their corrupt politicians.
Coal mines and shit.
Yeah, that's it. Coal mines, gas mines.
Company subsidies, yeah. The petroleum belt, I mean, for God's sake. So I'm trying not to lose the thread here. That's the sick thing about it. So the blue states all get blamed for trying to help people and still make the money.
And that's why we've got to realize, we blue states, stop helping them.
But need to link up.
Yes.
Somehow. And that's what always troubled me. Republicans all love each other and Democrats all hate each other.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. And it's a great downfall.
But what's the problem? The problem is, take a look at someone like Alejandria Ocasio-Cortez, and she's considered a radical pariah by the rest of the Democratic Party because they're all an elderly hospice of fucking kikes. The problem in the Democratic Party is it's fucking Jews. It's the goddamn...
I can't argue that.
Yes,
Biden definitely proved it.
Yes. And I couldn't understand Troy Bellamy buying into some bizarre cosmology he's created.
I wasn't quite buying. I'd love to think it, but I wasn't convinced either.
Of course not. You can't be. Biden has always said, I'm a confirmed Zionist.
All in.
Yeah, all in. That's the reason they call him Genocide Joe.
Man.
So it's... And we've got this Jewish monopoly of ancient kikes on life support that run the Democrat Party, and they're running it to the ground. The young men like fucking Newsom are toxic. They're trying to go into testosterone overdrive so they can be like the Republicans.
It's just so bad. It's so bad.
It'd be funny if it weren't at such a bad time.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah.
It's such a bad time.
Yeah.
And it just makes you wonder, was that young JFK kid the one? Would he have done, would it have been a different world if that plane didn't crash? I'm just throwing one out there.
I mean, it's cute, but the poor guy, even my mother
it's a stupid digression. I'm not advocating for nobody.
It's fun. It's fun. My mother looked into his eyes in the sense of she could see his eyes after his death on the cover of TV Guide, and even she said he's a handsome man, but you can tell he's not very intelligent. There was no light in his eyes. It was
neither was little George Bush. I mean, so that's what we ended up with. What would be worse? I don't know. I don't think he would have.
Obviously, the Republicans are always worse. The Republicans are always worse.
Hello.
Yeah.
There's a difference, like you always attested to, but with not on Palestine, even though there is. I mean, there wasn't going to be a Biden Plaza gilded in gold. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In Palestine. In Palestine, I mean, Trump is just, it's just beyond, but the result with Biden would have been the same.
Yeah. And
he just wasn't, I don't think, like planning a resort.
Yeah.
On the Gaza.
No. I mean, he didn't go that far because he was too fucking senile to think that far ahead.
That was a bit too far.
Yeah, that was just too far ahead in time for him. He didn't even think he'd live to see the end of the war.
Sickening.
And he didn't. He's effectively dead. Now, because I did start on the subject earlier about my mother, and it brings us back to Hitler. Marlene Dietrich.
I just had to come back and say that was a stunning bit there. That whole bit. Yeah, it's just amazing, and I'm glad I got to hear it.
Well, I'm so glad you came back to express that.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to keep following and chime in later as I can.
Okay. Love you dearly.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, honey. And so that's the lovely Holly, who contributes approximately $100 a month when she can. God bless her. Thanks again to the lovely Dragana Dimosvich. She's this program's dedicated to her, tonight's transmission. And, of course, thanks as well to Videosphere for participating earlier, as well as Robert Kuba for his contribution of 25 United States dollars. And what I got onto earlier was speaking about My mother, who as a child prodigy who was able to speak fluently in multiple languages, was basically neuro-linguistically talented to the point where she could learn new languages at incredible speed. She was, before the age of 18, dispatched as part of the diplomatic mission from Tokyo or Imperial Japan to Berlin under the Reich of Adolf Hitler, where she met with first Sepp Dietrich, who was Hitler's personal bodyguard and his favorite soldier of all time. And Joseph Dietrich introduced her to Otto Dietrich, who was the SS propaganda chief, the SS version of Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, who both of them had introduced her to Hitler more than once. And during each time, she was given an assignment by her emperor, who was a biological scientist, a marine biologist, to collect sperm from Adolf Hitler, which she did. Each time she met Adolf Hitler, she withdrew him into a sexual situation, away from public eyes, of course, where she at one point got him dressed in a kimono, and which shows you the kind of power she had over him in a sense, her half-vampiroid bloodline, which brings us back to the Kyushu dynasty, which she was related to. It was during the time of the Yellow Emperor, whom China is named after, Emperor Qin. Emperor Qin ordered his alchemist, the foremost scientist in the world of that day, Fu Zhu, to, well, render him immortal. And he gave him all the children he needed to take apart, literally, physically, to render this accomplishment a physical fact. He was given something along the lines of 1,500 young boys and 1,500 young girls, at the very least, maybe 3,000 of each of them, and told he could do whatever was necessary to extract from them the secrets of youth, to render the emperor immortal. Fu Zhu said, I must go to Wa-Kokuguaya, the islands of Japan, the islands of static equilibrium, or inner peace, in order to find the herbs necessary to combine with the essence of these children in order to provide you with the elixir of immortal life. At which point, Emperor Qin gave him permission to expand a fleet and appropriate all the necessary equipment to relocate to Japan, grab what he needed, and come back with the formula of immortality. Fu Zhu left with the children, again, at the very least 1,500 young girls and 1,500 young boys, on a armada, and in essence invaded Japan, reestablished himself there as emperor of the Kyushu dynasty of southern Japan, which eventually came into conflict with the Yamato dynasty of northern Japan, and relocated itself after hundreds of years of war to mainland China again. But for a period of time, there was a Chinese emperor of southern Japan. This was completely erased from Japanese history books. Japanese historians never spoke of it until only starting about a decade or two ago. And now it's acknowledged that there was a Kyushu dynasty of the Chinese emperor of Japan, Fu Zhu, that had stood against the Yamato dynasty of Hirohito's family, and they ultimately overwhelmed the entire super archipelago of Japan. When Fu Zhu returned to China, his descendants, they established themselves as a very elite, wealthy family. They were highly intermingled with the vampires of China that were the original magi that visited and also essentially consecrated the Christ Remember that Jesus was not born Christ. He was born as simply Jesus, son of Joseph of Nazareth. The Christ is a title. It's not a name. You cannot legally name your child Christ because it is a title imbued upon the Messiah. But who gave him that title? It's not something you can impose upon yourself. His consecration came from the Magi. The Magi, of course, as related in the revelation of the Magi, which should have been part of the Bible but was never integrated because of the censorship of all kinds of elements that became known as the Apocrypha by the Council of Nicaea. The Magi were from China, and there weren't just 3 of them, there were 13 of them. The Magi from China were the Mage Kings that had always predicted the coming of the Christ based on their Christianization by Seth, the righteous third son of Adam, who predicted the coming of the Christ and the redemption of mankind. Seth, the righteous third son of Adam, who did as he was told, eventually left to Christianize China. And the carriers of the tradition were the relations of Fuzhou, who became the Chinese emperor of Japan in the Kyushu region, the southern regions of the super archipelago. My mother is descended from that bloodline, and for that reason, her father was allowed to take a Japanese bride in Tokyo, Japan. That's how important he was, which of course when I relate this to Chinese people, they are in awe, because it's like saying you had a black father who married a white woman in the pre-war South, back when slavery was still extant. And it's well beyond even that level of shock. So, that being said, my mother, a child prodigy of that royal union between her father and a Japanese woman in Tokyo, of the ninja lineage, not conventional Japanese bloodline per se, but definitely a form of a respected bloodline in and of its own right. The ninja families were, of course, not recognized as being existent, though everyone knew they existed. No one has ever taken credit for their destruction. They never disappeared. Rather, they evolved with the times to ultimately produce the kind of child assassin ninja that was the profession that I was trained in, as demonstrated in the photograph of tonight's thumbnail, embedded in thumbnail of live stream. So that having been articulated, when it came to the entire situation with her going to Germany and speaking fluent German, being introduced to Hitler was both times by a Dietrich, either Sepp Dietrich or Otto Dietrich, or both, depending at the time that she was in Berlin with the various diplomatic journeys and missions. When it came to the her serving as a translator at these various functions, you, of course, don't see her in the photographs. She would essentially draw Hitler aside, and as I said, probably took the photograph of him in the kimono as a form of blackmail, really, at the time. And he didn't seem to give a damn about her taking his sperm. That was done through a blowjob each time. So in terms of her status throughout the war, she, that's a whole different saga that I could go into. And of course, it was supposed to go into this book that Peter Moon then decided he was not going to publish as he became more and more outrageous in his behavior on record. Thank God we've got it on record on this show so that everybody sees what happened. It damns himself to his own behavior. But all such being said, when it came to Marlene Dietrich, who was related to both Sepp Dietrich and Otto Dietrich, and my legal father, George Dietrich, she wanted to kill Hitler by inserting a weapon in her vagina, seducing Hitler, and taking him out. She hated Hitler. She hated Nazism. She was someone who went all the way in pioneering her, non-binary status in America, really pioneering the alternative lifestyle that would later be known as the gay subculture, while, of course, she was really bisexual. She made it safe for gays in Hollywood by essentially outing herself as lesbian when she's really bisexual. And I don't think people even had that sophistication to understand that in those days. Her influence was such that she managed to get John Wayne protected from ever being drafted, saying she needed him at home, quote unquote. But one of her best friends was Douglas Fairbanks Jr., who was in the United States Navy and actually was a war hero who had served on several combat missions. He undertook dangerous missions for the U.S. Navy, including covert operations. One time when my legal father, George Dietrich, was hitching a ride back to base, it was Douglas, he was in the United States on leave. He was hitching a ride back to base. Douglas Fairbanks Jr. was the guy who picked him up and drove him back to base. That's when he told him all about Marlene Dietrich trying to kill Hitler, saying, God, Marlene, I love her, but she's crazy. She wants to honeypot Hitler. And she knows he's got a crush on her, but she wants to kill him by fucking him to death. My dad learned all about that before it became acknowledged history. So there you have that. It's kind of like the story of the background about how my mother met Hitler through the Dietrichs, ultimately married a Dietrich, who, of course, is related to Marlene Dietrich, and got told by Douglas Fairbanks Jr., a fellow sailor, how Marlene was plotting to kill Hitler. So I grew up knowing this ever since I was a child, whereas most people didn't find out about it until generations later. So there you go with that. And such being articulated, it only took about 20 minutes to relate the baseline of that story. I think I've done my mission for tonight. Like I said, these days, of course, got to be there to pick up the home-delivered meals in the morning, then kind of get on with my day. But we made our point for tonight as far as I'm concerned, and I'll be much more in the mood, probably by Wednesday, having readapted to being back in the crypt and how do I say, accepted my fate. I would have gotten to the point. See, when I come home from the estate like this and go straight into transmission, it's really hard for me to accept my fate of being back in the crypt. By Wednesday, I would have done so. So I'll probably be a bit more in the mood for a longer transmission. Plus, again, I am working on the epistle that I'll be sending out to everybody when it's finished, even to the point of also kind of seriously considering taking some time to add to the other epistle I wrote on the planet DİMOVSKA, or DİMOVSKA. And DİMOVSKA is, of course, the world that crashed into our world and is now literally inside our world. Inside planet Earth, we have planet Theia, as they call it. Its full name being DİMOVSKA, and named after a goddess of the heavens. And now she's within our Earth. And that's essentially the surface of that world upon which the Nazi exile government has settled. Meaning they've settled in enormous caverns within the crust of the Earth, which is nowhere near the center of the Earth. But in many places you can feel the heat from the center of the Earth. But all such being stated, romantically or metaphorically, they're on the surface of DİMOVSKA, which has integrated into the Earth and is especially manifest in various components of our planet's interior. Oh, good. Our dear Aristides is still with us, and he's put in the link. Thank you so much, Aristides. Appreciate that profoundly. I love you dearly. And if you want to, feel free to come on and say good morning. Yeah.
Good morning. How are you? Did I hear you're kind of checking out?
Yeah. I'm ready
lives?
to do so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, I perk up, with your story there about your mom and,
Thank you.
Sepp and Otto Dietrich and all that. And, of course, Hitler, we won't forget him.
Thank you. Yes. Well, bless you, and thank you for making all of this possible. Love you dearly, and yes, just remind everyone, of course, you put the links in that they can help support us with.
Yeah. PayPal link is there. Please find it. Please send Douglas a donation to help support this amazing information. And if you can't find the link, just go to PayPal and search for Douglas Diedrich, and you should find him. So,
bless you.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's wonderful. We also have some wonderful images sent by Brendan. One of them he presented was a link showing that the Israeli team has stripped its name from its uniforms after the Israeli premier tech cycling team announced Saturday it will strip the word Israel from its jerseys for the rest of Spain's La Vuelta race.
That's like the Spanish effect because of people like Marina and stuff hating on them.
Thank God. Thank God.
Because in Spain, there's a lot of backlash because they, it's just blatant, evil.
Yeah.
No one cares.
Yeah.
But the Spanish apparently tried to cancel them a few times.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Well, that's because
basically they don't want any Israelis doing sports there because of this.
Thank God. Thank God. That's because the Spanish have got their shit together thanks to their fascist background, Francisco Franco, and the years of fascist dictatorship. So, thank God for that. Thank you, Brendan. And, of course, say good morning to everyone, Brendan, if you would be so kind.
Yes, good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Okay, great. Okay, everyone, love you both dearly. We'll speak to you both privately very soon, probably before Wednesday, since I'm home for the duration now.
You're done already? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, I pretty much delivered the message that needed to be delivered tonight and followed up with, what I had started with earlier, talking about the Marlene Dietrich. Finally completed that train of thought. And by Wednesday, like I said, I'll be to terms with the fact that I'm stuck inside of the crypt for a little bit. Let's see now. Taking a look at the calendar here. We've got, a little while before I'm back to the Estates. Just got to get used to it and come to terms with it, kind of like accepting a mini death for a little bit of time.
That's tragic.
No. Oh, George is joining us. So, okay. He's calling us, which means I have to hang up this. George, just jump on the call. Yeah, he probably thinks...
I think he did. At least I'm but...
Yeah, what's that? Say that again. Yeah, there he is.
I said I think we did it.
Yeah. Yeah. So welcome aboard, George. Let me hang up on your other call here, since you're on with us on the group call.
Please,
yes.
Sorry about that.
So how long do we have with you tonight, George?
Beg your pardon, I'm just behind the wheel for the moment. I've just heard that you were just closing the show, so I just wanted to say just good morning to everyone. Do you have to go now, Douglas, or can you keep the show going a little bit longer? Or
I can if you're coming on later. I can keep the show going for a little while longer. How long do you want me to go? Another half hour, 45 minutes before you come back on?
I'll probably be 2 minutes, and I'll be straight on.
Oh, okay.
I'll probably be just
Great.
2 minutes.
Sure. Take your time.
Yes,
Come on in a few minutes. I'll keep the show going. No worries. Just join us again in a few minutes.
Thank you. No worries.
Okay.
Thank
you,
you,
George.
Take
Appreciate
care.
that.
Bye. Thank
There's
you,
George.
Douglas.
Okay. So because George will rejoin us, I'll go on with a few more observations about our disintegrating world situation, and we'll keep it burning bandwidth. And like I said, by Wednesday I'll probably be
Holy shit, is this what the Amsterdam chick feels like when the John never finishes?
Yeah.
She's like just trying to get her money, man.
I can relate. Yeah, I can relate. Yes. By the way, Israel.
Like, is there a time limit? How does that work? I've never hired a prostitute. Do they
It depends. It's always case by case. It's always case by case. Yeah, it's just yeah. I do want people to know Israel's been at war for 702 days at this point. It's
what the fuck?
Yeah, 702 days. Yeah, it's definitely just goes to show how this is why in Spain,
like 3 years or something.
Yeah, it feels like it. It feels like it. Jesus Christ,
Well,
at least two.
I mean, all the Arabs basically count from 1967 or whenever that big one was.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Since 1950. They count since 1950. It's just,
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. The recent shenanigans.
Yeah, the genocide. We'll call it the second Nakba.
The
second
final
catastrophe. Yeah, the final genocide, the final days of their, the apocalypse they're trying to generate. It's by the way, Giorgio Armani died, of course. That's a big deal in the fashion world. And
I thought it was just funny. They were like, he's a gay icon, and people were like, he's gay? It's like, where have you been? What the fuck?
Yeah, no shit. No shit. Yeah.
All those fashionistas were, and why is it? I don't understand. He couldn't have done all that designing without have a little sugar somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, those were like some fresh fits, This wasn't straight people can't make that.
Now tell us about why this whole thing about the $1 trillion man. You know who I'm talking about? The man we all love to hate, Musk, Elon Musk. They're buying him out. Is this really happening? That how can they benefit? Why not just close?
I have no idea. It just seems so fishy.
Why not just close the fucking company rather than give this guy $1 trillion? You'll never make it back. The company's finished, he destroyed.
Well, I think because they like that company has a lot. It's not just the cars.
Yeah.
It's like a data company and the AI and all that stuff. So they can't just let it fizzle out because it's worth more in the long run.
Yeah.
Because they have all that robot shit.
Got it.
So they just, like I said, that's the only way they could stop him.
Yeah.
Just buying him out. Otherwise, he's gonna fuck everything up.
Yeah.
And you notice he's been out of the limelight after they fucking fucked with everyone.
Yeah. Thank God. He's so disgusting.
But I bet he'll be the first one to come out when Trump dies.
To quote
unquote reveal everything, or so. He's gonna pull some kind of shenanigans when he dies.
Because that's the kind of piece of shit he is. Yes, and
he'll wait for the most vulnerable time and say some shit about him.
Yeah, maybe he truly has learned his lesson. Just he's gotten so fucking.
No,
of course
You're
not.
Serious?
No,
serious?
no, I wasn't.
Okay.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I can't believe I said that. I tell you the truth. I mean, it just goes to show you how tired I am.
Just the drugs. He's on so many drugs that the family, his brother and stuff, probably had to wrangle him and get the people to sell his stocks because he's just devolved. After the public embarrassment, now he's just, he's on so many drugs, he's not functional. That's my guess.
Thank God.
That's why he hasn't come out. He looks like a fucking zombie, like a crackhead when they scratch their face off and shit.
Yes. Yeah, that's funny as fuck.
He might be in that kind of ketamine zone.
Let's hope. And
he might be like on the level of Trampus, where he can't be seen. He can't show his face.
Yeah, that piece of shit. Thank God we haven't heard from him. We can only hope that becomes permanent. But honestly, it's
there we are.
Yeah, there we are. So George has joined us. So
hello. I'm sorry about that. I do apologize.
No, that's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
So tell us, give us an update on whatever you feel comfortable with. How much time do we have with you tonight?
To be honest with you, Douglas, it's up. I have got a good half an hour, 45 minutes. But if you need to go earlier, then please.
No. We'll do it for as long as you can stay. Oh no, we'll go as long as you can stay. Of course.
Thank you. I did have it in my agenda to get here early like I did the last show, but I was running a little bit late today, and it's still very, very early. So please be patient, and I will wake up eventually like I did last time. Yes, I didn't want to miss the show.
Yeah, now do me a favor and take a look. Can you access our text box? Can you access the text box in the, on our call? You might have to scroll up a bit, or what I'll do is I'll just cut and paste it again, re-enter it in your private messages. So give me a second to do that. And this was sent by somebody who contributed 25 United States dollars, but obviously, it's like all I can say is, look, just because you contribute money doesn't mean that you can expect me to respond to what in essence is trolling, as far as I take it, really.
Yes.
And
Yes.
but here's what I'll send to you. And basically this guy goes all pedantic, and he goes into this kind of like legalist argument, which is supposedly from himself, but it really isn't. It's from, I mean, supposedly it's from TikTok people he's been trying to talk to, which doesn't make any sense.
Right.
But it's really from himself, and I can tell
Is that from Robert? Is that the guy?
Yeah,
called
Kuba.
Robert?
Yes. That's
Yeah,
right.
I've just seen it.
You
Now,
do?
Yes.
Oh, you're seeing it now. There you go. So yeah, please read that.
Yes.
And I'll send it to you later in private messages. But yeah, not that we need
Yeah,
it.
I am on TikTok.
Yeah.
You're right. America's and battles of World War II in Japan. Did you want me to read out loud, or should I just skim through it in my head, Douglas?
Oh, go ahead and read it out loud. As a matter of fact, we've already
juvenile.
Yeah.
Most of the responses are juvenile, as you would expect. But on the topic of the Japanese Constitution and demilitarization, I am not sure how to respond. How would you counter this argument as an example? Japan didn't fight in the Korean War because they were completely that's a load of, oh God. Yeah, straight away, he's just making disingenuous gestures and statements. The US war was their only national defense until 1951, when we forced them to sign a treaty. Oh my Lord, no, I don't even want to read on, Douglas.
It's stuff that he's presenting as axiomatic, meaning that we're supposed to take this
the
as
treaty
literal.
that forced them to trade with foreign people.
Yeah.
We're forcing you.
I'm
reading it.
Yeah.
Forcing you to trade.
It's the whole notion of we impose gun control in Japan. That's just another. It's just like, how insane is that statement? Yeah, they've always had gun control.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh my God, Douglas. Yeah, no, quite correct. I agree with you, Douglas. Yeah, that's, as far as I'm aware, that guy's just trolling, as far as I'm concerned.
But you notice that it was cut off because he sent this notification via PayPal. So in other words, when he made his contribution, he sent this as part of the note in PayPal. But you notice it's cut off because PayPal has limits on how many characters you can use. So this guy must have gone on and on with, probably, like normally with my gang stalkers, there's a 22-page essay that follows of just rambling. I'm certain. So he that's what makes it even more disturbing. And it's obviously this is his trip, not the people on TikTok. First off, the average person on TikTok is not going to give a shit, and if they're responding, then, as he said, it's going to be juvenile. But as I pointed out, why would you be trying to talk to people on TikTok about this? It doesn't even make any sense that you would try to talk to people on TikTok about this.
No, because people on TikTok are literally just scrolling through, just to they're just time consuming. That's all they're doing.
Yeah,
and that's what it does. It just it just consumes all your time. There's nothing you get anything productive out of it. It's just a waste of time. And so no one's going to invest any time in like having these dialogues with anyone.
Thank you.
And so anyway, but I'm not on TikTok, so thankfully, thank God for that.
Indeed. But definitely appreciate what you've just said.
Yes,
so obviously, have you heard about, and we can return to this discussion, but I can return to it again, depending on how long you and I speak, but I'll be happy to return to the subject.
Yes.
Did you hear what I said about Beijing, the big parade, party that they had, and how Putin and Putin and Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un were all talking about living forever and shit?
Yes, that bit. Yes, I did hear that bit, Douglas. Yes, and please continue, Douglas. I'm happy to go in any direction.
What was your own impression of that? What thoughts do you have on that? That's a good start. Yeah.
Yes. And also, I forgot to mention Transnistria in the last program.
Okay, so bring that up, by all means.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, thank you so much, Douglas. I did have a little look, just dive into that sewer on the internet about anything people say about Transnistria, and Brendan can vouch for this as well. Most people, if you go on YouTube and type in Transnistria, all the videos that people upload is the title says does not exist. There's no such thing.
Really?
No such thing.
But you
People
can go there.
record.
You can visit it. You can visit
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So all these people go there. They record in Transnistria, and they say it doesn't exist. And what people need to get to grips with, and the correct term is, it's not recognized.
Yes.
Just like Taiwan is not recognized.
Yes.
Just like the Third Reich in exile is not recognized. Because as Douglas, you've pointed out many times before, that's where the Greater Soviet Union relocated it into exile, and they located into Transnistria. And that was why I wanted to just bring it up. And it was like sort of like a rhetorical question when I messaged you privately. Is this where the exile government? It was just a validation. It's just to get your validation. Yes, that is correct, George. And so yeah, that's what I assumed that as well. But also I know you've spoken about it in the past. But one of the factors of the Ukrainian war is Vladimir Putin is incredibly, I would say, scared, or he's worried about Transnistria, because if the United Nations or any of the European Council, United Germany, if any of the European countries recognize Transnistria as a legitimate government, then Vladimir Putin's out of a job, essentially.
Yes.
He'll be thrown out of power, because the Transnistrian government in exile will be recognized as the legitimate government of Russia, not Vladimir Putin's, what people perceive as the Russian Federation, how they perceive that regime, that government, which is a dictatorship.
Yes.
Yes, that's one of the factors of the Ukrainian war, but also, as I pointed out, I think, why he's got his sights on Moldova. Not only was it outlined in the foundation of geopolitics to annex it, just like with Crimea, just like with Ukraine, but that's the reason why he finds it a precarious situation that he's in. That's one of the reasons why he wants Transnistria himself. So I don't know if an invasion is on his sights or in his mind, but certainly the surrounding states that he certainly wants to annex. Which makes sense, Douglas. And I don't know if you have any other points to add to that, to put things into perspective, or... Yeah, I hope I've...
Well, I think you've done a great job. I mean, you've said it all in a very real sense. So, people have heard what they needed to hear about that. I will, of course, as I said, I'm working on this epistle, which I go into in very deep detail about the important thing to understand in a general sense for our listeners is that when I was ordered to rendezvous behind the Iron Curtain, in my involvement with Michael Aquino, with what was then the Soviet resistance, or the closest thing the Russians had to a resistance, understand that the Alexander Dugin, who is far more influential than people say, whenever you look him up, people are going to be insisting that this person is, not that influential, yet his textbook on geopolitics is required reading. It's an assigned manual for the Russian General Staff. So he obviously holds tremendous influence. And so one of the things I had to articulate in my epistle was just how bad it was in Russia for it to come to this point where a literal Satanist would gain power to that degree. And even though people do not recognize him as the ruler of Russia, he was introduced proudly by Alex Jones and many other people as Putin's brain. What happened was that in the old days, during the time of the Greater Soviet Union, the nomenclatura, or the Soviet elite, would go to the Crimean Peninsula for their vacations. It's on the Black Sea, Mediterranean climate. It's the closest in Russia you could get to heaven. And so people would go there to vacation, and that's where the wealthy had their dashas, who were wealthy bureaucrats or powerful bureaucrats. Wealthy is not really the term for it. Money was not the same or considered the same in the Greater Soviet Union. Now it is a satanic hell on earth. It is literally the regime of Alexander Dugin, who's known as the Black Tsar, or the Tsar of the Black Sea. In other words, it's what's called a nether empire. If you talk about unrecognized nations like Taiwan or Transnistria, these are unrecognized nations, so the ignorant claim they don't exist. But when it comes to the Crimea, it's a nation that is not only unrecognized, it's a nation that is invisible. They're not making themselves known to the outside world. But the Crimea is essentially the kingdom of Alexander Dugin. This is where many of the children who disappear in the Ukraine, and there's been hundreds of thousands of children that have disappeared, are taken to, is the Crimea. And so those that aren't shipped into Russia, which is, again, the only developed nation on earth that has no laws against child pornography or child prostitution. These are those that aren't taken into Russia itself. The overwhelming majority of them go to Transnistria. So I've been explaining as well as I could in the epistle the fact that you have, in a sense, three Russias. You have the Russia under Putin, but it's really a puppet state to the Crimea and the satanic tsardom that rules through Alexander Dugin. That's how you have to perceive it. And then there is the Transnistria, which is the Soviet Union in exile. So, so I go into great detail about that and how the death of the Tsar, how the death of the Tsar.
Even the symbol, even the sigil, the symbol is of the chaos symbol.
Thank you.
That you see on the front cover of the Foundation of Geopolitics. So you see that's presented on the front cover. But just that makes sense. He's the Black Tsar. That's the black. That's the thank you, Douglas. I appreciate you saying that.
And with the death of the original Tsar, the Romanov Tsar, I go on to explain in the epistle how it triggered a lot of Russians towards Satanism because the original Tsar was considered as their version of the Pope. So it was the death of their church when the Tsar's family was massacred. And so that's what people need to understand. That and then just how bad Russia became after the collapse of the Soviet Union, unlivable, and so it all led to ultimately cannibalism, which most people in the West are not aware of, and this became ritualized among the Alexander Dugin cult that has resettled in the Crimea. Many of the children that disappear from Ukraine are literally eaten. They're cannibalized, not because they're starving, but because at this point it is ritualized. So again, this is what I've been trying to articulate and express in the epistle, and it's over 150 pages now. So so all that being said, what else comes to your mind? Have you had any further? Have you been reading through the essay on Theories, the world that crashed into Earth, or
not recently, Douglas?
Okay.
No, only when you sent it to me, the fourth amendment that you sent me, the fourth amended version of it, which I've managed to ascertain from my junk mail. I have got that, and mine and your fangirl in the UK who always reaches out. She would like to
say hello to her, give her a shout out.
Yes, she would like to also review that. And so
Well, let me send you a new version of that. I'll send you the latest version of it.
Right?
It's really the 7th. Yeah, it's really.
I'll forward it to her if that's all right, Douglas.
Oh yeah, well here, I'll give it to you right now. Let me send it out, and so I'll you go on talking while I put that into email format, and I'll send that to you right now. We'll make sure you get it. Yeah.
Yes.
Because we know what happens. It's going to go straight to your spam box.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. I just wanted to say hello to Brendan, and it's wonderful to speak to you, and I hope everything's all right your end. Yes, Brendan, and thank you for joining us. Only if you're there.
If you're there with us, Brendan, by all means. Yeah, I'm just distracted by some of these photographs that
Yes.
I'm looking at. You believe it or not, it's not my porn background. I was trying to ascertain whether
Absolutely.
something else,
Yeah.
some of these ads I get. So I was talking earlier about in America what defines our politics. Are both sides are defined by of all things. The red,
Yes.
our right-wing politics, is now defined by NFL, and the left-wing or progressive politics is defined by the daughter of Anton LaVey, Taylor Swift, essentially. And the
Yes.
only thing that keeps America united was that Taylor Swift is essentially getting married to an NFL player.
Yes.
So it's kind of like a
Yes.
marriage of heaven and hell, or yeah, a marriage between yeah. It's just bizarre. It's the only thread keeping America together in this popular understanding sense. So, but what about England?
Yeah.
Give us an update about our the clown that is
Oh
dominating.
God.
Yeah.
Actually, actually, I was thinking, oh God, what can I mention? And I've just remembered this coming Saturday. So I believe that will be the 13th of September. You'll have they've estimated to be around over 10,000, probably must be between 10 to 50,000 marching in protest of the immigration policy. Well, it's against the migrants, so they're following their cult leader Tommy Robinson, which is an alias. It's his criminal name. His criminal alias.
Yes.
Yes, that's coming this Saturday. So I am staying well away from London. So they're estimated to be thousands, tens of thousands of. It will be basically hooligans. Like that's his background. He's a football hooligan, but he's announced that he wants no violence. But of course, this will incite massive
Violence.
Absolutely, it's going to be carnage, and that's all up and down London, right outside around Buckingham Palace, but the Houses of Parliament. So it'll be around that area. So yeah, it's going to be stay away from London this weekend.
Yeah.
That's
Jesus
all I
Christ!
can
Thanks
say.
for that
But that's
forewarning.
going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going on. That's slowly approaching, and that's something I've been aware of for a few weeks because he publicly announced it. And of course, there are people that live in my town because there's a community page that I'm following. They all were publishing and advertising, basically promoting Tommy Robinson. And then, he's just looked upon, like with Vladimir Putin, as the Great White Hope, but there is no hope at the end of it. Yeah, it's just all, it's going to be chaos. Yeah, and even you have Elon Musk even what you call back in the day as retweeting, but it's that's how I know it. But it was republishing the Union flag, the British, the English flag.
Yes.
He was publishing that to show his stance that he stands in affiliation or alliance or solidarity with Tommy Robinson and Nigel Farage. And it's the same trope. Again, it's a trope.
More like tripe. Yeah, but it's a trope about tripe. Yeah.
Thank you. Absolutely, Douglas. So yeah, that's the only thing that I was just speaking about it with family yesterday about stay well away from it because it will just be chanting and it will just be violent marches. It will be just racial slurs, slander, and that's all it's going to be. Even though he's called for no violence and he's got the Metropolitan Police behind him that are supporting him, it's going to be absolutely carnage because you're going to have two resistant movements all clash. And both of them are a resistance against the paradigm shift. And so, I'm on either side of that spectrum, on that playing field. I'm on either side. Not even on the fence, just, those two. You're going to have people calling the Nazis, they're Nazis. And then you got people saying, F the migrants. And then, that's what's going to happen. And there's going to be peaceful protests, which is what they're advocating. But it's not going to be peaceful at all.
Yeah.
It's just going to be carnage. So that's what's going on in the UK. That's That's going to be the headlines. You're going to see that coming, Douglas. Yeah, probably over the pond. Yeah, across the pond, I should say.
Yeah, no, that's thank you for that. Fair warning. What about in terms of okay, good news. Japanese are sending troops to Ukraine, and
Yes.
but again, your own thoughts. Your own thoughts on that.
Vladimir Putin did announce. I did see a headline saying that he is going to start targeting troops that are fighting for the Ukrainian side. So that means all European nations and all alliance nations with NATO, any NATO forces that are presented in Ukraine, he's going to target. And so, yeah, he's basically calling it what it is, what people deny. It's war. Yes. And that's what he's announced. Yes. That's what he's doing. Yeah. And so, yeah, he's going to start killing our own troops. And so, yeah, if that doesn't precipitate, if that doesn't, retaliate or escalate to certainly armed conflict, then, I don't know, that's that.
How long can people, how long can people maintain denial?
Exactly. Douglas.
Yeah. No, but what's your thought about his being with Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un, and they're talking about organ transplants for immortality, which trying to live to be 150 at least. You caught this, right? You heard about this, right? That they were all caught.
First made aware by yourself, Douglas, mentioning it, and it was caught on open mic that they were having this discussion. That they were speaking of methods and ways of having to for immortality, for longevity of their own lives. You have Vladimir Putin, I knew years ago, was trying to change the constitution where he would declare that he was in power till 2036. So it's a dictatorship. And so that's what all of these men are. They're all dictators. Yes. And they just want it all for themselves. And no, of course but they're mad. They're mad. It's just there's no other way to describe it. Just from first stance, but first impressions. But the irony thing is, the thing that comes to my mind, Douglas, is that the Third Reich and Exile have that capability of longevity, and I will call it the elixir. What would you call it? The potion for elixir. They have the fountain of youth remedy. I would say they have that ascertained, and they have that capability, and they have presented that. And one of the things that they were conducting was a form of trade for eugenics, a eugenics program. They were exchanging that with the Allies through the Arctic Circle. Through what was it called? It was base.
Gosh! It was. I'd have to look up the number, but it was. Everybody called it Ice Station Zebra.
Ice Station Zebra. One of Donald Trump's favorite movies that he watches. Frequently. Yes.
Which puts him on the level with, of course, the original guy who was watching it, Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes was, of course, obviously demented after his brain injury. It cost him his sanity to be test piloting planes by himself, poor son of a bitch. But when it came to Trump, he's at that level too. So there's something about Ice Station Zebra that causes this. Give me a second here to look for it with our. Here we are. Now I remember which file I had that in, while I'm looking that up, that was what I thought of adding to the essay about Theories, which I may stop to add that to the essay about Theories before sending it. So be patient. Tell her she should get it in a few days. Because I'll send it to you in a few days. And I'll talk to you privately when I send it to make sure you retrieve it from your spam, where it's likely to fall into. But let's take a look at Zebra here. Let me look this up here on my files. And when it not coming up, but Greenland, let's look up Greenland, is where the trade used to be conducted. And that's funny, it's not coming up in this file. but I'll find it eventually. At any rate, if not, I can look it up from some of my notes and see if I can find it here. And
I think I remember it was like an even number. I think it was an even number.
Yeah.
I'm trying to ascertain it from my memory.
Yeah, it's no worries. It's like each one of us. It's like we've forgotten more than most people remember. We all know that.
Yes. Thank you. It's so true.
And like I said, they copy everything that I say, so I'm kind of like reluctant to say it on air. But I use these terms sometimes that then become part of the Power Boys vocabulary. And like I said,
no, that's all right, Douglas. It kind of reminds me of what that person, that individual, was saying earlier. He just throws out these jumbled up word salads, which sound, there's no coherency, there's no articulation for it to make make any sense. It's just all just confusing. And anyone reads that, they will think that's very juvenile. The way he's just the way he's just thrown in words and thrown in sentences which makes no sense. But it doesn't add up. None of it adds up. It's so contradictory, which is their intention, which is what which is the I mentioned the term dark enlightenment, but it's belightment.
That's
the
right.
ideology of belightment.
Benightenment. Yes.
Benightenment.
Yeah. So here I found it. So it's basically Ice Station Zebra is the name used by the agents who used to go there. Of course, that was the access to the inner Earth that the Americans maintained as a trade station.
Absolutely,
it's a secret base in northern Greenland. That its real denomination was NORAD 40. So it was NORAD Station 40.
NORAD 40, yes. I knew it was an even number. I thought it was a 4. I thought it was like a 100 number, but it was NORAD 40. Thank you, Douglas. Much appreciated.
It was a radar station. But it basically became the exclusive, or later on, with the end of the Third World War in effect, the so-called Cold War, it became used exclusively as a transit point for trade with Unterland. So that's this is why Trump wants total control of Greenland. He wants total control of access to Unterland.
Yeah.
So and right now, you see what he's concerned about is because the Greenland used to be Iceland as well, but Greenland definitely belongs to Denmark. It's a big fear to the Americans that as Europe becomes more and more independent, that they'll reestablish their relations with the Reich. So he wants control of Greenland so that doesn't happen. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. No. Absolutely. I think that's exactly the conclusion, or what we've we concluded before with that. That's the reason why he wants it, Douglas. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm taking a look at what. So here we are. 1 million protested in Spain against Israel. The Israeli genocide, demanding freedom for Palestine. So the Spanish people, thanks to the efforts of people like Marina Sarin, are not taking this Zionist shit anymore.
You seeing that?
Yes, thank you for that.
Go watch the second video if you haven't eaten it, or if you have eaten it.
What's this going on in Argentina? Tell us, Brendan, and say hello to George, and then tell us what's going on in Argentina.
I already heard. We already spoke, but the Milei lost the provincial elections, which is a big deal because 40% of the voters are concentrated in Buenos Aires.
Yeah.
But it's the outer territories that make the difference, because there's only so much you can do outside of the city, right? As far as getting the vote, but he lost, because he fucked up their economy so bad.
Thank God. So he's effectively lost. Oh, thank God.
Well, his government, it's like, I guess maybe some kind of Congress or some parliament situation. Yeah. So he's lost power, and he probably will get voted out because he's fucked up. He dropped the He lost the bag, let's say.
Dropped the ball and lost the bag. By the way, so I'm looking at this woman in the heart of darkest Africa is eating a dead monkey. Yes, that's.
Oh my god! And then they dip it in the sauce. Did you see that? Whatever the fuck that was.
I couldn't watch it for that.
I really hope this is AI. It's hideous.
Oh my god, it's alarming. It's that's like, cannibalism.
I hope it's AI, but it's not.
It's primate cannibalism. Primate eating primate.
Right.
Yes. Oh my god. And by the way, I'm just shocked that through my paper notes I found just looking for NORAD 40 that I fucking found it. But yeah.
Yes.
Also,
much appreciate, Douglas.
Yeah, no worries. And like I said, it takes us. We're all working together on this, and without the two of you, Brendan, George Knight, I mean, I wouldn't remember half the shit I say. I've done my best to forget quite a bit of it.
Absolutely, no, I'm the same, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, George.
The comments on this video are absolutely horrendous.
Oh, about the monkey video? The monkey video?
Yeah.
What are they saying?
Yeah, poor monkey died.
Yeah.
It's getting baptized in gravy. What does the water do to season it?
Yeah.
Shit like that. Why are we eating our relatives?
That's it, there you go.
She's eating her sister. Oh
reference.
My god.
Yes.
And then they get racist as you scroll down. Is she having salad with it?
Well.
Sizzling monkey.
Yeah.
Good in every bite. It just gets worse as you scroll down.
That's it.
This reminds me of something to show you guys. It's kind of like a sneak peek as to where the epistle is going. Let me see if I can get the epistle up on my screen. Now, let me see if the strangest thing I've had is on Théa, when I've tried to transfer that into, this is why it may take a few days. When I'm trying to transfer that into the email format now, the illustrations aren't going with it for whatever reason. That's strange to me.
Yeah.
Let me see if I save it, if the illustrations come through. If they don't, then I'll have to find a way to handle that. Like I would just cut and paste the illustrations or something into the email, but I'll make it happen. And I want to add more of some of the essays I wrote before to it about the Nazi relocation to Unterland. So that would give it some perspective. But that having been said, here we are. Let me see if I can give people here a little sneak peek on Team Dietrich to the epistle that I'm writing on Transnistria and the Crimea. So let me look that up. And in the meantime, keep talking. Obviously, we've got a lot going on in England. What do you know about any recent deployments of the British troops in England, aside from the fact that Putin says he's going to target them all? And good fucking luck. I mean, he's doing so. Yeah,
we got boots on the ground, certainly, for sure. I know that for a fact. In the Ukraine, And because I knew this years ago that it was our troops that helped train the Ukrainian forces. It was known as Operation Orbital. Orbital. It was Operation Orbital, which that was after the annexation of Crimea, which Boris Johnson went on record to say that we do not recognize the annexation of Crimea. That was an act of aggression, obviously. And so, Operation Orbital was the operation that we went in and trained the Ukrainian forces to counteract any future deployment of Russian troops aggressively against the sovereign nation of Ukraine. So that was the whole purpose behind that. And so we have been the main supporters ever since. And because we understand the gravity, and I'm talking about Britain as a collective. Right. Britain as a whole, but not the population. The population, it is divided amongst people who support it because they understand the gravity of the situation. They're mainly the older generation, mainly the elderly that mainly support Ukraine because they remember what happened before. I would say just consciously.
Well, they remember it through a propaganda filter, but go on.
Exactly. That. Thank you.
The elderly people compare this to Hitler. They say, "Oh, it's like Hitler."
Exactly.
Yeah, we can't.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yes.
Thank God the younger people haven't bought into that. Thank God the younger people haven't bought into that. The bad news is the younger people don't understand the gravity of the situation and why this needs to be done. By the way, I don't know if you can see the screen share, but I do invite both Brendan and George Knight and Aristides if he's still awake. Can you see the screen share? So do answer if you can, Brendan. I know George can.
I can see it, but I'm still reeling from that monkey thing.
Okay, no worries. This is kind of along those lines in its own way. But one of the things that I had to talk about is Transnistria follows a concept of communism that is espoused by Zyuganov. And we can look up Zyuganov for a second here. And Zyuganov is the last legal communist. Now remember, the Communist Party was outlawed in the Soviet Union when it collapsed. That's why they had to go into exile. They were outlawed in Russia, so they went into exile in Transnistria. So one of the few men left, Gennady Andreevich Zyuganov, is the Russian politician who is one of the diehard communists. So he formed an ideology known as Marxist-Zyuganovism, which is about sapience. It's all based on, he believes, based on the old Soviet cosmism, that there are aliens or relic populations or populations that we have interface with like dolphins. And he believes that this sapience means they should be recognized and integrated into communism. So that's a big thing with him, is the integration by force, if necessary, of dolphins. This is one of the reasons why the Soviets created a corps of killer dolphins. Now, the Americans could never train killer dolphins because the Americans, their dolphin experts would refuse to do that, train dolphins to be killers. They trained them to hunt for mines or rescue sailors, but they refused to train them to kill. But the Soviets did. I point out one of the man who leads Transnistria. He is a former cosmonaut. One of the things that he was sent in space to do was to track down Soviet satellites that had been launched by the Satanists that were broadcasting and transmitting and receiving transmissions from the Americans so they could coordinate their resistance that ultimately overthrew the Soviet Union. They actually did this through satellite technology that the former cosmonaut was sent to take down. He now runs Transnistria, but one of his good friends was this individual named Valuev, who most people don't remember was the former heavyweight champion of the world. And so if we go over to YouTube, let's see if this comes up, then
holy shit.
Yeah, take a look at this guy. And this is like, I'm going to try and make certain that
apparently they've deployed these militarized dolphins, and so does North Korea.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
They used them during the offensive in
Ukraine
against Crimea.
Yes, in Crimea.
And it says the destruction of the bridge in 2022. They sent out, basically dolphins afterwards to defend it. It's like that's shocking.
There we are.
Shocking.
Thank you. See, so
that is worse than the monkey shit.
And it's asinine that people actually they can't comprehend that they were deploying African swine fever. That's the other thing that most people go and deny about. They don't even recognize the fact that they were deploying these weaponized variants, these weaponized biological weapons.
Yeah.
Russia's not the first time Russia has used weaponized animal life to protect its critical infrastructure.
Thank you.
So it's like someone knows about it.
Well, look at this. Can you see the screen share? Okay, let me know if you can see it.
I can see it, but what is it?
So this is camera footage these young boys took of footprints in Russia, and they sent in a politician who used to be the heavyweight champion of the world. This guy, take a look at his size compared to everybody else in the room. And they caught Bigfoot, Sasquatch. They call him Almas over there, Almasty. So the Alma is caught on film. The boys caught the Alma on film staring at them. And so that's when the boys all went running. Of course, we all realize that what happened was the Alma just shaved off all his body hair and is now sitting in the room with everybody looking at the laptop. Instead they're focusing on this idiot for some reason because he works for National Geographic for the moment. But you'll see
he's a Brit.
Yeah, there you go. How could you tell? How could you tell? He has that look. He has that look.
With 1 second, I could tell.
But look at this fucker.
Was he British?
Yeah, he's British. He's British. But look at this fucker who's like looking at it.
Oh, that dude's like Andre the Giant.
Yeah,
he's huge.
Yes, he's the former heavyweight champion of the world, Nikolai Valuev. He used to be the friend of the cosmonaut who now runs Transnistria, but they broke up over religion and politics. But he's talking to the young boys. Actually, he's not talking to them. He's really eyeing them up for dinner. And at any rate, they're talking about, of course, why do we have Russian subtitles? They're speaking in Russian. Why do they give us Russian subtitles? I guess for deaf Russians. They're giving us Russian subtitles for deaf Russians.
Yeah, they think you're a deaf Russian.
Yeah. Oh, the boys are running, of course, and they're swearing all the way. So they get this big lecture of how they're swearing. Jesus Christ, they see fucking Bigfoot.
Yeah, what do you expect?
Anyhow, this guy here. Valuev, of course, is someone more people should know about. But he's someone who helped when a lot of their dolphins deserted. He and the cosmonaut Plemia, who runs Transnistria, they were part of a program to round up the deserter dolphins, and they at least made certain they weren't killed. They sold them to Iran to work in swimming therapy with disabled children. But understand, this is still slavery. These are sentient beings who were drafted of no will of their own, and then when they desert, are then sentenced to serve with swimming therapy for disabled children. This is still slavery, and this is the communist form of
tragic.
Yeah, sapient recognition. Yeah, it's the communist form of sapient recognition. Now, the giant that I just showed you, Valuev, he is a Russian Orthodox Christian. It's a big part of his politics. That's not a positive. The Russian Orthodox Church has been excommunicated by the Exarchate in Constantinople or Istanbul because he has sided with Ukraine. And this is, of course, because the Russian Orthodox Church is the big promoter of war with Ukraine. And it's taken now to be the corrupt aggressor that's behind Vladimir Putin. The reality is they're simply thoroughly corrupted by materialism, and they've been bought out by the Satanists who live in the Crimea. So the Russian Orthodox Church is now a pawn since the death of the Tsar. And you know why the Russian Orthodox Church has gone through this corruption is because of the death of their Pope, who was the Tsar. So the murder of the real Tsars led to the apostasy of the Russian Orthodox Church. Hopefully that makes sense to people if they understand what I'm saying. And the rest of the Orthodox churches, like the Serbian Orthodox Church and those that listen to the Exarchate in Constantinople, now Istanbul, they theoretically are supposed to side with the Ukrainians. This doesn't necessarily happen, and there's many Russian sympathizers in all of those nations. But it's very important to remember that the church itself has taken a stand because the Russian church has sunk into this form of corruption since the death of the Tsar. The only way to redeem the Russian Orthodox Church would be a reinstatement of the Russian monarchy, even if it were in exile. But you notice Putin has never declared himself the Tsar, and no one ever asks, well, why doesn't he declare himself the Tsar? And everybody, of course, would say, well, he's not a Romanov. But still, he has total power. Why doesn't he just declare himself the new dynasty? But you notice he's produced no sons. He has daughters, but he's produced no sons. And so he's like, there's something genetically wrong with Putin. Why can't he produce a son? He could easily just donate his sperm to an in vitro carrier until a son is produced. He doesn't even need to fuck if he's gay. Which we all know he really is, because that's why he's such a rabid homophobe, because he's a self-loathing homosexual, just like Peter Moon, which is why Peter Moon and him relate, or Peter related to Vladimir Putin. Yeah, but anyhow, so such being said, hopefully everything I said is coherent, and that puts further perspective on what we're talking about. And this is what I was telling.
Thank you, Douglas.
This is what I was telling that individual, Robert Kuba, who sent $25 and then throws all this legal pedantry at me, which of course we easily deconstructed. And so you can review the early part of the show later when we go into that, but at your leisure. But one of the things that I say to all of our listeners is, don't argue with people about who won World War II. It's not productive at this point. We had the window of opportunity for that when I was talking with George Norrie, and the only reason I was able to reach people through Coast to Coast AM was because George Norrie thought I was still involved with Aquino. Yes. He honestly, because he himself is one, and whoever has met George Norrie and knew context would know he was a practicing Satanist because he wears nothing but black. All that touches his body is black. He will allow no other color to touch his skin. And he dyes his hair perfectly black, just like Aquino did. And it looks so horrible on them because they're both pasty-face white. And you know that's not their natural hair color. It looks like a horrible mannequin with a black wig thrown on it. It looks horrible, the effect. But anyhow, these idiots, but especially Norrie, once he was told by Aquino that I was not a Satanist, he then went into the suppression campaign, which is a big part of my censorship. George Norrie is a big part of that. So do understand that he truly is the enemy, your enemy, of anyone who's listening. He's the enemy of all that's decent. And but the window of opportunity to educate the public was that time, while survivors of World War II were still alive and the Korean War was still alive. At this point, the thing to concentrate on is winning America's Civil War and the World War, and Britain's Civil War and the World War. And after that, we can educate the people about, we got to this point because you lost World War II. That's when it counts. Right now, the important thing to tell everyone is that the son of Hitler is alive and well. He's in America, and he has the solution to your problems. Solutions that the power boys simply regurgitate like parrots when they, as we know, the Tories did.
They do.
And of course,
verbatim, literally word for word.
Thank you. And you saw lately how Trump has tried to declare the Department of Defense. He's trying to rename it the Department of War. Have you heard this?
Of war.
Tell him, Brendan, he can't do this. Tell him, Brendan, the problems Trump has run into. That basically he was told you can't do that. So tell him, Brendan.
Well, it's not an official title. It's a secondary title.
It's what
they're just letting him use so they don't have to deal with him throwing a fit. They went and scraped off everything,
That further reinforces the fact that they lost the war because they had a Department of War ever since that Constitutional Republic was established. They had to dismantle it through Japanese demands during that peace talk down process. And that you people could look at it, and during the middle of the Japanese and American War, that during the middle of it, just prior to Douglas MacArthur being fired, they dismantled their Department of War. And now they have a Department of Defense, which was never established, or was never extant during the time of proactive prosecution of hostilities.
Thank you.
And so, all of that is vetted. All of that is historical. Nobody can deny that. It's irrefutable.
Thank you.
But Douglas.
And my mother was a part of those talk-down processes, just so people understand.
Thank you. And I appreciate you mentioned about Marlene Dietrich earlier, Douglas, because that was, when I first discovered yourself, I knew there was like a connection between your family and Marlene Dietrich. But yes, Hitler did have a crush on her. And yes, people can see this. This is historical, that there was you would say, a sabotage, a plot to kill him through him inserting himself into her vagina. And that is, very documented.
Yes.
That is not hidden. That is something that is very in the public domain. People can ascertain that information. And so, that's very, very true. And I knew there was, she was a distant relation to your family, Douglas, for your father's side. And so I kind of knew that, and I thought, well, there's the connection there with Aquino also. That was, all part of that. But when people deny, what you say, Douglas, it's just, ridiculous in my estimate, because I've vouched and vetted all that is true. So
thank you.
It's just, it baffles me. Yeah, it really does. But anyway, that's, I come on to support yourself, Douglas, and I come on to, just to reinforce your good name.
Thank you.
To to defend you, yes, as well. But yeah, I appreciate you mentioning Marlena earlier.
So definitely appreciate it. So maybe the two of you can help me figure this out. So when we go to, say for instance, let me share screen again, and here we go. So I'm gonna do a screen share, and Brendan in particular is very good with computers. So if I were to transfer this file to yourself or George Knight or Aristides or anyone, say all of you, how do I do that? How do I go send this so that the illustrations remain intact? Because when I try and cut and paste it and put it into an email format now, it's not taking the illustrations with it. So
convert it to a PDF for starters.
Okay, so how do we do that? What do I do? Where do I go?
Go to where it says file, top left.
Okay, file, top oh, there. Okay. And then
there we go, Doug.
Yeah. And then
make a copy.
Okay, make a copy. Okay. And then yeah, just press that button, make a copy, and then
hold on one second. Oh, this is Google Docs. Okay, hold on, wait, cancel.
Okay, so cancel. All right.
Yeah. So I don't know if it can do that. Go back to file again.
Yeah, sure.
Quickly.
Okay.
And yeah, let's see. This is something I'll have to work on. I don't use Google Drives, so just give me a second.
Sure, take your time. There's no rush.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
If not tonight,
if not tonight, it doesn't need to be tonight. Yeah. So so all such being said, how's the weather over there where you're at? Work is safe? Is work as safe as possible? Are you being harassed in any way?
No, it's dry at the moment, and it's clear sky, so that's the main thing, Douglas. It's conducive for working in. That's all I can say. But yeah, I did appreciate you earlier mentioning how John Wayne avoided the conscription, the draft, by having Marlena Dietrich tell them, oh no, he's got to stay with me. I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's scandalous. Oh, it's scandalous. He'd know, especially considering all the propaganda films that guy made, and going out of his way to look
People
like
love him.
Yeah, macho hero. I mean, well, the British still remember him, and many people in Europe do, but Americans have forgotten all about him. And and so it sounded almost as if Brendan said "who," which it reinforces the point. John Wayne's been forgotten. Yeah.
Oh, John Wayne.
Yeah, poor bastard. Yeah, and that's because he was so racist and shit, among other factors.
And he was like a wife beater and shit.
He was like was he? I didn't know that. He was
just an awful
Yeah, wasn't he one of those ones that would slap chicks randomly?
Yeah, it sounds more like...
Oh, you thinking of Sean Connery?
Sean Connery. Yeah,
Sean Connery would do that,
Yeah, the Scots will do that. And remember Brooke said, yeah, I'd let him slap me around. Yeah, till she saw him dressed in Zardoz. Till she saw him dressed in Zardoz. Anyhow, so thank you for that advice to save a Google Doc as a PDF. Open the document, go to File, download PDF document. Okay, then at that point you can attach it to an email. Correct?
Attach it to an email. Yeah, it should be, Douglas.
Is that?
I think that's
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, that's how you do it.
Okay,
Douglas.
Sounds good. So I'll try that. I'll experiment with that soon. And so give it a few days, and I'll get that to you, and I'll be the one to send her.
Yeah.
And
just to share with you publicly, Douglas, as well. They are speaking of a you remember my previous profession. They are talking about a reunion for all the people I used to work with at the hotel. So I can imagine how that would go down if I do attend it. If I do, and I wonder if your name
love
gets
you.
mentioned.
Jesus Christ, they love you.
Yes.
They can't get enough of you. That poor woman had such a crush on you and shit. They, you might as well attend it. I mean, if you can. I mean, just have fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like people will be so. It'll probably be sad just because you're doing so well, and the rest of them will probably be just so morbidly depressed.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Douglas. Either I can vouch for that. Yeah, definitely. From what I've been told and informed. Yeah. But yeah, at any rate,
it's sad. Well, what have you been? Oh, well, I guess you can't share people's personal stuff, but it's
yeah, they certainly miss me. I keep getting my job offered back. Yeah.
Do they really? That figures. Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's because you had the skill to handle all the drunks and shit.
Right. And I was loved by the clientele and everything. Yeah. And so since I've been gone, it hasn't really. It's just plummeted. It's just gone down. It's just spiraled. Yeah. But yeah, sad. It's sad. It's
Too bad.
It's sad.
Yeah, so here we are. John Wayne had rage issues and beat up all 3 of his wives and his kids. He wanted to bash Sachin Littlefeather during her Oscars speech and had to be held back. Oh my fucking God!
It reminds me of Liam Neeson, Douglas.
Yeah.
Just went straight to his head.
Yeah.
They
actually buy their own myth. Yeah,
Yeah, not to
I
mention
think
he
they're macho.
ditched World War II and Vietnam.
Yeah, Korea,
and then
Vietnam.
was crying about the hippies saying, they won't fight for our country. It's like, dude, you didn't either.
Yeah, no shit.
Hypocrite.
No shit. He hid behind the skirts of a foreign woman, no less.
Yes.
Yes.
He was nothing noble.
Awful.
So that comment was from someone that was responding to, you know how they put those memes up, these like right wingers, or whatever you want to call them, the red pill guys. Yeah. That's what they are.
Yeah.
And they'll say, this was the man of yesterday, and then they show some gay dude in Portland with a rainbow shirt, and this is what we have now. And then some, and then people come in the comments and they're like, that wasn't a real man, that was just a fucking actor.
Thank you.
And he was a total piece of shit.
Yeah, thank you.
Piece of shit in real life. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nothing to do with anything.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And it's beyond that. What was the thing that reminds me of? It was something else about that, goober, John Wayne and his whole false patriotism and this whole, go out and fight, kill a commie for mommy, while I stay home and fuck Marlene Dietrich. Yeah, it's really. And
apparently he was a drunk, so all he did was drink through the war.
He was heavy,
Well, they all were. In those days, everybody drank. It was mandatory. It was, things have really changed. Of course, nobody's drinking anymore.
So then that must have been bad if someone in that era is being called a drunk. That means you're like fucked up. You're causing all kinds of problems.
Oh, yeah. No. It was, in other words, he was like a violent drunk. He was a violent drunk. Yeah, because, the world was so different in those days, nobody would recognize it. Even in Europe, even in Germany these days, they're making non-alcoholic beer. A lot more people are drinking. They've always made it, but a lot more people are drinking it instead of, beer. It's so things have really changed.
Around the world, alcohol consumption has gone down.
Yeah, it's
something like 30 or 40%.
Yeah. Which
first of all, people don't have the money to pay for these the ridiculous prices.
Yeah.
And second of all, younger people don't want to get drunk.
Yeah. It's
not fun.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
And itself, like you said, George, when I was worried sick about you the one time, your friends got you all drunk because it was the anniversary or something? Yeah, what was the anniversary?
That was the Wembley.
Yeah, what did they give you? Absinthe? I thought you were on absinthe or something.
It was red wine. Oh, it was red wine.
That's the worst. Yeah,
that was when. I won those for recognition for doing well at work. We won these Wembley tickets to go watch the football match, and it was all what you call it's hospitality, so it's all inclusive. Everything's unlimited, so bottomless drink.
Oh, wow.
Yes, infinite. Yeah, so that was not good. Oh, God knows. It wasn't my choice, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It was a bit of mixing because I started with beer and then it was everyone there was drinking red, so of course you get
beer before wine.
Yeah.
So you can imagine, I was not doing very well because I
never sicker or something. There was some saying back in the day.
That was awful. But yeah.
I mean, we were so worried sick about you, and but definitely.
I was planning on coming on, wasn't I, Douglas?
Yes.
That was the next day. It was the next day.
Yes.
I planned, but no, I was not. I was gone for
Yeah, but thank God it all worked out. And of course, once we learned what had happened, of course, our concern was our concern was always for your safety.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Brent?
Beer before wine, you'll be fine. Wine before beer, you'll become queer. That's apparently.
Probably that.
I think that just means you you black out.
Yes, yes, that's what they meant in the early days before that.
It's blacking out.
That's
yes.
old. Yeah, it's before there was a different connotation to the word queer. And nowadays they use the term weird off. They go in bars and people have a weird off. It's I don't know how familiar you are with that term, George. Have you ever heard that as a bartender?
No, I've not heard it. No.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't done this. No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you can look that up. Weird off is like
Yes,
I think people
yes.
try to see who can do the most brazenly bizarre behavior and get away with it in a bar or something stupid like that. But yeah, people always
Sounds awful.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I learned about it first of all from that Irish woman. Gosh, we haven't heard from her in a while, poor dear. But she, God, what was her name? Does anybody remember? She was on my show a few times, and I was on hers a few times from a long time ago.
Oh, this must have been way back. Yeah.
Well, she was learning. She was trying to write a book, and so last time she came on, she was telling us the plot of her book, and Peter Moon was completely contemptuous. Yeah, she'll never get it done. She's all over the place. Yeah.
Oh, and look at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He stroked out before he could do anything.
Yeah.
It's always projection, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always projection.
Yeah.
And all the
because
books were like
he's an
half
author
finished and
himself.
shit.
Yeah.
Like that was the one complaint I saw about your book, that the vampirology, they said it was a great book, but it just stops.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's because Pete couldn't finish it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
It's just Pete. Yeah.
he published only half it, and he always promised I'll finish it someday, and never did. Of course, everything was just talk about everything's a lie. Oh my God!
And the bloke doesn't work. Yeah, he doesn't work either.
And he doesn't even work. Yeah, he doesn't even work. Yeah, but it reminds me of something else, that when people are attacking myself, that's another thing to remember. What is it? Something else to point out is that, say for instance, here's an angle of assault they never take, is they never attack my background of being the son of Adolf Hitler. Instead, they always try to claim something like Douglas Dietrich's not Douglas Dietrich. So if you ever take a look at their assault, they're always claiming Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich. What do they even mean by that? But then you realize, in other words, they completely accept, all my gang stalkers do, they know I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. And for that reason, in order to just throw off anybody who's trying to find out about me, they simply say Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich, because that's their only way of throwing that off, throwing people off from the track. It's instead they claim like they're not using my native Chinese name by saying, oh, he's really Lin Yiping. Instead, they say I'm some weird guy from Thailand or Singapore or something, if I remember correctly.
That was some trip that what's the weird actor, the fake actor guy.
Oh, I forget.
That was just an extra. What was his name? Miguel.
Oh, Miguel Andahar. That piece of shit.
That's what Miguel kept. Yeah, he kept sending me shit like, Doug is not actually Doug, and then but then at the same time he linked that shit that RKC was saying.
Yeah.
Like, we did a FOIA request and he was never in the military, and I'm like, so are you guys gonna pick either he is him and you're using the name, or he's not him and you're not using the name? You can't have it both ways. Saying he's got a fake name, but then you're going to use that fake name to prove he's not in the military. Just something didn't add up. Their logic was so bad.
Not to mention using the name they claimed was fake for the gematria that they said proved I was Hitlerian because it came out to Heil Hitler. Right?
It just was so backwards, and I was like, what? Do you expect me to, first of all, read all this shit? Second of all, like, none of it's like actually logical. It's like what crazy people scribble on walls,
Yes.
Like, that meme where it's like Charlie from It's Always Sunny, and he's just got a bunch of red string and like a cork board.
Yeah.
That's what it's like.
Yeah.
Like, all this shit none of it's connecting. It's all just nonsense.
But again, to put this into perspective for our listeners, the reason this is an issue is because you would think that would be their first angle of attack, would be to say, this maniac claims he's the son of Hitler. How can you listen to someone like that? That would be the logical angle of attack.
They've never said that once.
But they have never taken that angle. What would it should strike anyone that someone says, hey, I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. You would think the first thing that people would respond with is, that's so ridiculous on the face of it that nothing this man says thereafter bears listening to. But instead, like we've just seen, they attack me with bizarre, pedantic legal things like, well, then, why didn't the Japanese serve in the Korean War? As opposed to, hey, man, you're crazy. You're saying you're the son of Hitler. I better stop listening to you, and everything you say is invalid after that. No, instead, they attack absolutely bizarre details, trying to twist what I've said, spewing out their own lies based on posits that are simply not true. But they don't attack what should be the obvious angle of attack. And but this is because the gang stalkers all know that I'm the son of Adolf Hitler, because they knew that from Aquino, because Aquino took the blood tests. That's the whole thing that needs to be emphasized, is for those of you who don't know, Michael Aquino took blood tests from Letterman Army Medical Center through John Henry Hagman, who compared them to the blood tests of the Hitler family that lives in the United States, that have all changed their names and are blood matches. So the genes match. So I was genetically traced to be related to the family of Hitler.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michael Aquino knew you were the son of Adolf Hitler.
Right.
Douglas.
And so all the cultists know it. And so somehow disrespecting that would be disrespecting Michael Aquino. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah,
what
do you remember? Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
The gang stalkers, they would claim that I was 13 years old when really I was 31. So it was just the inversion.
Yeah,
it was the transposition. Yeah. And so you knew automatically. Well, they're lying about me. Everything else they say must be lies, because they're trying to pretend that I'm a 13-year-old child. And it's just like, Jesus
yeah, and then
Christ.
they said I was a trust fund baby. They said Brendan's got this trust fund money, and I'm like,
because they kept confusing you with Brandon Young. They kept
they thought I was Brandon Young.
Yes, they were.
If they could just say things like that without any regard, they just throw it out there, and they think people are going to buy into it, and they think you're going to buy into it, then Jesus, you've got to be insane to buy that shit from what these people are saying.
Right. But you know
you've got to be truly insane.
But the guy who kept calling people up and saying Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich was also Salman Sheikh. Salman Sheikh kept calling people up and saying that too. Literally calling people.
Well, yeah, they linked up. That's because him and the other guy linked up.
Yeah, Miguel Andahar. Yeah, they all became part of the same cult along with Lane and Shay.
They were doing interviews with each other, and they were so bad. And they even brought out that guy that looked like Crypt Keeper. Remember, they said he was like, somehow he got that ugly ass fat guy. Remember?
Yeah, he was sleeping on a park bench where Salman used to go to pass out ice cream to the kids.
Yeah, he said, "This is my good friend, and he's gonna tell you about how Douglas is a fraud." And I'm like, dude, this guy really? Who the fuck is this guy? And he would send me the videos of talking to him. It's like, I can't even watch this. This guy looks like Crypt Keeper.
Oh shit! Did you see any of that, George, or does that remind you of anything? Just out of curiosity, while we're having fun with this, it's
no, absolutely.
You weren't missing shit. You weren't missing shit.
No.
Didn't Salman try to visit you too?
Yeah, Salman tried to visit. Tell people about that. Salman was trying to.
Oh, with me, he tried to. Of course, I never responded. I never responded to I never even said, "Oh, thanks for offering." I didn't even respond back to it. It was, when I'm visiting England, would you like to meet up somewhere? I was like, no, because what we're going to talk about? It's just going to be about, what's our mutual connection? It's Douglas. So that's the only thing you're going to talk about. So no, I'm not going to waste my time. Yeah. I've got no interest talking to him about it. If I want to talk to Douglas, I'll talk to him directly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why would I want to? Why would I want to talk about him behind his back? No.
Thank you. No.
I mean, you don't want to talk to a Freemason Muslim?
Yeah.
There's nothing I can find.
Bullshit he was saying.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can't find out without talking to Douglas. So I'm going to speak directly to Douglas. That's why I've never, communicated with any of those individuals.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it was just it's asinine to me.
Yeah. No. Have you ever followed up with all of these attacks that were happening to your fellow workers because of these freaks who believe that 5G is causing COVID and shit? Have there been any developments? Like, is there extra security being provided? Are they trying to train these people to respond to this threat, or how's the company handling it?
No. Only from my own personal experience, Douglas, what I've asked these individuals, I said, where did you get that information from? I said, did you did you scour that from the internet? And they admit, they go, yeah, it's what we've read. As in, like,
research.
They speak like it was just, what, you know, when it's like, they were speaking of like, there are a group of people, but I'm speaking to an individual. Oh yeah, this is where we read it from. It's like, oh, so are you part of something? Or, you know, because I come across them so often where they truly believe that what we're putting in the ground and in the air is we're transmitting like a form of frequency, which is doing something detrimental to the human body, to the human mind, and they truly believe that. And it's like, where'd you get the information from? Oh, we just read it online somewhere. Well, obviously that's sourcing from one origin, that is, it's Russian propaganda. Of course, I don't mention that to them. Don't need to.
Right.
Don't need to go down that with these people.
Most of these people, they're like,
I
eating
just
toxic
reassure them.
sludge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just reassure them that that there's no we had yesterday, Douglas. We had a national emergency alert system. It's just a drill. It was just a test, and that's all it was. And people going, how did they get our number? How did the government know our number? Well, of course they got everybody's number because they get it from your provider.
Your phone.
And so that message, that alert goes out to everyone, and they're trying to reassert that, oh, they're watching us, they're monitoring us, they're surveilling us. And it's like, well, no.
At that point, it's just natural selection. Like, all right, take your number off the emergency alert.
Why would the government do that? Yeah, the government do not want to listen to your conversations about you. You know how many shits you had in the morning. Yeah, they don't want to know that.
Yeah. Thank you. It's like these people who said this one example, and so many people are like this. When you're watching television, the television is watching you. And really, who would want to see you sitting on your... Yes, who would want to see you sitting on the couch?
Fat piece of shit.
Yeah, some disgusting...
with Snowden and that.
Scratching their balls.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, thank you. It's like...
Eating Doritos.
Yes.
Yeah.
You couldn't pay a government worker enough to watch that. It's
exactly, no.
Yes.
There's always those people that think they're the most watched. It's like, no one cares about.
But you just want to say to these individuals that think about 5G being precarious or being compromising. It's like, well, what purpose would that serve? What's the intention? What's the motive? What would anyone gain from doing that? Nothing.
And beyond that, are these generally younger people who are more savvy about what's on the internet and have some sense of media literacy?
Older than me.
They're older. They're older.
They're older than me. Yes, reading from that sewer shit, Douglas.
Thank you.
Just regurgitating. Yeah.
So it goes to show that the elderly are the most vulnerable to disinformation. It's the elderly, because the younger people grow up with it, and the younger people have a callous skepticism of that. So there we have that, and so how are you dealing with exposing Everly to the internet, if at all?
Yeah, no, you just got to, not at all. Not at all. I was actually speaking to this with a colleague of mine the other day, and I said, just like with what you call in the United States, the highway system, and I said, in the UK, you have to get to the age of 17 before you can apply for a provisional license to drive. Then you have to go for a theory test, and you have to do practical training, and you have to be accredited officially with a full driver license before you're even allowed to jump behind the wheel, and you have to pass your actual driving test before you can get on a motorway. And I said, just with that analogy about what we have to go through, I said, but when they released the internet, I said they released that in the mid to late 1990s. And, I could have brought up Michael Aquino, DARPA, I could have mentioned Sergio Brin and Larry Page. I could have brought up, Stanford University. I could have brought up NASA. I could have brought up all that information, Douglas. I didn't need to. But what I mentioned was, just like you need to be trained to jump on the highway, you need to train your children to jump on the information highway.
Yes. How did they take that? How did they take that?
No training. There was no there was basically silence, Douglas.
They
There
have no
was
idea
silence because no, they don't. They're not fathoming what I'm saying and what I'm trying to basically make them aware of.
Jesus.
I said because nowadays children from day dot, after womb to tomb, after sperm to worm, once they're incepted, then they're able to ascertain the internet by just grabbing as a baby. From the age of literally, as soon as they can clench their fist, they could grab someone's tablet, someone's phone, and jump on the internet from day dot, literally just like that, with no one, without any remorse or any regard to any repercussions.
This is going to have terrible repercussions, and it's dumbing down. It's so tragic. But you know what it reminds me of when you brought up Sergey Brin. Whether she's now granted. Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell is, of course, trying to buck for a pardon, a full presidential pardon from Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is trying to give her a full presidential pardon. But he wants her to speak on his behalf. In fact, Bren, tell George how the new Donald Trump myth. The new Donald Trump myth is that...
He already had to... Yeah, he had to roll it back, but... Yeah, that Speaker Johnson or whoever that bastard is. He said Trump was the FBI informant. That's why he was in the, he was in the thick of it because he was fighting for saving the children or something.
But
he was exposing him, and it's just so crazy.
But taking that context into account, that Ghislaine Maxwell and Donald Trump are using each other, I still believe it when she says that, just as you have adults that dress as furries or Disney princesses that go to children's birthday parties, there are adult birthday parties where you bring children to. Then the children do for the adults what the adults dressed as furries and Disney princesses do for kids at kids' birthday parties. They entertain them. And so she said she was at the birthday party of Donald, it was either Elon Musk or Sergey Brin. So she said it was at Elon Musk or Sergey Brin's birthday party that
Elon was there.
Yeah, Elon was there.
That's what she claims.
When she brought in a bunch of kids to entertain them. So she claims this, and I believe her when she says that. That I can believe that Sergey Brin would have her, Ghislaine Maxwell, bring a bunch of children for him to fuck, and that Elon Musk was there fucking him as well. I believe her when she says that. Even though at this point she's saying it for the sake of Donald Trump, who wants to fuck over Elon Musk because of their big breakup, and Elon Musk, calling Donald Trump a pedophile. What did Elon Musk call Donald Trump? Did he call him a pedophile or some other shit? He was like...
He was the first person to say Trump was in the Epstein files.
There we are.
Like when they first had that big spill.
Thank you.
Or whatever, the lovers' quarrel. Yeah. And then that's the first thing he said. He said, Trump's in the Epstein files. That's why he won't release it.
And
then he came forward and back. Begging for mercy, begging for forgiveness
for a while, but then
but talk about what is it called? Calling the kettle pot, calling the kettle black. This dude, as if he's innocent.
Oh yeah, well they're all the worst. But yeah, like George said, he came crawling back, but Trump wouldn't have him. So then
he didn't have it.
Yeah, and that's when he said, "I'm going to start a third party," which of course is like you might as well say, "I'm going to, I don't know, something stupid."
Go to Mars.
Yeah, go to Mars. Something that's
stupid. He is. Yeah, literally. Yes.
It's that absurd.
He's the new cosmonaut. He works. He's one of Vladimir Putin's useful idiots.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It's honestly, this is like it's true what George said. A lot of listeners don't know, but Elon Musk cut off all the Starlink services to the Ukraine so that they couldn't fight the Russians. Because he had talked to Vladimir Putin. These people, it's outrageous the position of vulnerability we've gotten ourselves into. America's entire military war machine is dependent on Elon Musk. For their technological control, command, CCC, what we used to call CCC, command, control, and communications. So, and this man is a mortal enemy of freedom and America. It's like we obviously need to take action here. So I spoke on actions. I don't know if you caught this earlier, George. Did you hear me when I said the blue states, or the Democratic states, are funding everything in America? They've got to stop funding it because Trump wants to pull off all funding from anything Democratic. So, but our biggest problem is that the people leading our Democratic Party, this ancient gerontocracy, they're all Jewish. That's our problem. Is the Democratic Party is led by a bunch of Zionists who are yeah, and so we've got to end that. We've got to end that situation. That's but yeah, all
absolutely, that. Douglas.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And then also, yeah, do rid of that electoral college as well, because that's what brought Trump in as well. You. Yeah, there's so many things we've got to implement to reform or rechange. Yeah, absolutely. Change basically.
That's what brings us to civil war and of course force majeure.
Yes.
Yeah. And so here we are. Russia officially announces. Oh my God! What is he saying, Brendan? Oh, this looks so sketch. What is he saying? Because I can't see.
Well, it's some Russian propaganda meme farm, but it says Russia officially announced cancer vaccine. It's ready for clinical use, and it's free. And did you see what I said in the?
It's you said, how dare you talk about our world saviors like that? Yes, thank you.
Russia, they're gonna save us all. That's like what all these people on the internet are saying. But then you heard about the guy that took his whole family there, and they lied to him, said, "Oh, you're just gonna be a welder, fixing our military machines," and they packed his family, took him to Russia. He gave them his passport. They gave him the Russian citizenship, and he fucking got sent to the front line straight away. Yeah. They lied about everything. It's like those are the people you want to save the world. Good luck.
Oh yeah. It's or that black woman whose dad was Russian, and she said, "Oh, I'll go back to Russia," and they beat her up with sticks and shit.
Yeah. He said, "I have more freedom there. They're not racist," and like instantly gets attacked.
Lynched.
Well, that's the same thing the guy said.
Yeah.
He said, "I don't want my children going around to all these." Trans indoctrinating gay schools and shit, and then he goes there and it's like they just kill him essentially.
Yeah, send him to his death. Yeah, well, it's exactly what he deserved. This is like beyond Darwinian selection. It's these people are
and then leave the wife and the son with no one to take care of them.
Yeah, with no one to take care of them.
No money, no nothing.
Yeah. No, it's a brutal.
And the wife was the one who complained. She was crying. She said, "We haven't heard from him in weeks, and we're running out of food and shit."
Yeah, of course.
Like, well, you're fucked.
Yeah, that's right. All you could do is try and escape somehow, but other than that, she's going to have to marry some Russian dude, and that's not going to help. Really, it just goes downhill from there. It's like, well, that's what happens when you married an idiot and bought into his party line. But this is like where we're at. We're dealing with people who buy into. I saw on YouTube, because again, like I said, anybody can look at my YouTube subscriptions and they know I'm only there for the ass. It's all like soft core porn, yoga and shit. So but because of what I talk about on my news feed, I get all, or the video feed for YouTube, I get all this World War II shit and stuff like that. But they also all this war shit going on with Ukraine and everything. And all I see is defense of Russia from these guys when, say, for instance, they're talking about, the Russian tanks now all have the cope cages, for against drone attacks. And everybody's going, the Russians are brilliant. It's innovative and all that shit. It's like they're propagandists for the Russians. It's like it's all these Americans just worship them. I don't know. Do you see that in Britain, or is that they at least you don't have that, or do you?
Yeah, it is. It's everywhere. It's so ubiquitous, Douglas. Absolutely. God. It's all over the internet. Yeah. So, as I was going to say earlier, I will slowly have to depart and say my goodbyes, Douglas, and good morning to everyone. But with the internet itself, there was obviously, two major factors. One I won't go into, obviously, because we know one of the reasons why the internet was released, one of the reasons for it being used internally by the DARPA, which was the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. they would use it to ascertain child pornography.
Yes. Yeah, and just
so I don't want to dive into that.
Yeah, just to give people the accurate history of that, it started with the U.S. Army exclusive DeltaNet.
Yes.
The U.S. Army exclusive DeltaNet was specifically for child porn, but DARPANet, which was where they contracted Sergey Brin, was to make that accessible in the public sense. Yeah, and that's but anyhow, so go on. And of course, we're going to miss you as soon as you leave. I'll wind down the live stream. So I'm glad you were able to come on before I did that. But yes, by all means, tell us what other points you want to make about that. So with the internet, you know, the point you want to make.
And the other important thing is like you mentioned about the internet being ascertained, so anyone can access it as an information consumer. Of course, the majority of the information that you get from the internet is DARPA vetted. Yes. It's filtered through this through DARPA, well, you would call it like a subcontractor company. Anything that is released onto that public domain is filtered through DARPA vetting. So nothing you ascertain from the internet isn't controlled or isn't gone through a filtered process of DARPA. What would you call it, Douglas? The correct term would be someone actually.
Well, basically, the best way to compare it would be just like in communist China, where you have an entire army of censors and bureaucrats that process everything before people are allowed to access it, plus process all communications, which is why their internet is so slow. America does that at an astronomically faster pace using AI programs that have only recently been released. They've been using these kind of AI programs for generations before their release to the public to play with, like ChatGPT. But these were the forerunners they were using to censor, filter, strain, and basically mold your information. For those who don't understand the logic then of how so much Russian disinformation gets through, remember, these people are still fighting World War II against the Third Reich. So they're operating in cooperation with the Russians as their quote-unquote allies. But the Russians are the tail that has begun to wag the dog. And the Russians have simply overtaken the entire information spectrum in Britain and America, and it's led to the likes of Nigel Farage and Donald Trump.
Exactly, yes. Yes, thank you. Much appreciated, Douglas. And the issue with that is people believe, because they've got access to it via their mobile devices, they can do it remotely at any time at their will. They believe that they have all the information they need in front of them, and they truly believe everything that they read on the internet. They think everything, because that's where you get that term and phrase, have you Googled it? Right. Everyone says, Google it. No. Google will tell you everything. Google has all the information in the world. Of course, all of that is a load of farce. Yeah. It's all fabricated. It's all distorted, twisted, and majority of it is not true at all.
Or rather, it's whatever is out there is so fragmented that people can't see the thread of narrative that would make it, if you could just like have it, the circumstantial evidence, for instance, as George Knight has found, is all there that America and the Allies lost World War II and that are still at war with the breakaway civilization in exile known as the Third Reich. All of it is there for anyone to find, and you can find Andromeda Garrets everywhere. But you know,
the seen objects in the sky.
But there's no context for people to see that information in. Yet if they saw it, well, that's the Third Reich in exile, and we're still legally at war with them. Then suddenly the world makes sense, and they stop asking these stupid questions.
And then there's no such thing as UFOs; they're all IFOs, identified flight objects.
Or a great deal of them, unless we get to balls of plasma or these amoeboid, these amoeboid kinds of phenomena. And but
that's always important.
Yeah, thank you.
But thank you, Douglas. But that's basically the general summary of what I'm trying to explain is that most people think that they have everything at their fingertips, that all the information they need is right in front of them. And but that's the problem with the internet, because there's no training involved with it. because it's like you said, it's all fragmented, so you don't get that coherent narrative, that straightforward narrative. You get just compartmented, fragmented, distorted information, which makes no sense, which is, you know, what you've said yourself, and I've said for ages, for a long time, that, you know, when people are trying to ascertain the truth, they dive into that sewer, but what they come out with is just what they find. It just confuses them even more.
Well, here's the term to use. Here's the term to use. In the Matrix, they use the term with, I believe Brendan said the black guy's name was, what is it, Morpheus? You know, take the red pill.
Yes.
Take the red pill, Tyrone. And but what you need to tell people is
Neo.
Yeah, thank you, Neo.
Yeah.
What you need to tell people is they're all taking the black pill. They're not taking the blue pill or the red pill. They're sucking on a black pill, and it's just pure shit. It's the black pill of shit that everybody's swallowing. So there you go. They're all black pilling themselves. And that's why all the men are turning into raging incels. They're all rageaholic incels and ready to commit the next school shooting. And even though they don't even go to school.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
So,
thank you.
Okay, well, we love you dearly, George.
Love you dearly too, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. And I should be with you for a bit longer on Thursday. Thursday my time, Wednesday your show, Douglas.
Sounds good.
Your time.
So I'll be prepared for. I'll be prepared. Yeah, for that.
Yes, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Yeah, love you dearly, and look after yourself. And everyone, please support Douglas. And Brendan, great speaking to you as well. I'm glad to hear from you, and glad to have you on the show. And hope you're doing well. You know, stay safe and look after yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, take care. Take care, Brendan, and take care, Douglas. Speak to you soon.
Yes. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that's George Knight, and so dear Brendan, you did great as always, as did Aristides and George, and glad that we stayed on long enough for him to catch us. And so we've earned our pay. We've earned our pay for tonight. We took it to how many hours? Let's take a look. And oh God, there's Putin's face again. Yeah, 6 hours. Yeah, about half the old 12-hour this time span. We did great, and we maintained good numbers.
If the economy wasn't destroyed, I would be out working right now. But the economy's fucking destroyed.
I know. I
inquired about some it was like some corporate exploitation Amazon job where you can pick up, a couple hour shifts or something. Yeah. It's like a flex driver. You can go deliver shit for them like a peon.
Yeah.
Where they pay you $10 an hour or something.
Yeah.
And they said, all our positions are filled. It's like they're just exploiting everybody. No one has jobs, and they're doing these little gig work.
What they're telling you is they're working to literal death. The few fuckers they're exploiting already are which thousands and thousands that they're exploiting already. They're working.
And nothing gets done.
Yeah.
I mean, I ordered something from a vitamin store just earlier
tell
today.
people, what did they say about the shipment of post office? Tell them about how the post office crashed, all the deliveries have stopped.
Oh yeah, because the feds, because of Cheeto Lord, they changed all the rules where you can't get around tariffs by using shipping services. So they only mentioned USPS, but it's all of them. The shipping services from international destinations went down by 80%. So it basically killed the entire UPS, DHL, United States Postal Service they won't last another year like this. Because a lot of their funds were coming from those drop shipping companies, like from China, from Europe. There was some of them coming in. So now it's completely shut down. 80% loss of revenue for all of those. So it's catastrophic. This stuff is bullshit.
It's the
how is that going to help the economy?
It's
not.
It's the end of the world as we know it. It's it's
designed to destroy
the
U.S. economy. And kill the dollar.
And if it kills the U.S. Post Office, where everybody's left with FedEx and UPS and private services, it's outrageous, which nobody can afford.
But they're not very good.
Of course not. Of course not.
The best one is DHL, and they can't get a foot in the door because they're German. No one wants them here.
Yeah.
They'd smash the competition.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
But
go on.
Yeah, so I tried to go to this vitamins shop earlier, and I ordered ahead online thinking, oh, it can't be that hard. It's just 2 items, right?
Yeah.
And I go there, and the whole store is like, like none of the shelves are stocked. It looks like shit, and the employees are literally sitting there on their phones, and they're not working at all. Like they're just sitting there farming money, playing whatever, fucking on their phones.
Jesus.
And the one dude is like some roided, you know, like he took too many roids and his face is all fucked up from all the roids and shit. You know, some dude that's trying way too hard to get ripped, and then it backfires because he's on all this gear, which is like steroids.
Yeah.
And then some useless chick, younger teenage bitch that can't work. It's like, why are you guys even? I wanted to tell him, why are you guys even here?
Thank you.
Like I could just walk in and take anything, and you guys won't even get up.
Yeah.
So I go up there. And I'm like, oh, I'm here for my order. And they're like, what order? And I'm like, what do you mean what order? It was 2 items. And then so they're like, oh, yeah, well, we need your ID to fill the order. I'm like, what do you mean? You don't even know what the order is. Why are you checking my ID? You don't even know what the fuck I'm here for.
Yeah,
and so,
oh God.
So they finally pull it up and all that shit. And it's like it was just ridiculous. No wonder people just order offline.
Yeah.
Because there's no point in buying from a store.
Yeah.
Those people don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They don't know where they're at.
Yeah.
They're not even working.
Yeah. It's so sad.
Anyways, I'm venting.
No, I don't blame you. I don't
stop me from venting.
No, I don't need to stop you, because I always encourage that. For everybody's mental health, you need to do this. You need to do that for the sake of it. It's therapeutic. If you don't do that, we're all gonna, if we don't.
Well, the reason why it takes me off is because I could be doing a job like that
easily. Seriously.
But I can't get fucking hired because they're saying, oh, we already have people. It's like the people you have suck.
Yeah, it's so true.
And they're not working. They're not doing anything.
Since my J.P. Morgan Chase recognized me as a veteran with a premier account, I've been tending to go to the bank that's down on Van Ness and Lombard, and it's a big bank that takes up like half that lower block, basically all the lower block. And of course, it's got these incredibly wealthy estates I like to walk by, so I can look at these castellated wealthy estates that are in the area, just as architecture porn. And when I walk, towards that area on Russian Hill, I passed this Russian Hill dispensary for pot, and it's like I've never seen anyone in it. It's just workers who are sitting there, literally doing everything exactly. Yeah. Well, they're doing what you said, like money farming and just playing video games and just talking on the cell phone, whatever. But I never see any clients in it. It's
not
like
working.
Yeah. It's like, but this is weird because it's a pot dispensary. It's like, I don't get it. Is it because the area is so rich that nobody needs those kinds of drugs or something? That they're all on better quality drugs? I don't get it. It's like, I can't imagine that staying open for much longer. But every time I pass by it, it's been empty as fuck. So it's just echoing. But then a lot of the businesses on the street are, But
maybe they get most of their, thing during the weekend.
Maybe, yeah, that might make sense, but. It doesn't strike me the few times I walked by on the weekend didn't look like it was that either. But you're right. I don't believe I've been there on the weekend. Maybe that's all when they do all their business or something. But yeah, but there you go.
Yeah, it's usually Friday. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like the new alcohol. Most people do it on the weekends.
Got it. So that might be the case.
Because you can't do it during the week if you have like an actual job.
yeah, I would hope. I would hope. Yeah, but
legitimately.
Yeah. But the situation.
The pot nowadays is no joke.
No, that's right.
To recover and shit.
Yeah, no, you're right. What do they call it again? What's their name for it? The gummy. There's another name for it. Oh, it's beginning to kick in. The edibles. The edibles are starting to kick in. Yes, that's it. Oh shit. Yeah, that's the term they use these days. The edibles starting to kick in.
What was that?
That's the term they use these days. The edibles are starting to kick in, when strange things start happening. Or you see something on the video screen you can't make sense of, and they'll say that the edibles are starting to kick in.
The edibles are kicking in, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that actually happened to me in real life.
Oh my God. Describe it.
When I was in high school, I mean, we were young, maybe like 16, 17, and we were at these, people's houses, right? We were like having, visiting.
Yeah.
Me and my girlfriend, and these people come over that are like the older brothers, like colleagues or some college friends or something.
Yeah.
And the dude says, "Look, I've got this." And this was back before like medical clubs were like recreational.
Yeah.
Well, they existed, but you had to be like have some like disease or some kind of like a past.
Degenerative neurological disorder.
Yeah. Yeah. So these were like medical level like edibles, and he said, "Here, try it." And he didn't know that we were like, that I didn't know and he didn't know, but he never tried it. He said, "I didn't try it." So we all like ate a piece, and then like I got frozen in one of the rooms for like 6 hours. And people kept coming in. They said, "Are you all right?" And I'm like, "I don't know." I was like in a chair for like 6 hours.
That sucks. That fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. Oh, I'm so
those
sorry
were like the real deal ones.
Yeah.
It was like overdosing on hashish, basically. Like you can't even move.
Yeah, that's no, yeah,
like paralyzed. It's like a paralysis potion or something.
Jesus Christ! So like you said, and this is what people are picking up from the dispensaries is this level of potent shit. Yeah, just
yeah. Well, I mean nowadays the gummies are made from like distillate, like extracts, like concentrates.
Yeah. And
they're different than the old school stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, they
I'm
are.
not like an avid user, but
yeah.
I haven't probably eaten them in probably like 5-6 years, but
yeah.
They're not like, they don't seem like they used to be, where you can eat like half a cookie and you don't see the person again until like next week.
Yeah.
It's like, and the kids at the school, they're just chewing on them, finishing these vape pens one per day.
Yeah.
It's like, how are they learning? How are they even functioning?
They aren't.
Shocking.
They aren't.
Yeah, it's shocking.
Yeah. It's I can't imagine our world even functioning much longer. It's we're fucked. It's the end of the world as we know it. And this is no moral judgment. But then again, just for the sake of societal function, the pot's horrible. It really just, everyone's a zombie. They can't, they just, they're all vegged out and they're all disoriented and pretty much.
Well, how can you blame them? Look at every time you go outside, it's just full of crazies and
true
idiots and people trying to, somehow they're all thieves, basically. They're all scamming people.
Yeah, everybody's forced to scam each other, and it's a dog-eat-dog world now, thanks to this is the way the Republicans want it. It's all libertarian, only the strong survive. This is their world.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a time where you can't even apply for, like, minimum wage jobs. I mean, that's not good.
Yeah, no.
Like it used to be like those minimum wage jobs were like begging for people, like, oh, we
true.
Just need anyone. Bodies, if you have a pulse, just come in. Now it's like you have to like, oh, what qualifications do you have? It's like what flipping burgers?
No shit. No, seriously. It used to
what
be.
Are you talking about?
Used to be there were help wanted signs everywhere you looked. It used to be. Those days are gone. They're over, and all people have to go through multiple interviews and these weird hoop through the hoop hiring processes for even minimum wage. As Brendan's saying, it's for what? Why is it like this? It's insane, and it's not going to last. It can't last. Obviously, Trump's...
No, the economy's just going to implode. There's no other option.
Thank you. And his war against the feds, that's just going to make it worse. It's and like I said, the whole crypto thing, which, T-Tank Barry asked us to say a little thing about crypto earlier, and I said it's basically, it's not even real money. I mean, these guys are just amassing numbers now. They're just amassing, I got numbers! And all it's good for is buying, contraband. It's And yet this is what Trump's banking on, just to steal everything that everybody has. They're putting their real money into crypto, but he's just hoovering it. Him and his family using the presidency to sell their own, cunt coin and shit. There you go. We're, I guess, in a sense, America deserves this. I
just don't want to be stuck here while it's happening.
No, I get it. I don't blame. But like you said, if we're going to be anywhere in America, thank God we're in California. Bad as it is, thank God. True. Yeah, thank God we're in California compared to fucking, any other state in America where it would just be like, oh, nothing. And these people who move to these other states, they can never come back because they can never earn enough money to come back to California. It's back to the way it was. Once you leave California, you can never afford to move back, unless you know otherwise, unless you're joining in intensive.
I would happily go to somewhere cheaper, but it's the way things are. It's like,
that doesn't mean
the
quality
cost of living is the same. Yeah. So it's no point in moving.
No, it's not only that. It's here we at least have services these other places don't even have. The other places are just like...
No, they have nothing.
Yeah, they have nothing. Oh my God. No, we needed to cathartic vent, get this
here's this. It almost seems like a joke. It shows this hideous looking guy that looks like a skeleton or some kind of... He looks like a burn victim. No offense to burn victims. And then it says, multi-millionaire paid a model 50... was it? It's a cheapskate, 50,000 quid to be his baby's egg donor because he doesn't want ugly children. And it's like, this dude looks like he looks like he's out of the movie Alien. Like,
God. I'm morbidly
But it's
curious.
Always those guys. It's always, here, I'll send it to you.
So I'll see how hideous this poor bastard looks, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, these guys get all the money. It's like, it's some kind of money gene they have. And they're all stupid.
No, it's past life stuff. But but if you fuck up this one life, you get 100 poor lives. So. They obviously ain't doing anything good with their one rich life. So the universe keeps tabs on these people. It's not just they don't just get away with this shit.
Yeah, British multi-millionaire Barry Druitt Barlow.
How do you think? You think this guy has the right to say he doesn't want his kids to look ugly? It's like, I mean, dude, you look like a fucking... Yeah. He looks like those creatures from They Live and shit.
Yeah, yes, poor bastard. Yeah, and of course they say he's a pioneering gay father via surrogacy. He's paying a model he saw on a Miami runway.
As if they haven't done that before. Yeah. Life is much easier if you're pretty. It's like, then what the fuck are you?
Yeah, it's just absolutely it's crazy.
Why is his hair chopped up like that?
Yeah, it's like he's trying to show.
These people that say I hate ugly people. It's like, what the fuck are you then?
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. It's like, he's the ugliest, no, it's true what Brendan said. He's like a cartoon character of a villainous, he's like an anime villain that's just meant to look as, uncharismatic as possible. He's a caricature of a human being.
Seriously. But it's always those people that say, I hate ugly people or uglies, or some shit. It's just, it's kind of funny. Anyways,
it just goes to show these people are like they're so crazy. They can't even understand how crazy they are, like Musk. Musk is like that. It's and the wealth, it makes it worse. What
is he gonna do with $1 trillion?
Seriously,
so crazy.
Seriously, it's like more damage. That's all I can say. More damage. An ego like that can't stay quiet for long. He's gonna keep resurfacing.
I think he's gone. He's like mentally gone.
I hope so. I hope you're right.
He can't recover from that Trump breakup.
Yeah.
That was his big. He thought he was gonna be. That was his Putin moment. He wanted to take everything, and then he got squashed.
Yeah,
like a roach.
Thank God. And
we didn't end up with much better.
Of course not. course not.
We got these fucking different kind of thieves.
Yeah, either way,
they're gonna turn Trump into the emperor from 40,000. Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah, that's right.
He's fine. Everything's fine. And he's like hooked up to a bunch of tubes and shit.
Yeah. Well, that at least would be amusing.
The tubes are made out of pure gold.
Yes. He's on the golden throne and shit. Yeah, like a toilet. He's on because it's like
he's alive. We swear.
Yes. No, I see it. I see it happening before my eyes. It's
he looks like shit.
Yeah. And as for
I'll
Musk,
someone said he looks like he's sucking on a lemon.
Yeah.
Here,
so send me that. That's but Musk, he's like he's done his damage. That's the problem. Is Musk already did his damage, and of course. And so we'll be living with that forever.
Well, like you said, it's like someone had to knock down the Legos so someone could build it. So
it's true.
Once it's all fucked up, then younger people can come in and say, "Well, that didn't work," and it's already happening. Actually, I noticed. Like, So it says. Dear leader reacts.
Yes, U.S. Open at 10 days. Mercilessly boo him. Yes, I love it. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, it hit him so bad he had an episode. He fell asleep and was all seizuring out and shit.
Yeah, because he was in denial. He's this can't be happening. They're not throwing themselves down at my feet to worship me. How can this be happening?
I'm sure he thought it was golf, not tennis.
Yes. There you go. That's I made that mistake myself.
Apparently, a lot of the crowd didn't show up, which is funny.
Yeah, that is weird. And but is that because of him? That they knew he was coming?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And like you said, it all started late.
Because it just created like a traffic jam because he brought all the other people, so they had to have like a full entourage of security.
Yeah, for every one of the fuckers. Yeah.
Yeah, so it just created like such a shit show that I guarantee you the people in the know didn't go. They were like, fuck that.
Yes, thank you. So that makes sense. So there we have that, and okay.
where's the big beautiful smile, Donnie?
Like you said, sucking lemons. Good.
Here's some other person. I watched Fox News and they said he got cheered at the Open today. Everyone loved it.
Oh yeah, of course. Talk about a propaganda dystopia. That's it makes me want to go back to the woman eating the monkey just for the comedy that we were able to get with that.
Oh god, that was just crazy. The way she was dipping it in the sauce.
Yeah, it's let me see if I can access. I bet you I can't access any of the comments, Ellie. Yeah, it says page isn't available right now. By the way, the first link you sent me over the past few days said page isn't available right now. It was some Facebook thing, so I don't know what it was. The first link you sent.
I'm sure. It's like they just want you to see what you're missing, and then you get cut off again.
Yeah.
Like, so stupid.
Okay, well...
Are you talking about the monkey lady? The comments on the monkey lady?
Yeah, I can't see that. Yeah, I can't see those. Yeah.
Do you want to? I mean, it's hideous.
It'd be funny.
Needs some seasoning. It's a black guy. Yeah. Needs some seasoning. Oh, and then the Indian guy gets with the super racist shit. He said, both look same. Yeah. One after cooking, one raw.
Yeah, they're oh shit. Well, as for the black guy,
she eating her grandson.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the guy who's supposed to be black is a white guy using a black econ.
Yeah,
and what he's saying is, you want my sperm. You want some seasoning? That's what he's trying to imply.
Oh, disgusting.
Yeah, pretending he's black while saying that. That's
okay. The Indian ones I think are real though, because they're just straight up racist.
Oh yeah, because they're racist as fuck. Yeah, they're for real. Your average white guy doesn't have it. He doesn't have the cultural wherewithal to say, I'm going to pretend I'm an Asian Indian. That's too much out of his.
The reason why Ebola always killing them.
Yeah, there we are. Jesus. Oh, my God.
Here's a normal lady. Have mercy on them. Don't eat the monkeys.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this isn't like it's graphic. It's like a half. It's like a monkey cut in half.
Yes.
With its arm still attached,
Yes.
and she's eating its ribs.
Yeah, its head is clearly
it's
visible,
shocking.
and it's got an
shocking.
expression on its face, even though it's dead. It's got an expression on its face of pure horror. Yeah.
That it got like roasted alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shocking.
Yes. No. It's real. It's real. Yeah. Definitely. Thank God I wasn't in a part of Africa where I would ever see that. That's West Africa. This is West Africa is where it's sourcing from.
Right.
Yeah, the part of Africa I was in, the monkeys, you wouldn't dare touch them. They're too fucking vicious, and they operate in groups, and they're like, and they got canines a mile long. Yeah, so yeah, it's but
tastes like chicken. God.
Oh,
this is one of the worst comment sections I've ever seen. I'm surprised they haven't just like scrubbed it. It's like,
well, you know, it's Facebook is just where they made it just so people can vent and cathart like this with all their racism. Except of course they, you know, for shit like this. They leave for shit. You know what this shit is? It's like Daniel O'Rolla would love this. Oh God.
Yeah, he would. This would be like his jam right here.
Yeah, that's
just this whole comment section.
Yeah, yes. He was such a piece of shit. He was sucking Miss Ann's snatch while always trying to, you know, piss and shit all over blacks. You know, meanwhile,
here's a good one.
Meanwhile, teaching a black kid to abduct girls. Remember that shit? But anyhow, so go on.
Oh yeah, then he said, "Oh, that was him. That wasn't me."
Yeah. After
he taught him everything. After he taught him how to do it.
Yeah. Anyhow, so go on. What's the other shit?
This person said, "Absolutely outrageous. Imagine eating a monkey with no tomato sauce, you peasant."
Yeah.
I can't even own a monkey, but this bitch can eat one.
Yeah. Okay,
This is just shocking. Yeah, this is shocking. We have to stop. It's just painful. It's painful.
Well, it was fun. It was a fun way to close the stream. So it's the bottom of the hour. Love you dearly, Brendan. Feel free to say good morning to everyone if you wish. I know asking you to ask them to support me is asking too much. You've suffered enough, so you just say good morning.
Yeah, why not? Give them your money. Why not?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, at least $7,000 to $8,000 minimum.
Thank you.
You got to send it in one check.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
The biggest donations you can muster.
Yeah.
Gold coins, silver.
Yeah.
You know, maybe one day he'll pay you back. By fixing everything around us.
Yeah. Thank you.
There.
I love it. That was beautiful.
Of
Okay.
course, yeah.
Okay. We're ending stream now. Let's end that while we continue the call for a few minutes. Here we are, ending stream. Everybody rejoin us on Wednesday. We'll be back at the same time, same channel. And here we are now, giving love to all those who morally and financially support us. Hugs to the lads and kisses to the ladies. All right, there we are, ending stream. And press